Welcome to the NLC. You've heard the talk, watched the scrims and seen the tweets. Streamers, LEC players, MSI champions.
Dropping the ultimate onto Yanko.
But all that matters is what you do on the Rift.
And Kurt is going to be killed by some random bloke from Hungary. MSI champion, welcome to the NLC.
There's only one league like this, so what more do you need to know? Brought to you by Arozzi, the NLC is hitting your screen right now.
And welcome everybody to Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship Winter Split Week 5 playoffs and also Elimination Day. This was a long intro, this was a hard one as well, this was big, but not as big as the match we're gonna have for today. My name is Alexander Asherov Maya, I'm your host, but I can't do this by myself. I need a wonderful desk, and talking about that, let's introduce them. Solari and Foxdrop are ready and waiting for whatever is about to happen. How are you doing?
Good. I'm feeling like today is where we see whether these teams, we've got Rich Gang Chaos, right? Who actually are they, right? Because Rich Gang during the season stage looked really good, and then absolutely sucks in playoffs. Chaos really sucks in the season stage, and then great in playoffs. Are these? Who's going to show up today? I want to see. Show me.
I don't know which versions of the teams we're gonna get today, and that's why what makes this matchup so exciting. Because I made my prediction and then I looked at it and I was like, I'm either going to be 100% right or I'm going to be absolutely wrong, and there is no in between for today.
I agree. I saw your prediction and I felt the same. Like, am I being true, ref? I don't know. And then I saw the predictions and they actually all aligned, and we'll talk about that later on. As I want to look at the bracket, and I want you back at home to understand where we stand right now. If you look into the lower part of the bracket, we are on Chaos versus Rich Gang. This means it's going to be a best out of 5, and whoever wins moves on, moves up. Whoever loses, well, he's gone, promoted to viewer, as we usually say on this broadcast. On the other hand, on the top of the bracket tomorrow, we will be having the best out of 3, Los Ratones versus Bulldogs, and then Verdant versus Nord. We're gonna have 2 of those matches on the same day, so it's gonna be a lovely and long one as well. For today, I have no idea, and before we talk about that, we need to see other things first. Obviously, we're gonna have a few surprises for you folks at home and for you folks at the desk. As you've noticed, I'm standing up. I can actually move along. And I would just like to let you know, why am I standing? Because I have this beautiful baby.
Oh my god, it looks so good.
It actually looks so good. This is, oh, let me just frame so production doesn't kill me. Okay, there you go. Arozzi. I was talking about it, I'm like, I gotta try it, and I gotta say, this is the best desk I've ever seen in my life. So you can also have one of these back at home with a 15% off with the code NLCLOL. Head on to the website and you'll see all the things they have, not only chairs, but desks, but as well, like they have the new glasses for gaming. I'm waiting for those already. I have a problem with my wallet. But also, you should look at what they have. Do you want to see? Well, take a look at this advertisement before we come back. Welcome back. You hear this sound, don't you?
Oh no.
You know what that means?
No.
It's the game show. Why are you saying no? You love to play these games, Solari.
Yeah.
Let's move on to today's game show. It's gonna be, who am I? Emoji edition.
Yeah.
So, are you aware of this one, folks?
No, I don't think so.
It's quite simple.
Not
I'll
done this
present you an
before.
emoji, and you will try to guess who's this champion. Like, who's this champion from that little emoji? If you don't get it correctly, we move on to the second emoji,
Okay.
and you get another try until I make it obvious on the third one, and you can get those points. Solari is an expert on these games, so let's start with the first one. Who am I? Emoji edition. Solari.
Sauna.
Oh,
That was gonna be my guess.
were you
too.
going for that one, Fox?
Yeah, I was. Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, that was so close. That was so tight. It's not the correct one though, which makes things interesting. Second emoji, which is gonna make you so confused.
What?
Oh my.
So we're changing something.
Yes, this was really hard
Oh.
to get. By the way, I was really trying to get this one. Yeah.
So someone who
It
doesn't
changes.
speak and someone who changes.
Chat, do you know who it is? Spam the chat and make the life of those moderators extremely complicated.
Someone who
I want
doesn't.
to see the chat burn.
Who is there who doesn't speak?
You know what? Standing up gives you more energy. I think this is a concern for NLC, man. Because if I have more energy, I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
that's
more hyped.
dangerous.
Yeah.
We'll
Oh my
see
God.
when you get, if we get to
Let's
like a
go.
5-game series, Archer, mate, you're gonna be, your feet are gonna be killing you.
Can we
Because I
get the
can
third
work
one?
out my legs as I'm doing this one. Yeah. Third emoji. Let's go.
Damn. Am I being?
Yes.
Aphelios!
Aphelios! He doesn't talk. He changes the
It
guns.
changes
There you go.
guns!
Good one.
It was good, wasn't it? It was good. It was good. It was good.
Yeah,
It was good.
that's fair.
A hard one, but it was
Yeah.
good. Okay, you got 1 point, Solari. She's in the lead. She's in the lead on this race. Let's go for the second champion. This is gonna be interesting. What?
What? The 3 faces.
It doesn't need to be 3. I just want you to understand there are faces in there.
There are
Like multiple
faces. Multiple faces.
things. Multiple. Dude, now I can freely move. I've got the power.
Hello? Mr.
Yeah.
Host? Is that
Yeah.
is that by any chance Nico?
Aha! It is wrong.
Yay! What?
It is wrong. Second emoji, hit me up. Ah, lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Production.
That has to be
didn't, like-
Shurima.
I'm
Someone
so bad
with many
at this.
faces from Shurima. Wait, someone with
Come on,
many
Fox.
faces from Shurima.
You are the professor. You need to know these things.
Actually, yeah. We have from Shurima.
Yes. Yes. I'm gonna get another emoji in 3, 2, 1. Last emoji.
Okay.
Oh,
Ah,
Okay.
so close, Fox. Solari.
Azir.
Azir. There you go.
yeah.
It's Azir, the second one.
Why
You
there
get
many
another point,
faces?
Solari.
Wait.
I think it's
Is it because of the
The
soldiers?
soldiers.
Yeah.
Like I wanted you to know that has a lot of things, like, and they are
Wow.
blank faced, you know?
Wow,
not an
your
easy emoji to
imagination
get,
is
but,
unmatched, Arturo.
I have an issue. I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Third champion. Let me see the first emoji. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. It's not me. Solari, yes.
Set.
It is wrong.
Come on, don't give
But
me
I see your
hope.
point.
This could be.
I
This
just
could be
wanted to
anyone,
give you
dude.
hopes and just rip it apart.
It could be
There's
so many of
people who are
them.
that hench.
It could be set. It's not set. Foxtrot. Who do you think?
Dude,
Muscular.
there's so many hench guys in League of Legends.
And not only guys.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there you
True.
go. She knows.
Facts. Yeah, I don't know. I'll guess
Second
because
emoji.
his emoji pushes the world up. Ah,
Who is
it
this?
Brom? Brom is here.
Foxtrot and it's Brom. Brom is the third one. So Solari has 2 points. Foxtrot has 1 point. You got the Brom. Wait, what? Wait, the third one was going to be a mustache, by the way. I got robbed.
I mean,
I got robbed.
Aw.
Doesn't matter. Are you ready for the fourth one?
Yes.
how many are there?
5.
Oh shit. Okay. Ooh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
What is this?
Is
Who am I? Yes, Solari.
I think Fox was first, no?
yeah. This is biased.
Oh, did
bro.
you raise
this
your
is,
hand?
This is ridiculous. Maybe my hand goes
Did
off
you raise your
screen.
hand?
Yeah, it goes off.
Oh, I
that's
don't
why.
see it. It's outside of.
That's right,
Sorry,
that's right,
it's
that's
outside
right.
of frame. My bad.
right.
Tell me, Fox.
I'm out. Canon? Is it canon?
Actually, yeah. Actually, it is canon. You didn't even let me go through the other
Oh,
one.
Oh my god!
Like, I tried my best for this one, and you just
Wait,
robbed me.
how do you call the animal? The second one.
Yeah, he's a
It's the squirrel.
Yeah.
Isn't
It's
that
not a squirrel. Do you see the tail? It's not a
that looks
squirrel.
like it's like an AI squirrel. It's like a mix
Yeah.
between like
Yeah.
a squirrel, maybe like a bit of a beaver, like an otter's tail. I don't know, man. Chipmunk,
It
maybe
was
it's like
basically
a
a
chipmunk.
squirrel.
Chipmunk.
Hey,
like that.
2 in 2, tied up.
Ah.
Last one decides it all. Last one is worth 1,000,000 points. Who am I? Emoji edition.
Infinity.
Actually, yeah, also works, I think.
Ah, I don't even know.
Guess.
Wait.
We get free.
Yes, Fox! Fox!
Is it Aesol?
Nah.
Give us another one.
Nah. Salari, do you want another emoji? Should we go for...
What?
Confusion of the highest order. And now that I have a standing desk, I can do this. Oh! Okay, I'm back.
Oh, it was.
I have too much energy. I
Oh my
apologize.
God, yeah, you do. Wait, so we have an infinity sign or a time
And
sign.
I
We
still
a
have to go for
cross.
coffee, by the way. So get ready back at home. We still have the game of today.
Wait,
which
is
game
it?
versus
I
Chaos.
got it.
Oh, Fox! Fox!
Nasus?
Fox! Why would you say that? Give me the third emoji so he understands.
Yeah.
It's Nasus! It is Nasus!
What?
I just wanted to see
He's-
the-
Wait, why?
He stacks infinitely, I guess, is the first one, and the second one is like Egyptian. I don't know, but it's
It's
like
from
a,
the Egyptian
That's
god.
why he's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
professor.
yeah.
He's
It's
way
the
too smart
Anubis
for this desk.
He's way too smart. 3 points for Foxtrot. You're getting 2
That's a
points
reverse
on
sweep,
the
right?
higher split. Oh, yeah. Are we gonna get that
and we get like
today?
a broom next to Zari's name, so she got sweat.
Oh!
Production.
Just saying.
Heat it up! Heat it up! With that in mind, the game show is over. Foxtrot, you so far have 2 game shows in your belt, under your belt, which means you're getting close to that sushi romantic dinner with me.
Excellent.
How many do I
look forward to
have?
it.
You have 1, Solari.
Oh. Okay.
You could have 2, but Foxtrot, he's a professor. I think I have
Yeah.
to pay him sushi by the end of this split. It's at stake, but also the stakes for today is whether you move on the lower bracket or whether you move on to the chat and join everybody back at home as a viewer. It's a complicated situation, but before we head on into that one, I think Middlecott wants to deliver the news. Yeah, what do you have
Let's
to say?
go.
Welcome to NLC News. I'm Middlecott and this is your NLC update. Ruddy Sack made a shock announcement that their top laner Pertz has recently taken a trip to Turkey to undergo extensive cosmetic surgery. Based on reports from Alex's uncle, Ruddy commissioned an artist's impression of the Croat's appearance once he is fully healed. Reactions to the projection have been significant, with commenters hounding the organisation's social media channels with questions such as, is this really the best use of team's resources? Why does he look so much like Wonder? And, okay guys, but how the hell did you make him 1.5 feet taller? Reports also indicate that team co-owner Don Jake travelled with the player to Istanbul to undergo a separate medical procedure. Rusty Sniper becomes the first player in NLC history to win a series 1-3. On the back of his superlative Game 2 performance on Jin against the Ruddy Sack, NLC admins made the decision to award Lundqvist Lightside with the series victory, despite the fact they'd only won a single game. The performance was apparently just that good, with the move leaving many in the community stunned. NLC News, however, can exclusively reveal that this choice was actually out of the hand of the admins, as a rule introduced by Freaks for You and still on the books mandates that a team be awarded the series win if one of their players breaks the NLC kill record. This baffling addition to the rulebook has been described as pretty par for the course and exactly the sort of thing that Freaks would have done. Venom Crest continued the proud tradition of NLC champions leaving the league as soon as they win a title, following in the footsteps of Tricked, and Dusty, and Riddle, and Lions Creed. Venom Crest swiftly departed from the competition in the first round of playoffs once it finally sunk in that they actually won this whole damn thing last summer. Rumours circulate over which cryptocurrency pump and dump scheme the management will be investing their winnings into in an attempt to make a quick buck. For legal reasons, this is not financial advice, but I would heavily recommend NLC Coin, a new type of crypto which is going to change the world, and I am definitely not shorting as we speak. And finally, DMG. Oof. That's all from us here at NLC News. I've been Middlecourt, and that was your NLC Update.
Chaos versus Rich Gang. The rematch, but this time the stakes are a little bit higher for both of them. Texfig, Nix, welcome to the interview. Let's talk a little bit about this. And Nix, if I may start with you, okay? Rich Gang were the talk of the town. Everybody was like, oh, Group B, they have Rich Gang, we good, we good. Upper bracket dream was short. What happened?
I mean, I think we had a really bad day, and also I think our game 2 draft was like really bad. Like it made 0 sense. We also like, I don't know, that draft was literally like dog shit. And then yeah, first game I think we just had it in the back. We just completely run it on tier 2 bots. That was kind of disgusting by us, but yeah, I mean it is what it is.
It is what it is. On the other side, Tex. Nobody had hopes for Chaos, let's be honest. And you come in with a 3-0 clean sweep, the boot camp buff. My question to you is a little bit different. I talked with Tuttle at the end of the game.
Yeah.
I felt he was set for winning, so are you happy with the win? Are you excited for today? I want to know how's the ambience within the team.
I mean, I'm of course really happy with the win. I feel sorry for Venomcrest, honestly, with the top lane situation. I don't know what's going on, but it's never fun having to play with a sub, especially not an ideal sub. No disrespect to the coach, but I am really happy.
The team
with
is
the
looking
win.
good. Okay.
Yes.
At least you guys are comfortable with the win.
I think it did something to us mentally. Like it's like, okay, they have a coach top lane. We are supposed to win now, and that gave us like the confidence.
So maybe this confidence can go from one cities to another one to fight Nyx. Because now I'll open this conversation for both of you. Texvig, you've met Nyx before, and you didn't get a single kill on that game.
Oh, we don't talk about that game, respectfully. The sack performance was not it.
So how can this be different? Like, tell me.
I think, like I said, I will talk a lot about this confidence. I think we showed a completely different team last time, and I'm hoping that we can show the same today to make this a good series.
I like the smile though.
Yeah.
Nyx, champion pool. I was looking into your champion pool, and when I saw the previous cities, I'm like, wait, why are they putting you on this weird tank duty when you are a carry jungler? You're the man to go for the throat of the enemy. So what's happening with that one, and how are you looking to face off Taxvic today?
I mean, I'm kind of an all-rounder. Like I play pretty much everything. I also have my TC picks, a lot of them actually. But yeah, I mean, in that series, we kinda wanted to deny the Maokai as well, so we ended up going for it. But yeah, I mean, I can play pretty much everything. I also have my share of random stuff to bring up. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm obviously like more comfortable in like the Viego and stuff like that. But I mean, enemy team got a bit scared and banned it, right? So it is what it is.
Okay, we were talking about Fearless Draft. We're talking about champion pool. Both of you are playing jungle. Taxvic, how can you be better than Nyx today? Yeah, with him
How
watching
can I
you.
be?
Yeah.
That's a wild question, that one.
I know.
I mean, I'm not sure how to answer that one. Really, I think I just gotta play my game. We'll see what happens.
Okay, any pick you're looking specifically to face off versus Nyx?
Ooh. I would like to get a Pantheon game in today.
Nyx, same question for you. How can you be better than Texvic, and what's that champion I should be on the lookout? Fearless Draft, hit me.
I mean, I just gotta do my own thing, right? I just gotta play my own style, play tempo, play objectives, and we should be Gucci. I'm trusting my laners a lot, so I'll have their support as well, so it should be good. And yeah, maybe I bring up a filthy Iron for you guys, but we'll see.
Oh gosh, good luck, Tax.
Vern.
Well, with that in mind, best of luck for both of you within the Rift, and may the best win by the end of the day. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you guys.
You guys.
Rich Gang versus Chaos. This is it. Whoever wins moves on. Whoever loses is out of the NLC Winter Split run. On one side, we have a team that nobody expected anything, and they took down the champions, Venom Crest. On the other side, Rich Gang were the leader on Group B, and somehow Group B has been taking some hits. Today they meet again. A rematch between these two teams, and only one will come out on the top on this best out of 5 fearless draft. Gentlemen on the desk, you'll include us a lot because you're one of the boys.
Okay.
Oh, let's talk business, because this is gonna be heated. I want to know where should we be focusing and who's the primary targets for both teams.
Like, it's so hard actually to choose who we're going to be focusing on, because wherever you look across the board, there are like so many names that we need to talk about. But can we start first about talking about the teams themselves, because that's such an interesting case of the teams who look completely different compared to what they were in the seeding stage. Because Chaos were struggling, Chaos were literally on the verge like of not making it anywhere at all, at least like, I don't know, in my books, I guess in yours too. But then suddenly they get into the playoffs and they look so confident. I don't know what happened there, but they look like a completely different team. And with Rich Gang, it's literally the opposite. Stomping through the opponents in the seeding stage, getting to the playoffs, and something goes so wrong.
Yeah, a lot went wrong in that series, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, actually.
It was not pretty, and I wasn't expecting that at all. Like, so exactly as you say, Sorry, holy crap, just complete 180s from our expectations of how both these teams performed in the seeding stage compared to the playoff stage as well. But this is what we've been seeing so far in the seeding stage. Look at that, number 1 win-loss for. Yeah, didn't lose a single game versus didn't win a single game in the seeding stage. These stats are actually way worse than I thought they would be. Holy crap. Yeah, it was not pretty if you're Chaos. It really was not pretty. I thought this would be a team that will bow out without picking up a single win the entire split, let alone winning their playoff series last week? Yeah, so it was crazy stuff. It was crazy stuff to witness, and now I'm super invested in this series because I'm like, wait, are Rich Gang actually kind of frauds? Are they kind of bad at this video game? Are Chaos actually kind of good at this video game? Or will we go back to reverting back to the norm of what we saw before, with Rich Gang being the favorites?
I don't know, but it feels like for Chaos, at least in the previous series that we saw from them, it really looked like they came into the series prepared, and it looked like they had done their homework prior to the series, because they had some really good ideas regarding the draft. They knew what the opponent was trying to play through, and their balance looked very according to that. So Chaos, really, I think they went into the playoff series with an expectation that, hey, we did really bad before, but now this is really where we gotta shine. And like, look at the stats right now. This is them at the playoffs, right? And these are the stats of completely different teams. I don't know. This is not the Chaos that we've seen before. 3 wins, 0 losses. The KDA ratio doesn't look bad. Everything looks pretty good all of a sudden.
There's a case to be studied on the fact that, okay, they were doing the boot camp, so that's a buff.
Yeah.
Also, on the enemy team, they had a different top planet, and somehow you can link that to the success that Chaos could have achieved on that first round of the lower bracket. But the idea is, they got a taste of winning, and it kind of changed the team. And even if like the top lane was different, he was not playing bad. They just completely dominated. So maybe getting together and understanding that, hey, if we're going out, might as well be punching. And they actually punched. It was not even a close game, let's be honest. It was just a one-sided Chaos show off. So with that taste of blood now on their teeth, and now understanding that, hey, we might be able to do this, and Group B is taking a hit, maybe we can just have revenge on everybody on Group B. So I agree with this. Rich Gang took a hit, and they didn't know the taste of defeat. Chaos didn't know the taste of victory. With that in mind, where should we be looking right now? I would like to know lanes to focus on and prioritize.
Please, Mr. Archron, may I answer first? Okay, so there's one answer to this question, and I know Slora is going to say it anyway. It's mid lane.
Oh.
And why
Okay.
is that?
Okay.
Because Zuhi was that guy last week.
Yeah.
For Chaos. He really was. And Horhor's not too shabby either. I'd say for Rich Gang, he's been, you know, he's definitely got a bit of dog in him as well. The question is, when we look back at the game that they played before between Rich Gang and Chaos, because they're both in Group B, so they played against each other in the seeding stage. Zhui, there was a mid gap. You know, Zhui did not play particularly well, and Horhor kind of gapped him there. So for me, that's what's really interesting, because I feel like Zhui has evolved so much coming from seeding stage to the playoffs. So considering a big reason for Rich Gang's win previously was that Zhui wasn't particularly great, I don't think you're going to see that version of Zhui anymore. I think he's taken it to a new level. He's confident now. You know, he's got some good things to show us. So it might actually be a lot harder for Rich Gang to find those advantages like they did the last time these two teams matched up.
I actually agree with you, yeah, because Zhui that we saw in the previous series, it was a completely different mid laner. He was very aggressive, he was very precise with his champions, the drafting was really good as well. This is another player, and I don't think we can justify talking about any mid gap in this series today. I think this is going to be a pretty hard match for both of them still, but even with Horhor in his really crazy champion pool in the mid lane, I think Duhi is going to be able to give him a good fight on the mid.
I love it. Now I like to focus on the top side. We still have a few minutes. Players are getting ready within the game, and we want to make sure that everything is comfortable for all players before we start the series. I would like to look into the top line. On one side, you have someone with a lot of experience. On the other side, you have Turtle, who told us that he was not even comfortable with the win versus Venom Crest. It was like, yeah, we won. I know the taste of winning versus someone who was not your opponent to begin with may steal a little bit away that thunder. But it's concerning if your top player is not that comfortable and he has to face Banderas.
Yeah, Banderas of all people, god damn it. That's gonna be hard. I gotta say though, Banderas, he is a really hard opponent to draft against, to lane against, and to win against because of all the experience he has behind his belt that he's bringing into this series. Also, I gotta say, I might or might not have stalked his solo queue history, and he has exactly one game of Teemo on the top lane recently. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, I'm just saying that it happened and it's concerning.
Okay.
Please.
Manifesting Teemo in the top lane. Yeah.
I just want to see Teemo.
I mean, best of 5. Fearless. If we're really digging deep in those champion pool pockets, potentially. Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like, a lot of experience versus not so much experience from that top side. Like, Banderas, I think, coming into this split for sure, was someone that I was definitely keeping eyes on and thinking, yeah, this guy, this is a really, really solid top laner. You know, he's going to be one of the best ones we have here in the NLC. And don't forget as well, he's won it all before. He was on the Lions Creed squads that took it all last year as well. So he knows what it takes to win in the NLC, and he has been solid. You know, he has been solid from that top side. And yeah, but I feel like for Turtle, you know, he's often left to that weak side playstyle from top. And the question is, like, Banderas in his champion pool has a lot of split pushes, right? Like, he likes that kind of playstyle.
Yeah.
He likes being that kind of rascal on the top side of the map, and that can be hard to deal with if you're put on dog duty from draft. You know, like, how's a Maokai gonna handle Fiora once we get to like 35 minutes into the game?
Yeah,
it's not happening. I can tell you that much. It's not happening. So yeah, that could be something that happens as this series progresses.
So when you're talking about playing on that line that way, you have to play support towards the team, you have to play the tank. That also means that the entire champion pool of someone like Banderas is available, and you can't target at all. The Jax, the Fiora, the Darius, all those weird picks that can just destroy the lane and end the game through his own lane. That's gonna be open. So that means you need to rely on your jungler. And now let's talk about Taxfig and Nyx. Nyx, in my opinion, on the group stage, he was demolishing as someone who was playing like those carry type champions. When he got into playoffs, I didn't feel the same. I think he was playing towards his team, and I think they lost a little bit of humph going towards playoffs.
I'm trying to find ways to disagree with you, just for the sake of it, but I can't, unfortunately.
Why
it's
not?
like when I'm looking at the junglers in this matchup, both of them have pretty much pivoted towards the same strategy. They want to work around their bot lane, and like in both of the teams, in both Chaos and Rich Gang, it can be justified because bot lane is really strong and solid. I just wonder how well it's going to work now.
Okay. I think, to be fair, what's
That's a good point. Yeah.
What's worth highlighting as well for Toxvig specifically is I was whelmed by him in the seeding stage, but I thought he was again. I'd say maybe next to Zui, he was probably Rutsu and Toxvig were solid, really solid. I think macro-wise, moving around the map, they were really good for Chaos. So I don't think that's a weak point. Well, you didn't say it was a weak point, but I'm just saying it's certainly, that's going to be hard to exploit. That's certainly going to be hard to exploit. And you, in your interview, Nick's wanting to play some more carry junglers. I think it's going to be hard to do it in this series, to be honest.
I think if they pivot a little bit from the idea they had in the previous series, because in previous series we saw them putting a lot of emphasis onto Nomi and Eski winning the bot lane and generally winning the games through Nomi, and Nyx unfortunately was there pretty much to try to accelerate that bot lane as much as possible. And it didn't exactly work out, especially if I recall correctly in game number 2. So I would love to see a scenario for Rich Gang where they go away from it and actually let Nyx shine through some carry champions.
That makes sense, and you're talking about that, but I also know you have some other information regarding the bot lane from Chaos. I know you've been digging around for information on the champions that are playing. So if one side wants to play those hyper carry, I believe there's a way that we might see some AP bot lane today?
Yes. Actually, yes. I mean, you're looking at our Duffler, honestly. You're looking at the guy who has already pulled out a Talia bot lane for us, and we were that close to getting it the second time during the previous series. And the guy has been practicing stuff like that. So the thing is, they have a mid laner who is really good with those AP mages, but you can never trust that these mages are actually going to go into his hands, because then you have our Duffler who has been practicing those mages a lot on the bot lane as well. So when it comes into the draft, Chaos have so many cards to play in terms of those champions and pivoting them between the lines.
That's been a bit of a theme actually with NLC too, is having AP champions come down bot side. Swain is another example of someone that we could see.
Nomi actually played Swain, yes.
Yeah, we saw it too. So yeah, it makes draft kind of tricky. I mean, the fact that you said I'd have to play Talia bot, yeah, that is something. But Zui's also played Talia mid, so even as you rightly pointed out, Solari, like it's not just if you see an AP champion, you're like, this actually could go bot side. It's like you can't. There's not even a tell based on what champion it is. Like sometimes, like Ziggs, for example, you see that locked in, like, I think that's going bot lane. That's that kind of champion. Like, nah, this could be anywhere. It could be anywhere, So that definitely is going to make it a bit difficult, honestly, to draft here for Rich Gang and to keep those advantages rolling where you can before you get onto the Rift.
Because both teams, well, at least for Chaos side, they went on the boot camp, and when I look into the history of what they were able to provide during seeding stage, you're like, you're going into boot camp, but everything has been burning, and this is your last chance, and you're going to invest that much for the boot camp, and they got it, and they completely shined through it. And I'm now wondering, what did you get through that boot camp? How is the team connection, synergy, draft-wise? Can you flex those picks? Because on Fearless Draft, flexing is so powerful. Imagine a world where we might see Teemo flex through top and bot, but anyway, that's a wonderful idea. Like what Chaos can provide us. We got some word from Nick saying that Ivern jungle could appear today, which I'm not that happy with. But on the other side, I know Taxbig wants to play more carry-like, and they're going to be clashing. So I think both teams at least have the mentality where it needs to be, which I don't think it was the same during City Stage. So do you think that today is going to be a completely different game than we got to see on City Stage? Or was it like a buff and Chaos just showed up on that day?
Can I start?
Please.
I think we're going to see different game from Chaos compared to the seeding stage. But the difference between these teams is that Chaos have so far looked convincing in their wins and not convincing in their losses. Rich Gang have looked convincing in their wins and in their losses as well. So I think Chaos are going to look good, but I still think that Rich Gang are going to look better.
I mean, my expectations is, it was one series for Chaos, right? And that's a small sample size, considering that they were playing versus a Venom Crest with a substitute in that top lane as well. I do think it's fair to say though, like they still earned the win because Venom Crest's top lane was not even the biggest issue for them in that series.
True.
So yeah, Chaos did genuinely play very well there. But it's just you look at the caliber of what we've seen from Rich Gang, you know, especially in the seeding stage, and how convincing they were as a team and consistent they were able to pull out those victories. And as Solari's saying, like, they looked convincing when they won. And yeah, you know, they fumbled against Verdant in the upper bracket, but that's what the upper bracket's for. It gives you that safety net for you to then drop down to the lower bracket and find your footing again. And to be fair, Verdant or a Group A team, Chaos is a Group B team, so to that extent, you know, maybe we know how it's going down. And it seems as though, it seems like pretty even across the board here. Rich Gang being the favorites. That's a lot of 3-0s.
Spicy with my prediction.
I should have gone 3-0 the other way. That would have been spicy. Spicy.
Oh, that's not spicy. That's flammable. I love it. And well, everybody going for Rich Gang, so not a lot of trust, even though we know it's a different chaos. I think everybody is aligned that Rich Gang should take the deal because both teams are from Group B, and you're looking at seeding stage and giving that priority to Rich Gang. When you see the nameplates, I think it's hard to disagree with that. But also, when you look into the screen, are you getting your eyes tired? Are you like, things are complicated? You know what? This is your opportunity. Good transition. Good opportunity to get a discount on these gaming glasses. Head on to Arozzi and you'll be able to use one of the codes. They have so many different glasses, so this could be your opportunity to take your glasses home. I mean, this protects you 99% versus the blue light, and for Duckling, he doesn't need it because he never gets to see that blue light at the end of the game that says victory. But at least for other individuals, you might be able to use them.
Don't know about that, mate. You're sending me high. You're sending me high on that one. But no, I mean, I see accessorizing is what it's all about. It completes an outfit. Sorry, will know about this because she seems very fash, as they say. So yeah, you want a cool pair of glasses? Hit that up. It's all good. Arozzi's got you covered.
Okay, I was just getting information. We have a slight delay. I believe it's being fixed as we speak. And as soon as possible, we will jump into the first champion select of this best out of 5 cities. With that in mind, let's talk a little bit about the champion priority so far. We've been seeing, I think it doesn't run away too much from each game or each series. I think you mostly get like, okay, the Skarnet, the Kalista, and the yada yada. But aside from that, you always get like that Ezreal, that Varus. I think it's the same mold. Is there any champion we might be able to see today, specifically because of these teams or the way that the meta is adapted? Because with Fearless, I believe like you don't even need those many patches nowadays.
Don't we have Mel enabled as of this week?
I think Mel is disabled throughout the entire playoff
God bless.
run. Yeah.
Oh my god,
Thank you.
could have brought better news to me.
What your position was, and I was afraid to say this news, but yeah, Mel is she's okay on Arcane.
Good, yeah, she's okay on Arcane, not on the Summoner's Reef. No, thank you very much. I don't want to see that. I'm so glad I'm not seeing that, but I think I know what I might be seeing. First of all, I think we can expect a lot of priority. I was trying to be professional. You are impossible to work with. Anyway.
That goes like by me like
gosh, okay, listen. We will see a lot of priority towards the bot lane because we have really strong AD carries who have quite specific champion pools when it comes to those, strict AD carries, when it comes to those hyper carries. Because speaking back to our Duffler for a second, while he can play those AP champions, he has been spawning a lot of hyper carries recently. He has been playing a lot of them, so I think we could see a focus on those things. Then, the more usual Varus, Kalistas probably being removed from the game, at least for the first 2 games. I would expect them to be banned out, but then you gotta also pivot towards the top lane because we have Banderas, and while it's impossible of course to ban versus Banderas, I think there are some champions you might want to remove just to make your life easier, like, I don't know, Fiora, Camille for example, just to name the few.
Yeah, so there's 2 things that I am focusing on, and yeah, bot lane, one of them, our Daffler has not played a duplicate champion at all. This entire NLC split, he's always played unique champions. So his champion pool is exceptionally wide. And as you were saying, Slurry, there's more there too, because he can play even more AP champions. So it's going to be very hard to focus that one out. For me, there's 2 champions for jungle / topside. with Maokai and Sejuani. Okay, so Maokai, I think we'll see some priority. We've seen Nyx play it, we've seen Toxic play it, we've seen Turtle play it. It's gonna get some value out of there. I wouldn't be surprised to see some presence with that. But the Sejuani is worth mentioning because I just don't think that the NLC teams are putting enough priority and value on that champion. It is a very popular champion right now. In the LEC, it's like the most popular jungler knocking about. And we just don't really see a lot of it. And it pairs very well with some very dominant, powerful melee solo laners. And we know, and Darius is a great example, can play that. Zui can play those kind of champions as well. He's done the Ambessa before. You know, obviously Yone is still very strong in the meta. So considering you're only going to be able to play it once, you can get that god tier combo. I think it's super strong, and it's something that I want to see the NLC pick up a bit more.
And maybe, you know what, just to follow up on your idea, that would be so good for Reach Gang if it happened for them, and it happened for them in game 1, because I agree with you that that's a strong duo, and that's a duo that could work to the benefit of Reach Gang, because that's something they can totally pull off in terms of the game strategy, the game approach. But also, Reach Gang, I think it's going to be so important for them to win game number 1, because they seem like a team that works a lot on the momentum, both in the Summoner's Rift and in the series as well. Like, if they win game number 1, I probably will have no doubt that they will win this series itself. But if they lose game number 1, well, I'm not sure what happens then.
I agree. Okay, and Bess is one of those. You were talking about Sejuani, or I maybe I misheard, but
Yeah.
Sejuani needs more light. Needs more light. You can even flex the Sejuani. I
Yeah,
mean,
we've seen that.
Yeah.
It's Sejuani top lane. You can even support her if you're really spicy like that.
that's also a thing. That's also a thing.
So we've
You
got
play
so far.
something like-
I was talking about Maokai. I was talking about Sejuani. You mentioned like what lanes in Varus, right? Solari was one of those
Yeah.
champions that you mentioned.
Yeah,
Varus is kind
absolutely.
of like he's kind of like purple skinish. I would say. Would you say that's fair? Varus kind of got purple shades to him, skin wise.
He is purplish, yeah.
Yeah. So Sejuani's blue. Maokai's like a greeny color. And
Greeny
Varus
bluish,
is
yeah.
Purple. So these are all blue components.
Oh,
So with-
you know what? I get you, because
It's-
there is such a thing as a purple team comp. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm wondering now, is
Yeah.
I'm going to turn this question to Archer, because we've had such a delay here, by the way. We're not yapping because this is a crap broadcast. We're yapping.
No, we
because
just wanna
have
yap, sorry.
issues, by the way, that we're trying to figure out, and then we'll get you into game, I promise, right?
Yeah, so
but
what's-
because
what's the
Archer,
question?
you direct the yap. You're the host, right? So you just
Yeah.
you point the finger at one of us, and then we you know
you
you're
yap.
like you put us down and we go, right?
That's so
No
way
more
to put it.
yapping. We jump into champions.
Look,
Like, see my
we are
power.
safe. We are
See
safe from
my
Archer's
I love the song
analysis.
from everybody, by the way.
You know what? You good, Solari?
Oh, no,
You
oh,
good?
no, I hear them. I was happy for a second.
Well, Jace is off the table right now, which means Bandera won't be able to play it. Haha also plays that one. But what else? Garner and the Kalesa should belong on the red side. We talked about it. So Chaos should be the ones with those spicy bands. Sorry, Solari. No. For you
Understandable.
right at this moment.
I mean, understandable.
understandable.
Nomi had a fantastic game with Sway, so you don't want to
I
know
got
that.
information for you, Solari. We're on 15.3 now, which means Mel is actually enabled.
No!
Ooh.
I was not aware of this information. I thought she was banned until the end of playoffs.
Gosh. Oh, you ruined my day.
Okay.
Not me, admins.
No,
I'm
you.
sorry.
It's the messenger.
Understandable.
Fair. Very fair.
Okay,
Yeah. First pick wise.
she has to be banned.
Where we going? I feel like, you know, there's some obvious right now. The Calista's still being open. Varus we've seen as well be quite a popular first pick. Nomi really likes this Varus too. So was that a dodged ban, by the way? It looks as though we're picking now. And there's
Maybe
not
it's
a third
Mel ban?
It could just
Okay,
be we
it
don't
could
have
be
the
that,
image.
or could
Actually,
be a
I
skip
checked
because
sneakily.
of
It
the
is a Mel
delay.
ban.
It's a Mel
It
ban.
is a Mel?
Okay,
That's
so
a
Yes.
Mel,
Okay.
Mel
Yes.
smells and she's out. She's gone.
She stinks, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
Zumi's
there's
gonna
the
pick
trip
up
we were
the.
looking.
All right. That's it. Wait, there's a bit of a takeaway from Hall as well. That's one of his most played. So, pretty spicy for a first pick here. Let's see how you're answering.
I mean,
What was the
Enzuhi had a
question?
fantastic game on that way in the previous series, so I'm not surprised why they're taking it. Still, quite a lot of options available for Ho-Ho. We've seen Ho-Ho playing Kog'Maw, for example, on the mid lane, if we want to try to match the range that Chaos already have on their hands.
All
If
right.
you take the Corki this early on, you get the way on the other side. It also allows Ardafler to play with the Ezreal. And out of the blue, you have 2 priority AD carries removed for the rest of the drafts. This is going to be interesting. Next, do you prioritize now your jungle? Or are you going for something like a support?
It's interesting that Chaos have removed Viego in the first rotation of the bans just to make sure that this great option for Nyx is not available. But here she comes, folks. You were talking about the Sejuani. Now she's there, and now what we need to see from Reach Gang is a strong early game pairing with her, a strong melee early game oriented pairing. That would be perfect.
Yep. And who do you think, Solari, is going to pick that one up? Ho-Ho or
Kalista's
Banderas?
Oh, Kalista is open. Oh, that's
And
new.
Varus is open
It's
as
the
well. We've
first
got
time
some-
on playoffs!
I mean, where do you ban her though? You don't want to ban her on the blue side necessarily. On the red side, you
No,
have
you
these
pick
really
it.
important bans. Yeah, I mean,
You pick it now!
I would not be surprised to see her drop through this draft at this point, because I feel like Kalista against like Giga CC is just not fun, and
Yeah.
Sejuani is like, I mean, that's a little bit sus. So, like, I don't know if I'd want to be playing Kalista into that. It could still work, obviously. She's strong. She's just strong in a vacuum for a reason, you know. But the thing is, as well, if you pick her now, you're probably going to get all the good pairings banned away from you too, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to find like a good Kalista combo. It's going to be that Ambessa, which is a bit of a takeaway here for a combo with the Sejuani. We're talking about the melee, you know, the melee solo laner being matched up there. But we're still looking for it on the side of Rich Gang. I still think, you know, Banderas is probably going to be the one to pick that melee champion.
yeah.
In that top side, and just really, you know,
There you go.
combine
I mean, that's
those
the most
two.
obvious one, isn't it?
It's Renekton, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You get that, you know, great CC right there. Assuming this is Sejuani jungle, I think it's fair. It's fair to be, you know, let's assume it is. But that's a great
Yeah.
combo with the Renekton, and you can really put some pain on the tail.
The ganks are explosive when you have the Renekton and the Sejuani. It's instant proc on the stun for Renekton, instant proc on the stun for Sejuani. Now you take away those protections on the bot side. Braum would be a hard one to bite. But with this Renekton on the top lane already revealed, it also allows you to flex the Ambessa whether you like it or not, which would be interesting because we've seen Ardafler play the way. So I'm just saying, weird things might happen. I don't think they are, but just leaving that open on the table.
We've seen Chaos flexing things a lot already during the draft. We haven't really seen much so far through the draft. Like, literally all of the 3 champions can go anywhere. It's hard for me to imagine the world where Zuhi is going to be playing that Ambessa and then they are pivoting way to the bot lane. Just because it feels like for Turtle, Ambessa is such a safe pick, especially with Xante banned out by Reach Gang. It feels like it fits perfectly into what Turtle would like to do on the top lane. So be melee, be bruiser, be tanky later in the game, and do crimes in the team fights.
Yeah, Turtle has played before, so he's no stranger to that champion. But I also do think there's a little bit of risk involved with that because, you know, I'm best like a melee champion, a skirmishy champion, kind of squishy champion, to be honest, depending on your itemization as well. Certainly, you know, certainly squishy in comparison to some of those safer tops. Yeah, you can punish that for sure, right? That's a champion that's going to be stepping up, that will get into close range with like a Renekton and potentially a Sejuani there. So a little bit spooky if you are Turtle, potentially, at least. As now we're looking for our support and our mid laner here from Rich Gang. Which one do they prioritize? I would say, you know, if you already know, right? You already know that you're up against Wei most likely in that mid lane.
Yeah.
So you just look that in, unless they think something funky is going on bot. Because our Daffler, you did say was Mr. AP, did you not? Is there a realm where this is heading bot side with our Daffler on that way?
There is a
But also-
world, but we
Are
need
you
to
sure
see.
this Corki is AD carry?
No, we're not sure about anything, actually.
Yeah.
Literally. About anything in this draft so far, and that's the beauty of it. Anything could go anywhere
flex.
at the moment. At least the Rakan is going to Eski's hands. That's like the only thing we know for sure, and that's a great pickup because Eski wants to be that aggressive fire starter for the team in the team fights.
Yeah, I think you wanna. There's a lot of engage here. Some pretty big front line as well. So picking that Xayah to get that self pill, I think is smart. Keep yourself safe. Otherwise, you're just going to get dogpiled by the Rakan, by the Sejuani, and you're not going to have a particularly good time. So now it's most likely going to be that support pick. Assuming that Tuxvig is going to be playing this Maokai, which, you know, I think it's fair to say that's going to happen here. So you're looking for something maybe, again, protective. Unless you want your own kind of engage here. And you kind of got a champion that does a little bit of both, right? That headbutt can be both, you know, protect and attack. So that's going to be a nice way to round off your team comp here if you are Chaos. And now it's just Rich Gang with their last pick of the draft.
Just picking something purple for the last pick on the side of Rage Gang. They have already quite a lot of engage. Interesting to see what else they want to pair up with. Do they want to add some range here? Because I'm not seeing any range whatsoever for Rage Gang. Oh my...
I mean, you wanted range.
Oh my god! You gotta be kidding me!
That was a pretty good call there, Slurry. How about a live form
This is not an
disintegration
I love
ray?
Velka so much. It's not easy. No, it's gonna be hella hard for Ho-Ho to play in this game because there is no way you survive if the enemy wants to pin you down on the lane because Velkas literally has zero escape, zero mobility built into his kit. But if you get even slightly ahead during the laning phase, oh my god, your damage is pretty much unavoidable for the enemy team.
Yeah, and to be honest, Chaos don't have the best tools for jumping in on you, right? You got Maokai and Alistar who still have to like walk up to you, and as far as it goes, like you can keep your distance, and they're gonna have to flash engage you to really bring you down. So yeah, I quite like this. I think it's pretty spooky, and you do have a lot of range to follow up with the engage from the rest of your team.
Okay. The cards are on the table, and with that in mind, I just need a name on who do you think is gonna take the first one of the cities.
I say Rage Gang.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with Gang Rich. Sure. For sure. Affluent cronies.
So-
That's what we're going.
Velkos though, this is an interesting one. I don't know, back at home, how's your trigonometry? But this is going to be a hard one to pilot, and let's see what Rich Gang is capable of doing before we toss it to the casters. It's going to be Duckling in trouble with us. Before we do it, have a look at what the sponsors have to say. I'll see you soon.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, over here to the casters desk. We're in camp for a little bit trouble, as there is a bit of an in-game pause, but that gives us more time to talk about what was a peculiar draft. I think you had some things to say about it in the green room, that's for sure.
Alright, first of all, I just want to comment, because the Destiny as well. Also, wait, let me... This way. Yeah, happy to be casting with you, Duckling, as well. I just want to commend Chaos for their previous drafts in the previous best of 5 that they showed up with, because I felt like it was night and day from this team. Obviously, they were in the greatest circumstances, and it was mentioned a lot in their interviews as well on how they got the 3-0. However, they showed massive development in just the fact that they didn't have to cheese pick anything. They just properly played textbook League of Legends draft-wise and in-game. And right here, I have no problem at all with the draft. Apart from the Xayah, I just feel like it's a little bit of a peculiar peak, considering there's things like Kai'Sa that really benefit you when you have poking champions like the Wei in your team, Ezreal, things like this. I feel like Xayah doesn't necessarily really serve much of a purpose here, and if anything, she's so outranged from Corki and Velka, it's gonna have a really tough time actually getting damage in these fights.
Yeah, I think you're really hitting the nail on the head, right? It will be tough for Artifact to execute this, so the burden of execution is on him. He is a good player. We definitely saw that, right? Considering last week, it was a true turnaround. A tale of two halves so far this season has been for Chaos. Getting an 0-4 in the seeding stage, looking pretty woeful, I'm gonna be honest. They weren't proactive, they were giving up objectives, as you say. When they were trying to do something, it was through cheese picks. It was like they didn't think they were good enough to compete. But when we then hit playoffs, as you say, textbook League of Legends, taking the fights to their opponents and outwinning them all across the map, beating every single lane.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's a complete 180, but also I want to go over to Rich Gang because they did not have a good time versus Verdant. And funnily enough, Rich Gang was one of those teams where we actually all over like the desk, the cast, like really, I want to say even overhyped, and for a good reason. Like they have really great players that have been through the NLC, that have left history in the ERLs, and they just straight up fumbled. I'm just gonna say it as it is. They straight up fumbled, and here they have a chance to redeem themselves. I feel like they have chosen, especially in the top lane for Banderas, a really good matchup with the Renekton. I feel like there's going to be a lot of attention put over to the top side of the map. You saw the rotation as well with Sejuani. So Larry was mentioning is like, we really need a good melee matchup. And of course it was going to be towards Banderas. He is the melee carry kind of player over in the team. And I just want to see, not that I just want to see it translate into a top side game. I feel like it's most definitely going to translate because the rest of the lanes are kind of too heavy scaling to pay any attention sort of in the early game.
Yeah, I think you're really hitting on the right thread now, right? Rich Gang, so many expectations on them coming into the splits. I was one of the people really hyping them up. And while my hopes and dreams for them have definitely taken a hit, I don't think their course for shattering these expectations have been completely derailed yet. There are certainly still 5 very good players on this team who like to play together and can really communicate well, but their performance against Verton was far from pleasing, right? The 4th seed from Group A, while you're the 1st seed, losing 2-0, that's not a good look, and it is going to raise some question marks, but we have to see if they can answer back right here, right?
I feel like it's... Seeing us from the predictions from the whole crew, everyone is very favoring Rich Gang at this point. I just want to see how the momentum works. We've seen a bunch of teams over in tier 1 leagues, tier 2, tier 3, whatever it is. When you start that sort of momentum run through that lower bracket, you've got the fear of elimination on your butt. Let's be honest. You're like, that's it. One more best of. If we lose this, we're out. And Chaos did a fantastic thing with the bootcamp coming up through the best of 5. And right now, they're on the momentum train. You said it. Rich Gang, as the 1st seed of the group, fumbled and got 0-2. You need to figure out how you won in the first place to translate that into winning again. And right here, Chaos, I think they're gonna definitely give them a run for their money.
Yeah. And as you say, with the momentum and obviously as well, where do you come from? What are your own expectations of yourself? That obviously helps define the pressure put on both of these teams, because if you're on Chaos, you've essentially done what you set out to achieve this split, right? You got a good 3-0 in the playoffs, you showed a good account of yourself. Obviously, you still want to reach for the stars, you want to get more, but you're not playing with the same pressure. For Rich Gang, losing here and being eliminated, I mean, that would be a huge bummer for what they expected to be their breakout split in the NLC as one of the promoted organizations.
And that's the fun. I feel like the dynamic in the NLC has changed so much. We talked a little bit about Chaos, that we're trying so hard to get into that Div 1, and suddenly, boom, they're in Div 1, but boom, look at all the other players and teams that have suddenly joined, right? It's like the small ant versus the Goliaths that have joined the NLC, and then you've got good old players from the NLC that have been in the scene for so long, that are veterans in the NLC scene and the ERL scene as well, and they have to fight against the big giants as well. And I feel like it's a great... I don't want to say a great mismatch of skill, more like a great mismatch of experience, and how this is showcased on the Reef. That's why I can't wait to get my hands on it. Of course, we have a slight pause, a small technical pause, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can, of course, with any details. That's why we're rambling through. However, Duckling, I'm gonna divert this question. Where are you? You're here. This question towards you. Was there a particular pick that you were expecting to see in this draft that didn't necessarily show up, or that you're expecting overall in the series?
I think the thing that I really want to see, especially in a best of 5, right, with Rich Gang, is I wanted to see their adaptability. I know they have players who are flexible in terms of what they play and what they can shine on. In particular, Ho-Ho, who is known for having this champion host, right? Being able to play anything in any situation. And
he was hovering the Zillion.
Yeah, I was sitting here in draft as well saying potentially they could actually flex Sejuani. He's played it before in competitive mid lane, if need be, because they thought they could get a better matchup jungle to play around Nyx. But, I mean, playing the Vilkas is still a bit of a flex, right? It's not something we see so often in the NLC that you can say, it's something we see every day. It's to match up, to give himself a good account of himself here in game number 1. So that's what I expected. We've seen it in game 1, and I'm excited to see how that unfolds during the games and the Fearless mode.
Actually, it's very interesting because Vel'Koz and Serath sort of came up at the same time when Azir was very prominent, and due to the fact that they outrange and they can clear from distance, they're sort of safe from the type of Azir champions. It's a pretty good choice. And right here, Hui clears really fast. He does have a bunch of range, and I feel like Vel'Koz does match that as well in terms of range, but also catch-up potential as well. I feel like, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like Hui might be a developmental stage of what Vel'Koz can do with his own spells. It's like Vel'Koz, but on steroids kind of thing. Add another 4 spells on top of that. So it's gonna be an interesting dynamic between the two champions because they're both clear, shove, you can roam. Clear, shove, you can roam. You can sort of stay with your jungler. I don't necessarily think the junglers here will be looking to play around mid, but if they do want to do that, I feel like shutting down a flash early on things like a Vel'Koz, on things like a Hui, extremely immobile in the mid lane. You've got great setup, both with Hui plus Maokai and Sejuani Vel'Koz, that you can really make it work.
We'll be looking forward to that, right? I think not only in terms of the champions locked in, but also the nameplates, right? Suhi really the big standout star, as Fox touched upon on the desk in KS's 3-0 victory over Venom Crest, while Ho-Ho, all of the players on Rich King are experienced, but Ho-Ho may be the one who has the most experience, I want to say, at the very least near the top of that team, having spent a lot of time actually in the GLL over in the Greek National League, right? Winning a few leagues, playing EU Masters multiple times, getting a pentakill at the EU Master stage as well on Cillian. So he's a player who's had some stars added to his career, Banderas, and you can go through the rest of the roster as well, right? They've all gone on to do big things, some more naturally than others, but he in particular is someone I'm looking at as well to be one of the big carries on this Rich King roster.
Yeah, and also Fearless Draft, Hardcore Fearless rather, enables things that Ho-Ho can bring out, like the Echo, like the Zillion that he was hovering. But I think due to the technical break that we're going to have, due to the technical pause, we're going to throw it into a very, very short break. But you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very shortly. If I can speak, I will be able to when we're back.
And after just some small technical delays, trouble, we have finally hit the riff, right? Thank you for bearing with us with just that small little pause. We are now ready, as I do see there might be a mistake on the timer. We are not 12 minutes in game without much happening. Don't worry about it. The game hasn't been that bland. I assume there will be loads of action. We'll obviously get that updated as soon as possible. But we're finally on the riff, right? And that's the big thing.
That's what matters. It kind of looks like... Okay, so basically there's a joke that in Athens, when you're in Athens in August, there's like nothing happening, even though nothing's really changed. You know, the time still flows the same way it did. It kind of feels like Athens in August. There's like no one there. But yeah, let's chat about what we're seeing in game. First and foremost, we are seeing that the bot lane of Chaos is moving towards the top side of the map. As you can see, Turtle is now pressing B as well. They want to put the Renekton in a pretty disadvantageous... Oh, he spotted it? I'm not sure if he did, but now he might be in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, he'll have to dash his way out of this one. Does obviously have the flash. Alistar can't do the WQ combo, and they don't want to
He'll be
waste too
fine.
much time. Yeah, he can just walk away, right? Saya needs to catch the wave, so Ardafleur...
He's escorting him out.
yeah, making sure there will be no walls placed in my jungle. Thank you. Please leave, Mr. Banderas.
There was one place right by blue buff, which will spot Taxvig. Or not, by the time he's
Yeah, he's back.
Let him get too
The
late.
bodyguard making sure he won't be getting that XP. Rotsuo really doing the dirty business. Maybe when his LoL career is over, he'll have a second job lined up as a bouncer, doing very well, just denying that first bit of XP over to Banderas.
And as you can see, now here's the thing, right? You've got Sejuani, which wanted Pato was the top side of the map. This is the reason for the Sejuani right here. You've got the early game Renekton. And Chaos have read the situation really well. They know that the Sejuani, the only active lane you can play through is that Renekton. So they're pitting him under a tower. And I actually really want to see if Nyx will find a window towards the top side of the map to actually potentially even get a summoner from Arozzi or Rutsu. Now Turtle has also made his way down bot. We're going to have a pretty relatively chill early game, especially due to the lane swaps. But as you can see, Nyx is pretty much just ditching everything and moving under tower. Let's see if Banderas will hit that level 2 and they'll look for anything. I feel like Nyx was just scared right there that maybe Maokai had started topside and they were looking for a dive.
Yeah, we'll very much keep our eyes on that top lane situation to see how it does develop. Okay, so I actually do like the lane swap. I think it's a good idea, as you said, right, to make it hard for Rich King to play through their own strength. My big worry is, though, how Turtle will be able to handle this, because he's obviously now starving a bit on the bot side here in the Ambessa. Just like the Renekton, someone who likes the goal, but I do definitely see the point in doing the move, as you just explained, as I think Banderas might be a bit too far forward top. Yeah, does get taken down, actually. I mean, that's just a quick first blood. Was that his mistake? Rotsuo didn't even have to use the flash.
I feel like Banderas was way too far forward, especially when the wave is pushing towards you. They do have no wards, and they know that this time Maokai is definitely towards the top side of the map. But Sejuani is as well, so I find no reason right there for Banderas to actually overextend, give a kill over
He just
to
walks
Zaya
up.
as well. Only level 2.
Huh?
Yeah. That must have been just straight up a mistake from Banderas right there. Unfortunate, but very good punish from Chaos. And again, we talked about potentially a redemption arc for Reach Gang right here. We do have a first mistake, 4 minutes in, and Chaos have instantly slapped the wrist. Let's see how this keeps going.
That is just not the way you want to start off this series. Renekton, obviously a champion that doesn't scale particularly well as well, but more so the fact that Banderas making one of these sloppy mistakes, you know, multiple-time NLC champion, definitely one of the better tops we've had in the scene throughout the past few years, and to make such a silly mistake in what is your do or die game, really, right? It's a bit embarrassing. I bet he's not satisfied with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die for both teams right here. Again, this is an elimination game. Whoever ends up losing that best of, they're gonna go straight to spring, let's say.
Yeah.
Skipping winter, straight to spring, or how Arserm says it, promoted to viewer. I feel like is his catchphrase to make it sound as good as possible, I guess. But again, things have slowed down just a little bit. Junglers on their next clear from bot to top side of the map. Flash up on Banderas, very, very important. At least you go down, but you don't have to expend that one. And I feel like the rhythm of the game is going to slow down just a little bit. Again, I'm a little worried. The slower the game goes, I'm a little worried about Saya and how she's going to be involved in fights later on, especially with the reigns from Corki and Velkos, and how Ho-Ho obviously pilots that in team fights.
And I think you're raising an interesting point, right? Because as you're talking about the Saya and our way up top lane, see, obviously they're doing what they can to get Artifly ahead with the lane swap, shutting Banderas down, but you're talking scaling, and I mean, I obviously see some scaling on both teams here, but I'm not sure who I would predict to really be the winner in the end, because I think someone like Banderas being put behind will definitely struggle in the late game on the Renekton too, but yeah, so no clear winner in my eyes, but I'm wondering if you see it differently.
I feel like this is where the Zaya will probably come into fruition. I feel like this is a great anti-dive champion. This is mostly why it's picked into things like Vi and very heavy lock CC like Nautilus Vi and things like this. I feel like if Banderas does dive the backline to actually eliminate Artifleur from the fight or even take him out, this is where the ultimate is going to come really handy. Barrier here, Chaos, first into the river. They have the first dips. Corki is nowhere near as well. So I feel like 1 or 2 grabs would definitely
Sui moving first as well, and that just means Eski is the one to be caught out. Decent damage back. Very good, actually, from Ho-Ho. Gets the full life disintegration ray out, and that forces Rotsuo to recall, but still, The fight has been won by Chaos. They'll claim these Void Grubs, and I mean, there's something brewing here. This is a really good start.
I'm so confused. I think I was literally finishing my phrase when I'm like, Corki is nowhere near. Surely you do not walk up. You do not have vision. You do not have setup. Sui right there taking a good trade.
He's overstepping a bit, I think. Will have to flash out, and more play you initiated. I mean, he wanted the 1v1, but Nyx was there to turn it around as maybe Banderas will be in a bit of trouble down here on the bot side. Could he be caught underneath the turret? Oh, Ratsuo doesn't have the flash. No way.
Oh my god.
W to close the gap. Ratsuo? Surely not, right? Is he quicker? He has the boots, and Banderas can match them. I mean, by... Oh, that was close. That was really, really close.
Hey, gets the turret plating, gets to shove another wave, and gets out with his life without having to burn the summoner. It's a win-win scenario right there. And let's keep a little bit of tabs on what we have right there. 2 kills going over to Chaos super early into the game, and they definitely are going to be needing those. Again, getting that Xayah ahead in the early game is going to be really, really important, especially when you have Banderas diving into the backline to assassinate the AD carry later on, having that Xayah being very strong. Banderas being behind already is going to definitely not impact Artaflare as much. Now, they have rotated the bot lane towards the bot side of the map, and again, Chaos, again, very textbook League of Legends. They take their strong lane wherever there's objectives.
I swear, Trouble, there is always something about the NLC lower bracket, right? It feels like some team that, maybe one of the teams you least expect, show up and show a different side of themselves, while it hasn't always led to, split victories or going all the way to the final. It's so often we have a team really define the lower bracket, and I mean, it's not all said and done yet. Still plenty of more action to come in the NLC, but so far, I mean, we've seen some upsets down here in the lower bracket, that's for sure.
And this is, I believe, another one.
Toxic
right there might have a 50-50 issue.
Nah, he gets it. He's too good, Danish junglers. As there could be more, actually. They want the fight. Ratsu is rotating in as well. Good damage on Taxido, and I think he'll be taken down by the Life Disintegration Ray from Ho-Ho. Eskido will be traded right back, and that will be the feats of warfare as Ratsuo. It's a nice path to safety provided by Sui.
One more neutral objective for Chaos, and they'll definitely have feats of strength for themselves as well. Right here, Banderas walking in for a trade.
It does fine. Doesn't fully commit. I was worried for a second. I will say if there's a player that sometimes maybe goes a bit too high, right? It can be Banderas, but just finds a nice little trade for himself there. He is still in the game, that's for sure, but he's not thriving like he would have hoped in this Renekton.
Yeah, and 2-0 and 1 doesn't look very good for Gang onto the Xayah. He's gonna take the all-in again.
Yeah, I mean, he has the dominance, so obviously he can buy some time, but still, it's a 1v2 you're playing, buddy. I don't see how you're gonna win this. Does force out the barrier of Artaflare. That's obviously a bit of a W, but it will be hard for him to contest the wave here. Needs to be careful not to be caught out, though, and maybe the same can be set to the top side as 2 plates left from the turret. A full minion wave, and Nyx is just around the area.
They're diving bot.
They are diving bot, they are. But they don't succeed somehow. They fumble the bag, and we'll turn our attention to the top lane to see if anything similar will happen there, as the emphatic answer seems to be a no. Maybe actually, as Turtle cancels the recall. Texvi's on his way. Banderas on the bot side now chasing. How the tables have turned, as the Crocodile will force the 2 bot laners of Chaos to recall.
Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit greedy from Chaos right there. Artaflare was completely out of mana, so trying to go for this dive. At least they did burn Banderas' flash in this iteration. However, that top lane tower has been very, very heavily chipped, and as you can see, Gang are staying around. I think Nyx at this point has used a lot of his time to try and cover for that top lane. You see he still starts hovering towards the top side of the map. As we see the dive yet again, the flash onto Artaflare to force off the dive. Well played from Banderas right there. Yeah. Doesn't lose his life.
That was really, really clean for him to survive the situation. That certainly was hard to survive as the Void Grubs now find themselves alive once more, and that will obviously lead to another little dance around it to see who can execute it best. Gang first on the move, Chaos though, and willing to let it go uncontested. Chaos with Turtle, and I mean, yeah, Sui's rotating up as well.
Yeah, Chaos have a really great place right here. They caught Ho-Ho. I mean, you don't really have to catch him. You can just keep him out of the fight.
1 Void Grub secured here from Gang. Was it Texi who got the first one? No, it was Rich Gang as Ratsuo engages onto one. It's only Nomi he finds, and now the re-engage has found Sui, and he's rooted up. Looks to be taken down. Good damage back though as the live disintegration rate just cuts through the HP bar of Artifler. It's not done quite yet though as Chaos now retreating, trying to kite around as Texi finally finds Nomi. He goes down in the end, but it's still a fight that Rich Gang are winning confidently here as well as they look to go underneath the turret Ho-Ho. And he finds the Q. Snipers unable to. Not enough HP to play around for here. Neither on the turret or the HP bars of Chaos says. They look to reset, but I'm not sure Rich Gang will allow it.
There's a wave coming right here. Makes us push that one on the top.
Oh,
Turtle does his best.
Left alone, man.
Try and just burn out the wave.
Suhi could TP, but I think the turret would die beforehand. Turtle smartly holding the wave, and Rich Gang decided that, no, you know what? We'll cut our chase short there. We'll go back to the neutral objective we're fighting over as we see the replay once more.
Now, here's the problem. When you have two immobile mages in the mid lane, I feel like whoever gets caught or zoned out is in a really big pickle. Now, Turtle has to commit the ultimate right here to catch Ho-Ho, and that they create a lot of space during the bot side river. But once the Maokai ultimate is used, and then Hui walks a little bit too far forward, gets caught, doesn't have the flash, here goes your mid laner, and this is where Ho-Ho actually gets the freedom to walk back into the river and cut out the bot side as well. So a pretty good fight from Rich Gang overall, and they get to stop Feats of Strength from going over to Chaos.
Yeah, it's not often you see a flanking build, but it worked out this time, and it did look pretty good despite no flash. Just simply weren't able to turn it around on him as he just walked up and did what Vel'Koz does best. SR. We'll see though as another Drake to fight over. We'll keep our eye here again to the Feats of Strength. Well, one neutral objective is all that is needed for Chaos to claim it. Still no turret has fallen, but Rich Gang close to getting one in the top lane. So if Chaos don't get this next neutral objective, very likely won't get the first turret. I do believe Banderas will be able to take it away.
Now, this is where I feel like Chaos are going to be really tried as found Eski on the river, but it's a very slippery champion anyway. Now, again, here's where I feel like they're going to be really tried, and it's when they've been put behind in tempo, but they still need to contest for those neutral objectives. You'll see that Sui has been sent over to the top lane to defend that tower. The tower is going to fall. As you very well previously mentioned, they can no longer get that first tower for Feats of Strength, but Banderas is very, very low, super long range.
Damn.
Never mind, the range
That's
is
a lot of
gone.
damage. I mean, all of a sudden, the player's just flipped on its head. I mean, he could TP but if he needs to, as Ratsuo does fail the combo there. But I don't think it really matters as, do they want to trade it for the turret? Do they want to TP in and force the 4v5 in? I mean, I had many questions. Chaos knew exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to trade it for that top lane turret, and I think that's just what will happen.
Yeah, I feel like you don't have to pressure it here if you're Chaos. You're defending bot tower, you get to push back and forth that mid lane tower. And the fact that you give in Zui so much free time on this way on the top side to take the tower, push out another wave. They got next to the river,
right? He
though.
should be safe. TP, though, has now been invested very clearly. An objective where they want to fight over. Banderas could TP in as well, but we'll keep our eyes on that later as XP takes quite a bit of damage, and that is an engage you want to see. On the other side, though, Turtle tries to find Nomi instead. He's the one now forced to flee. Ho-Ho picks up the first kill of the fight. Eski, where's the W cooldown? When is it back up? Artifler so low. Banderas has TP'd in, and this will surely just be a wipe for Rich Gang as they have found exactly the fight they were looking for. They'll claim 3, should be 4 as well, as Ratsuo finds 1 back, but finally they find Texby as well, and that will lead into the Drake. Suhi, 1v3. Could he contest this? I mean, he isn't weak, but has to walk back to mid lane.
Yeah, I feel like he's not weak, but he's not smite strong either. And Nyx is alive with smite. He's going to try to bully them out and pressure them a little bit, but this is all he's going to have to do, just pressure them right there. A little bit of a chaotic fight from Chaos. No pun intended right there. You'll see that they literally bunch up in this Tri-Brush to try... You said it! Surely he can't die. It's a Sejuani and there's a Maokai plus Alistar chasing him. He really doesn't care. The second they get pinned, and a fantastic ultimate from Rakan coming through allows Vel'Koz so much free hit and damage. I mean, the fear came through from Zuhi, but the damage had already been done. And I just... Again, Chaos is being tried, when they're being pushed. They weren't necessarily being pushed in the previous best of 5, but right here, Rich Gang are putting on a fight. And in these team fights, it feels like Chaos have not necessarily figured out how they want to play their front to back, because that's exactly the team composition that they have configured for themselves. And I feel like it's either Zuhi being too far forward, or they're bunching up in a tri-brush or a very tight spot where Vel'Koz gets to free hit for free and they just can't catch anyone. And currently 3, 0, and 1, 2 items on Ho-Ho. Again, you do have a very fit Xayah, but Ardaflare is not going to be able to deal with the range and the damage coming through from the Vel'Koz.
That was a rough one. That was certainly a bit of a gut punch, you can say. The goal lead has swung pretty nicely into Rich Gang's favor. It is by no means insurmountable of what is now a 2.5k gold lead with. As well, just the map pressure for Rich Gang, as Rift Herald is up on the map, and I mean, the only one who really has any vision of it is Rich Gang.
I mean, I don't know. There's Ruff, and there's my Renekton doesn't even have Black Cleaver. My mid laner has 2 items. Ruff, talking about Ruff.
Right? Does have flash, but certainly can definitely match that with his dashes, and that's a good shot down to claim on your Ambessa.
Yeah, however, they're going to sacrifice another tick on the feats of strength right there for from Rich Gang. 2 out of 3 and 2 out of 3 will be the sum for both teams. However, they do manage to get the shutdown on the Ambessa, on Turtle, if I'm not wrong. So that is actually huge. They get to pressure that bot lane, looking for mid.
Rich Gang, though, obviously want to get more when they see the chance to do so. Lost forced a few ultimates, Eski. Dances out nicely, as you said earlier. A very sleepy champ on the Rakan, so hard to catch out. We'll get a turret bot lane instead of turn. Just has a bit of free time, and I think this could be pretty good for him, getting that big shutdown and the local gold as well from that turret, really helping him get back into a strong standing in this game. But we'll really keep our eyes on the Drake spawning into an update, as you said, right? 2 out of 3 ticks on the feat of strength by killing objectives. That'll be the deciding factor, so we'll keep our eyes on it.
And funnily enough, we've got Atakan before the Dragon as well. So this could be a double nail in the coffin. The buff plus feats of strength. As you can see, great wraparound right here from Taxvig. Maokai, very easy peasy to pin down a flashless, flashless after this is engaged, Ho-Ho. And now, this is the most important thing. That flash will not be up for whether the Atakan fight breaks out first, or not me, or the Dragon fight breaks out first. And this will be a pretty easy target for Turtle. He does have the TP, he does have the flash, a lot of reach over in the backline. So I feel for Turtle, he's gonna have to be the one reaching out to try and take Ho-Ho out of these fights.
Yeah, I think you really said the right thing in terms of the fact that will be so key for the next objective spawning just within this next minute. Vel'Koz, even with the flash, a pretty immobile champion, and without it, can easily be caught. Doesn't have many defensive tools to use. Really, the E, the only thing to really try and play around. Then obviously just out damaging whoever is diving onto watch could also be a choice. As I think we're starting to see, even just in the lane side, right? Ardaflare is struggling so much to get damage off, while Nomi poking off, dancing around a bit, as well as looking for the pick, but you can't catch the Rakan.
I'm so confused. 20 seconds for Atakan, and your biggest engage 2 is gone from the set of Chaos. Who's actually burned to try and catch again one of the most slippery champions in League of Legends. Eski even had flash. It's not even worth it to even trade your flash for that ultimate. And let's see if Rich Gang are actually gonna.
They know he's there. They know he's there. I mean, have they caught? No, they have not caught Banderas. I didn't even get to ask the question before I found out exactly what was happening. As a bit of damage on the carry here is Taxvi and Ardaflare, likely forced into a recall. It is was it the Ruinous Archon? I think it is the Ruinous Archon, if I recall correctly. And that is not often we get to see that in esports, as has certainly been enough action in this game, and as the patches have tweak the numbers to decide what spawns it will be, the more passive or the more aggressive, you could say, from of Articans, but the buff one that less encourages fighting from Riot's point of view at the very least.
And nevertheless, the next objective is spawned on the map as well, on the bottom side of the map rather, the Dragon. We do have TP on Zuhi from the set of Chaos if he needs to join the fight, but again, I would want to hope that it's Turtle pushing the top side of the map. You need Hui there to sort of create space for you to walk inside the river, to zone away members of Rich Gang. Now Rich Gang is going to pop their Turtle in the middle to take a bit control of that mid lane, pushing the wave. We do have Corki in there. I don't know if that's a wise
It's
choice.
a bit dangerous. That is very dangerous, actually, as he's running for the hills, but he's still caught out. Nomi, what are we doing, buddy? And no flash, and Ho-Ho gets taken down immediately as well. Chaos have find the right engage, and it's all due to the over-eagerness of Rich Gang, and they'll be punished for their sins. Eski slips away. It's impossible to be called, but surely here at Drake, or maybe even an Artican for the side of Chaos.
We don't need Vin Diesel because we do have Vin Diesel at home. Nyx also goes down, shutdown over to Zuhi, 2-1 and 5, and that was the biggest whoopsie that could have happened for Rich Gang, and this is double trouble because that not only gives them a bunch of kills for the side of Chaos, gives feats of strength over to Chaos, a bunch of shutdowns over to Chaos, more gold over to Chaos, and this is gonna be extremely hard for Rich Gang to come back. It's the Voracious Atakan actually, and this is double trouble here because Chaos already have a foot over on the tops of the map. They get to push, they get to reset, they get to cash in and go through. I do not know what possessed Nomi here.
I might think he misclicked it, to be honest.
Right Herald.
Let me just go for it, but that there, even with the whole team trying to back him up, he still gets caught out and punished.
You can give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll still say it's one of the biggest mistakes we've seen in this particular game, and it could have
mistake or bad decision. It's horrible.
Could have very easily cost Rich Gang the game right here. A lot of shutdowns went over. Towers, feats of strength. We've got Voracious Atakan that has spawned on the map as well. Now with the extra goal, they can very easily use that to try and take the fight. As we see on live, bottom left, mid lane tower, gone.
It's certainly a big swing of the momentum in the game as well, because while things are now all tied up again and the feats of strength lay on the side of Chaos just a few minutes ago, right? A sizable goalie for Rich Gang that was growing slowly in their favor was happening. So the game is pretty much back to that even state with the Artican still up for grabs. Aaron in 2 minutes as well. The game not yet decided, but the odds on who will come out ahead pretty much back to 50-50, I want to say, and that is a positive in my eyes for Chaos, because I did worry a bit that maybe Rich Gang just had an oopsie, as maybe Turtles had a bit of an oopsie here, could just be caught out. Nyx, that's another little mistake, as I think he can just walk this off. There should be a few more dashes in the toolkit for Chaos to use here, as that is 200 years of game design, and obviously Chaos, they want to capitalize on the opportunity. Turn your eyes to the Artican. I think it's just gone. Banderas can TP in. Ho-Ho is here though contesting. TP in from turn, but Ho-Ho is now the one caught out. He does good damage to Sui, but little does it matter. The Artican will be going down here, and it will be claimed by Chaos. Nomi potentially caught as well as Ratsuo. Locks him up for a few seconds, but they've gotten the buff. They've gotten another pick, and Chaos, they're not the ones leading the game.
Again, a bit confusing. Nyx was ganking the bot side of the map. Banderas didn't even have TP. Let's say the do kill Turtle. Banderas doesn't have TP to get towards the top side of the map to stop the Atakan from going down. And Chaos have been pushing the issue. Again, the questions. Can they perform against a better team than the one they played against in their previous best of? And right here, they're giving Rich Gang a run for their money, and you can argue there's been a lot of mistakes, but the team has to catch the mistakes in front of their face to pull ahead, and that's exactly what Chaos have been doing. Even though behind in gold, they've been punching every single fight, and now with Atakan under their belt, I want you to have a look at the top left timer. This is an Atakan buff during Baron. They can literally just throw their bodies on Baron and then respawn and fight again. You'll see that Zui will have teleport in a few seconds as well, so you can definitely even die and TP back in.
This is
such a
peculiar game state, man. I did not expect this when we were loading into the Rift, especially with how hard the Sire would be to execute, but they've done well so far. As you say, catching the mistake from Rich Gang. The Rich Gang have also shown some high highs to split, and they'll need to put a bit of a rapid out of the head here to potentially steal it all. Just win the fight before it really gets started. Suhi takes a bit of damage, and they've backed off from the Baron as Rich Gang with some good poke from Ho-Ho, able to reclaim control of the area.
Yeah, I feel like Chaos tried to basically bait RG to see if they can face check.
Talk about baiting. Tex is now the one who's been locked up, as instead they'll turn back, but no re-engage. They're happy to just back off as... Oh, this game's dead, man. You can feel the tension trouble He's really balancing on a knife's edge, right? The next team to get a big team fight surely will be in the driver's seat to just win it all.
I mean, it's so difficult to pressure versus Vel'Koz.
1v3. Could still win it, just goes back in. Does not care about being in a 1v3 turtle. That's absolutely beautiful. The withdrawal will keep him safe. And in the mid lane as well, Chaos. They're not done quite yet. They want even more. And they'll get it as well. One more auto should do it. As Artifler picks up the kill. Will the snipe come through? Not quite. But still, what a play, what a fight. Turtle, baby.
Miss Riot Games, what in the Casante Silas happened in the top lane? Turtle on a 1v3 not only takes Ho-Ho's flash, takes Ho-Ho's life, bails out without dying as well. That's exactly what they need, that diversion of 3 members of Reach Gang getting to the top side to shut down Turtle. Gave enough room for Chaos to take that mid lane tower. And let's watch this one more. Honestly, I don't think this needs any commentating. The ult to dodge the knock-up, to then just withdraw. Peace out. That's it.
That is impressive. That is so good play. And from in his first game in the NLC, just being some random bloke who killed Perks. Right now, he's really making a name for himself in these aggressive champs, showing up when it matters most. There is some magic about Chaos. They make the game a bit chaotic. It's just what they thrive in, as now they'll look for the soul point. Don't care about the Baron just yet. Ho-Ho gets to contest alongside the rest of his team, but they're too late. The TP is too late as well, but they'll try to catch him on the exit. Ratsuo, though, the wrong target to go on, as their Ho-Ho already gets taken down to half by the American sniper Sui. He is doing a phenomenal job yet again, zoning out, doing the damage. Chaos, man, they're in control and they are really just dominating the Rift, it feels like.
He did that in the previous best of 5 as well, onto the Hui. Incredible patience from the mid laner of Chaos. And now they get to push out their waves, they get to dip into the topside jungle of Nyx, set down some vision, potentially pretend, quote unquote, start in the Baron. But again, I actually have very easy ways of face checking the Baron. You've got 2 very tanky members. You've got the Sejuani, you've got the Renekton. You also have a very slippery Rakan. You've got very long range abilities as well with the Corki and the Vel'Koz. You saw last time Chaos even attempted to do the Baron. Poke was just too hard to do. Oh my.
And even as 5 man in a 5v4 situation, Rich Gang just can't brute force their way into a teamfight. Nyx now forced to recall. While Turtle, he's casually just farming waves on the top side. Sui's not done. Is that enough? If they get Nyx, they would just go on towards the Baron, but a few hundred HP. Now. Yeah, he's forced to recall once again, and Suhi,
he's not recalling. He's
forced to stay. He's forced to stay, as this does go down quite quickly, rather. If Chaos do commit to it, Nyx still waiting on the flank. The mana bar pretty low on Suhi. We'll keep our eyes on it, as he needs the mana to really do the damage he's currently outputting. Yes, do you want to take this 50-50? I don't think so, as Taxi goes so low. But not quite dead yet. The life disintegration ray is just not enough damage, as they back off, they reassess the situation, decide this was not the time to fully commit to it. They're happy with the lead they have for now. They're feeling confident on the map, and they don't want to throw it away on a blind 50-50.
So both junglers, even though the tankiest members in their teams, they're both on a wanted poster from both sides. You take down Nyx, you can pretty much attempt to do a Baron, but again, we said it over and over again, both teams attempting a Baron with Hui, and if Vel'Koz alive, it's going to be near impossible. The poke is too much. You're literally bunched up in a very short amount of space around Baron. And it becomes harder and harder to actually engage those types of situations unless you've made a pick in advance. And I feel like both of these teams have sort of stopped making mistakes. They're very cautious when they overextend, when they push waves, pressuring without any wards or any vision. You see that Turtle will push out this wave and will probably back off from that one, as Chaos are still trying to establish some vision towards the top side of the map. 2 minutes until the next dragon, which will be Soul for Chaos. None other than Ocean Soul as well. Will help quite a bit with all the damage coming through from Breach Gang. As for that, I think this is going to be a bouncing of waves back and forth until one of the 2 teams manages to find a pick, or they poke someone low enough, they can maybe start a Baron.
So you've talked about the wanted list on both of these junglers. If I'm looking at someone from Rich Gang to maybe be the one who finds that engages, we'll keep our eyes on what happens down in the bot. Somebody Banderas should just be able to walk it off unless Turtle overextends. I'm thinking of Eski, right? Easter support has been able to find the right engages and really dictate the fight when Rich Gang have been at their best as Turtle. Caught in the 1v2, he was too overeager. He did push his luck too much, and he will pay the price as well. Massive shutdown, a window of opportunity handed over to Rich Gang as Chaos 4v5 starting the Baron. They have TP, but it won't be 40 more seconds until they can use it. Banderas can't join in though. It's a 4v4 as they back off the Baron.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like you know Porky has to walk all the way from bot lane. There is no TP onto Renekton. Even if Renekton were to TP in, there's no ultimate onto this Renekton. And you've got so much artillery from the side of Chaos. They just try to put some pressure on the top side of the map. Now 50 seconds for the next Dragon, and Chaos are going to have to slowly but surely walk inside their jungle a bit blind. Of course, saplings do help a bit from Magai, and there's a few wards here and there set up from the side of Reach Gang. You've got one at Chickens inside the bot quadrant of Taxvik's jungle, and you've got a couple defensive ones in their own quadrants. But other than this, they're going to get back onto the map right now. A bunch of control wards in their inventories and a bunch, it's just about 2. Hopefully is enough for them as Chaos are coming onto the map with 2, 4, 6, 7 control wards in their inventories, making sure that it's as safe as possible to walk in. Now, there's a huge dilemma right here, because if Rich Gang do commit to this Dragon, Chaos can turn around and just sprint down.
It very much feels like the calm before the storm. Now Soul spawning in 4 seconds that Chaos could potentially get if they don't just trade it for the Baron. I think that's the outcome, but...
Oh, they're beelining it.
Like cold Norwegian winter air breathing through this this nighttime. Summoners are all up. The tension is high as the series is heating up, but these two Norwegian teams going head to head, and of course, Ho lacking the TP, or rather the flash has been used, but a good re-engage from Eski is good enough to get his mid lane around to safety, but the snipe, not enough as well, as Artifler instantly caught, taken down to within an inch of his life, as Banderas flashes forward, finds one before he himself gets taken down. Sui now the next target, and will be devoured up by Nyx. Massive fight here for Rich Gang. As the Baron still stands, they'll certainly turn their attention towards it.
And Ho was indeed lucky this time around to get away with his life, but most importantly, the Hui and the Velkas, one of them has to die for this Baron to get started, and Reach Gang get the job done. Let's see, Rutu, fantastic position right here. They catch Ho, they pretty much commit every single ultimate right there. I'm not sure that Artifler really needed to ult, because as you can see, he walks a little bit too far forward. It is a Juani ultimate to the face, and then Banderas finds the angle and assassinates him. He just managed to blast away last minute, and Zuki's then too far forward.
There's more, Turtle and Taxi fighting around the Baron. Artifler is here as well. Ho, no flash, remember, as we just saw in the replay, and he instantly gets punished for it.
What?
It's not done quite yet, as here comes the roots from Taxi. Can't connect on anyone though, as the front line is locked up. The re-engage continues, and Nomi's the one we really need to keep our eyes, and he's the one with the damage here for Rich Gang, dishing it out towards Taxi. But he gets caught! He gets caught by the public execution! Instantly taken down as well, as Chaos, another one who can turn their attention to the Baron.
And this is Baron attempt number 16. Ladies and gentlemen, this time around, I don't think it's going to be interrupted, as 4 members of Reach Gang are dead. Banderas, 1 Soul Crocodile. I believe it's not going to be quite sufficient enough to stop this Baron attempt this time around. Zuhi also hovering around in the mid lane, and great pick right there from Chaos. I wonder what happened there. Were Reach Gang a little bit too slow with the Baron taking? Chaos go back up on the map. Turtle has been doing actually an excellent job onto this Ambessa, finding key targets, getting into the backline. We mentioned how important it was going to be. He has to be the one interrupting Ho, interrupting that Velkas from getting to the fight. Let's watch again. This is a 2 versus 4 in this area. Artifler also on his way, as you can see, but the second Ho stands still to cast his ultimate. This is the go button from Turtle. They get enough time on the radar for Artifler to walk up to Baron as well, and by that time, they've lost their mid laner, and it's time to bail. Great re-engage right there through the wall from Taxvik with the ultimate from Makai, and the rest is pretty much history. Everybody dies, and Dragon goes to Chaos.
Max range snipe as well on that uplink. You should really putting the nail in the coffin of this individual teamfight. Game is not over yet. Rich Gang haven't hurt no bell, and they're gonna keep fighting until that Nexus falls. The goal lead still surprisingly small between these two teams, as the Baron has given a slight lead to Chaos, and more importantly, the map objectives and the map control that comes with it. But obviously Rich Gang Don't want to go down without a fight, and they're looking for the pick.
And that was a Sejuani ultimate. He can meet. I'm in Berlin. They're not. That was pretty. That was quite far away. He just went literally
Bit of
past my window.
maybe, you know?
But as you can see, there's 2 lanes of pressure right here with the Baron buff from Chaos. And the artillery, especially from Zuhi, it just hurts so bad. They can't even walk under
hurts,
the
man.
tower.
That is crazy. Like, he's just raining down missiles. Look at the damage. Nomi and Ho both forced to walk back into the
Everyone's
base.
gone. There were 4 members under this
They
tower 3 seconds ago.
They couldn't defend it only because of Sui. That is crazy. That is insane damage from the Danish mid laner. He certainly had his troubles in the beginning of the split, but he is righting those wrongs as we speak. Putting in good game after good game in this lower bracket. Game 1, on the cusp of going to Chaos. A David versus Goliath match. And a series not yet decided, but game 1 could just be the trend. More things to come. This Chaos lineup looked so much better than it did in the seeding stage. It's hard to find the words to describe the new life that has been breathed into this roster. How much more confident they look on the Rift, as well as I think they might have caught out Banderas here. He does smartly read the play though, and instead it's Nyx caught out, and instantly after, of course, it's Horhorn next on the menu. He can't move, he can escape Chaos as they're doing exactly what they want to. Rich Gang 3 gone already, and then look for the base here. Chaos going for everything they can. They'll find the 4th Nomi, the last man standing, but there's not much he can change. The fate has already been written in the stars. He has Chaos look to claim game 1.
Chaos with a fantastic catch onto Ho-Ho every single time he stands still. Turtle has his name written down, and what a redemption game for Chaos, because everybody was talking about how lucky they were to play against the coach over on the top side of the map. Turtle was like, I'm not satisfied. We won, but I'm not satisfied. I didn't play against the opponent I was expecting to play. This time around, he had a stellar game. Ardafleur, I'm sorry. I wasn't familiar with your game. The Xayah worked. You know why? Because it wasn't about him. It just was straight up not about him. All he had to do was survive. And it just worked. And Chaos was put under pressure. And again, they played textbook League of Legends. They figured out how to play their front to back. They figured out what their roles were. And once Turtle knew, okay, he presses R, I press R, we win. That's exactly what they did every single fight.
Statement game 1 here from the side of Chaos. It was close, it was tight, it was back and forth, but as you say, this wasn't a team with their coach in the top lane. This is the #1 seed of Group B, and Chaos, without a single win in the seeding stage, just took them down pretty convincingly, all things considered, in game #1. There's still much more to come, so much more to be seen. So much more we still are yet to find out, but the desk will discuss this game 1 further, and then we'll start looking forward to what's next.
The sweet taste of blood allowed Chaos to actually go for more and more and more. Now for Rich Gang, a lot of predictions out of the window. Starting off, Salari, me and you, like, there you go.
Yeah,
that
we
trio
go down,
is
brother.
gone. Chaos is looking different. I don't know, the boot camp, the taste of the first win, team adaptation. There's a lot to discuss this. And we were thinking, like, at the beginning of the game, Chaos started off so well. Adaptation, the lane swap, oh, beautiful. Zoning out Banderas. Then it kind of shifted, didn't it?
It's not that it shifted, it completely changed around. Because I can tell you, if it comes down to like the big fights, there were 2.5 good big fights from Chaos side in this game.
This is Nomi's play of the game, bruh.
Oh my
Play of
god,
the game.
why?
Here he comes. Here he
What
comes.
goes in your head when you do that?
Oh, bro, I think there's a lot of rattling around in there. That's pretty empty.
Probably.
That was not a a good play.
Turtle.
And it even baits Warhol into dying as well with the ulti there, with Turtle, which is a common theme, by the way, for this game. Catching him with the public execution.
Hey, listen, kudos to Chaos because they saw the opportunity. And that's like 2 things that you can really highlight about them in this game that eventually led them to the victory. First, it was still the Chaos that we saw in the playoffs. I was a little bit worried we were, and it's confirmed that this is the Chaos, the reborn one. They rebranded the post-bootcamp buff or something, I don't know, but this was them being very aggressive, constantly looking for plays, maybe not always being allowed to execute those properly by Arozzi, but looking for them, trying to find those opportunities. And second of all, whenever they saw a mistake from Rich Gang, they did not hesitate to try and do something about it.
It's the thing of not pulling those punches. You see a mistake, you capitalize on it, and there were a lot of voices on Rich Gang on this game. Turtle supposedly being caught. I think this is a big one because you're investing so many resources on the bot side, like Nyx being dead, the ultimate, Banderas chasing, and, well, Ambessa.
I mean, this is just tragic, dude. Like, you can't be putting your jungler bot side when Atakan is up top side. Like, especially if you don't even get the kill. It's really poor, and then you're forcing the rest of Rich Gang to face check to try and stop the Atakan. I mean, Horror doesn't need to face check there, or at least it just isn't going to end well, even if he does. It just feels like a team, when you watch that kind of play, it looks like a team that has like no comms, that is really disjointed. And I don't even mean that in like, you know, oh, sick burn, yeah, you guys got no comms, whoa. No, I mean like legit, like what are they talking, like what is going on? You know, if you're listening into Rich Gang right there, because you can't make a call like that. You can't make a call like that, and then Horror just running in, like dawdling around, face checking, like they're not switched on up here. You know, that's what that looks like to me when you see a play like that. And to Chaos's credit, completely capitalized on that situation. And we framed it at the beginning of the game. Trouble in the casting talked about it. You just said it now as well, Solari. But what the heck is going on, dude? Like, it is literally topsy-turvy, upside down. Chaos 0-4, 0-4 coming into playoffs, and then they swept Venom Crest in the previous round, and now Rich Gang are 0-3 in the playoffs after being undefeated in the seeding stage. I don't know what's happening. I literally just do not know what's going on.
That's a good question, Arozzi. I feel like it's up to Rich Gang to answer that to us, because unfortunately we saw some of the same mistakes from them compared to what we saw in the previous series from them, specifically being locked down by some of the choices they made in the draft. Ho-Ho on Vel'Koz dealt so much damage, so much true damage, but look at what Turtle is doing on his screens right now. This is basically what he is doing for the whole game. Poor Ho-Ho was not allowed to go into the ultimate, because when Vel'Koz does that, he cannot move. He's totally immobile, he needs to stay in one place, and that is a death sentence if you have somebody who can publicly execute you on the spot when you do so.
And
that
for
he
someone
did
who had
constantly.
no hype, no expectation, no security, this is good.
Yeah.
Wow, Zuhi. We
So-
talked about him, yeah.
This is it. There's a few things to note here from my perspective, and then I'll let you guys take Zuri if that's cool. So firstly, if you're playing a champion like Vel'Koz and you don't have the highest damage in the game, that's problematic, right? Because you're a long range artillery champion. Like those just tend to have loads of damage, right? So and this is not me crapping on Horror. This is like how hard it was for him to play, like the way this game went. And the second thing I think that's worth noting, outside of Zuri obviously, is Turtle. Like, it should have been very hard for Turtle to play this game. And coming into this game, I was like, how do you get on top of Vel'Koz? You can flash Twisted Advance, you can flash Headbutt Pulverize. I didn't even really touch on the perfect execution from Ambessa, because it should be quite hard to get in range to do it, and it's a really thin projectile. She's walking up to you while she's doing it. It's predictable, right? So it should be something that you can dodge. But every single time Turtle found it, and I really just think like he was phenomenal in this game and was, just ridiculous. Both those solo laners from Chaos were insane. Dewey obviously doing some crazy things.
A small remark on Turtle, because there is a very small window, as you said, for Ambessa to jump onto the Vel'Koz and the enemy team, and it takes two scenarios. Either you're really good with positioning, or the enemy Vel'Koz is really bad at positioning. And for Turtle in this game, honestly, it was kind of a mix of both. He was good, but also Ho-Ho didn't know where to position his Vel'Koz in so many of the fights.
It was holding that trigger so long until that perfect moment for the public execution from Ambessa. Regarding that, I do believe like Zui provided a lot of damage, Turtle provided like coverage and deniability towards the Vel'Koz. But also, I would like to highlight that Ardaflor, even with the Xayah that was supposed to be a hard one to pilot, as soon as he got the gold going on, because until 14 minutes he was behind. But as soon as he got it, 10:09.
rather
big.
just waited, honestly, because Zuhi did carry like the first third of the game, if not half, on his shoulders. But then the moment that Ardarfler finally has the items for Zaya, I think it's like 2.5 item mark, when he finally is like, hey guys, I'm in, I'm locked in, let's go. We go with the flow, and the flow is we kill everything that we see before us. And he was piloting this Zaya so aggressively in like all of the fights that you saw in the last half of the game. So you see where those kills are coming from. I'm not surprised with the fact that he only died once so far, but that probably tells you how little focus there was from the side of Reachgang onto that massive AD carry of the enemy team.
Now, we do have to highlight with these champions that they won, they are no longer allowed to play with. So this is where Fearless Draft actually takes place. You got the Ambessa, you got the Wei, you got the Maokai we were talking about, Foxtrot, you brought it up. So with that in mind, now Fearless Draft would take its toll. They're no longer allowed to play that. So to talk about game 2 and what could happen and maybe how Rich can bounce back, or maybe how Chaos can put this in match points so easily, we'll have a quick break. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, game 2 of Rich Gang versus Chaos. Everybody was saying Rich Gang has this in the bag, and so far, ooh, it's looking good for Chaos. There was a glimmer of hope towards Rich Gang at the middle of game 2, but somehow Chaos not pulling those punches back were capable of landing the first one. Now we need to talk about Champion Pool, Fearless Draft, and what can we expect as Rich Gang picked up blue side for game 2. How does this change the scenery?
The thing is, though, I think it's something that has been discussed on the desk in the previous series of Rich Gang, and I believe Trouble said that last time. Actually, the Rich Gang are a team that looks good on the red side, because they have really strong counter picks, and specifically they have a lot of options for Banderas to counter pick versus the enemy if they want to go this direction. So I am not sure how good of an idea it is to go to the blue side, but maybe they have something in their pockets for the first pick.
Yeah, we want to see exactly, because I feel like counter pick for Banderas is could be a good strategy for draft in this series, right? Especially with the deep pockets that he has in his champion pool. Didn't opt for that last game. To be honest, I feel like the jungle top combination, Sejuani Renekton, great on paper, and we were kind of hyping up a little bit in draft, but the thing is, like, when you can just lane swap like you do nowadays, it doesn't really do anything. Like, it really doesn't do anything. And Banderas, you know, he was just a very scaly reptilian minion for most of that game. You know, like, he didn't really get to do anything, didn't really get to play the game, so it didn't work out there. And from that point, what are your priorities going to be then if you are Rich Gang? You know, can you actually maybe try and put some more focus onto Nomi bot side? 'Cause I think he's been very solid in Rich Gang's wins as well, and didn't get a lot of opportunity to shine in that last game.
What happened during that bootcamp? That's all I'm wondering, because Chaos group stage or seeding stage, I don't know. Like, that's the hyperbolic chamber of Dragon Ball. They stepped out like 2 years later after practicing. It's a different team. I would like to make the same question for Rich Gang, because so far on playoffs, what happened? Their identity kind of disappeared, and we didn't get to see it within this game. And when you look into the nameplates, they have to bring something up. So if Banderas is a no-go regarding the either we lane swap or you're playing blue side, so probably you're gonna get countered, what else can they thrive? Because Nomi is listening to some voices after that Herald play, but Ho-Ho is important, no?
He is. He had his moments in the previous game, but he wasn't allowed, I think, to truly shine, and he wasn't. I feel like Vel'Koz is just not the champion that worked for him that well in the previous game. It's just he wasn't playing Vel'Koz like it was Vel'Koz in his hands, you know, a very immobile carry that needs to be miles away from the enemy with everybody else face checking for him. So it's good that it's off the books, as you can see on the top right now. So we'll see what else there is in the stocks for him.
Yeah, no Vel'Koz. Thank goodness, no Swain either this time around here. That's gonna be shelved from the Rift. I'd be surprised, you know. I'd be surprised if we see a Swain, because it is quite a valuable pick between these two teams. Unfortunately for you, there, Solari. So probably gonna be taken away as well. Bear in mind, we have some pretty premium ADCs still available, right? So the Varus, the Kalista, the Ezreal, all still up. Corki really being the only other, I'd say, like, top tier ADC that was taken in that game number 1. So that might be where the teams decide to go here. We do have first pick for Rich Gang as well. And Corki is a strong champion, but, like, actually maybe let's make this our strategy. You know, let's get Nomi, or maybe even that Varus. You know, he's most played so far in NLC. Get him on something like that. Get him on comfort, and just play through him, because I think Nomi is solid. He's a really, really solid ADC.
Yep, and putting him on the counter pick like Varus would actually make so much sense. Forget we said anything, they decide to ban it themselves. Yeah, they have a different plan in their heads.
Ezreal, the Kalista, so far available, not being banned on this cities, which is weird. So far we've seen the Kalista being banned constantly, taking away the Cassante from Banderas.
Oh no, oh no, oh no,
she's
no,
Mel.
That's Mel.
no.
Yeah.
That's Mel, by the way. For everybody at home, that's Mel. Banderas picked Mel.
Yeah. All right, we don't have a picture for her, but she's certainly not invisible in game. She is spooky, super spooky. One of them, yeah, she's super dominant in. She got hotfix nerfed. She's crazy strong.
Yeah.
Her solo queue stats are kind of in the dumpster, but pro play, she's still incredibly strong. Same with a champion like Cassante. So yeah, gonna be strong. Let's see what we're rounding out here. That is a lock-in.
I lost him.
Pantheon combo right there.
So he gets his champion and I don't. You lucky. But Toxic has already played Pantheon in the jungle before, and that was a really strong pick for him. So
Insane.
you love seeing that.
He had the highest damage in the game, if I remember correctly, when he played Pantheon before. It was ridiculous.
And Mel
stuff.
can't do anything against him because
Yeah.
Pantheon is not a projectile. So yeah.
Can you reflect the Pantheon in his ult? Like, just knock him back in the spawn?
Throw him out of the game.
From the ult, he just like...
Oh, that would be fun.
Probably not going to happen.
Vi as well
Probably
to
can't do that.
isolate the target with Mel. That's going to be terrifying because she can root you down. Rumble was also available in the first game, not even banned. They didn't even peek at him, and maybe this is another pick. So I would say 3 high valuable picks for Rich Gang. I mean, yeah, if you pick Kalista now, you're kind of out of the table in terms of supports, and also your flex of Talia gets lost.
No, you don't pick Kalista here at all. You keep her for the better times, the better games, and the better draws, because here she would suffer miserably. Do you even go for an AD carry right now? No, you don't. You go for a top lane. You lock in Sion for Turtle, and you have a lot of front line. You have a lot of control, but what else do you have?
Yeah. This is it. We're going for beefy here on that top side. There's a lot of kind of like ultimates that go forward here.
Yeah.
You know, Talia can ride the wall, Pantheon dives in from the heavens, and Sion runs at you very angrily. So all 3 of those are good tools just to collapse in, right? And to get on top of the otherwise very immobile champions or low mobility champions of, you know, the likes of Rumble and Mel. So yeah, these are the ones being taken away right here. I feel like you want to kind of pair up. I think Rel herself, she's not, yeah, she's available. Like it's always a great combination with Rumble. I'm a little bit scared of the fact that we've got pretty heavy magic damage for Rich Gang as well already so far. So we're going to have to really, you know, all these ADC bands making it. Yeah, oh, here she comes. Here she comes. There she is. There she is.
So good.
Just sneaking in there.
Production.
That's
so
high
good.
quality production right there. That's what we paid the big bucks for.
Oh, so good. But this has to be a lane swap, right? Because if you play Sion into Rumble, I mean, Balls of all people, who's the Sion experts, hates that matchup. It's horrible. Only one of the worst matchups. You gotta play the lane swap because Rumble doesn't do good on lane swap as well. He's kind of squishy. You can't survive on the dive. Sion, on the other hand, he doesn't even care. Don't.
Or
It was
Duffler.
going so well.
Or Duffler.
Oh, we were so happy.
I mean, what ADCs are you looking for here? You have to take that Rel. That just feels like a given.
Ezreal.
Ezreal's there. Yeah, Ezreal. True. That's a good shout.
That's probably like
That's
the
a good
best
shout.
option here. Yeah. Because you
Yeah,
need
you
some ability, because there is so much control and lockdown on Reach Gang, and there is so much follow-up for the slowdown control on the side of Reach Gang that you need an AD carry who can somehow get either not controlled or get as far away from the follow-up as possible if you get control down.
Yeah. The only downside to Ez is like he's not that kind of like hyper carry right click style champions to get through Sion and Rel. Kai'Sa though is pretty heavy on magic damage, so that would I think that would be a little
and
bit
she would
tough-
follow up
tough
great.
to-
Yeah.
Yeah, so
With the Sion.
I mean, I
with
feel
Talia.
like Ez is probably the best champion ADC wise, but that might be kind of tough to see. Like, do they care that it's going to be? Was it Mel bot?
Oh, I
Or
was
we
thinking
might be
about
getting
it
baited
now.
here.
Yeah, that would be curious.
We might be getting baited, but it is sick. Okay,
Demacia!
Rubbish here on the desk. That is a Mel bot lane. Mel Nautilus. Alrighty.
Oh, interesting. I like this. Okay, how do you reply now? You need your own AD carry. You have AD, you have AP, but the source is not that big, so maybe Ezreal or Kai'Sa can fit in the table. Ooh.
That's spicy. That's a good pick for our Duffler, and they locked that in. That's a good pick for our Duffler. That's definitely going back into his comfort zone. That's the hypercarry that he has seen a lot of success with. Paired up with Rel, it just feels so good later in the game. I'm still... Oh my god.
Oh,
I'm
man.
still concerned about the safety of this Zeri, because if she is the target of that Vi, if she is the target of Mel and Trumbull or Nautilus, she doesn't survive. Because if you look her down, it's like similar idea with Callisto. Less, but similar. If you look her down, she dies.
Yeah. This, I mean, and then we're not even touched on Garen versus Talia mid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, there's so much stuff happening down there. It's, yeah, this is going to be a fun game to cast. So Dugby and Trouble are going to be very, yeah, I don't know. I would be a bit giddy if I was sitting there waiting to take this one away. And yeah, obviously, eyes on Mel, dude. Eyes on Mel. The only downside this being Fearless draft is we're not going to be able to see our production do that with Mel's picture again, because she's
In the
gone now,
game.
right? That's
Oh, that
it.
would be
It's
cool.
done. Yeah, her model's gone in the game as well, so production's gonna have to move around the map every
Oh,
time. And like,
good lord.
yeah, sound effects will be done by Trouble. She's gonna be covering that one away.
Oh my
Oh,
god, yes,
she-
please.
So, yeah,
She's
so
amazing
that's
at
that.
doing dubbings of champions, especially Corky, and I would love after this break to hear Trouble's, Corky's impersonation. So don't go anywhere, please, Trouble. Give me that. I'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, for another game of Lima Oscar Lima. As we're going straight into the Rift for Rich Gang versus Chaos. Duckling, I'm just going to hand it over to you for the rest of it.
Please. I did not expect it. I did not expect that. I thought you were just gonna say a voice like, "This is Major Talk to crowd control." That is horrible. I'm not even gonna get started on that. That is shocking. No, that was really good. That was incredible, Trouble. Thank you so much for that beautiful performance. As I am excited for game 2, man. I am so excited. Not only because the first time I'm casting Mel, I don't know. I mean, it's a bit bittersweet, right? The new champs often are pretty broken, but it's always fun to see them regardless. But Garen mid lane, we touched upon this in game 1, that Ho-Ho can play literally anything. I've seen him play tank Malphite mid, I've seen him play AP Malphite mid, I've seen him play Sejuani tank mid lane, and now he's whipping out the Garen in competitive. It's gonna be fun to watch, regardless of how it works out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like he's going to be fine into Talia as well, especially since you have the regenerative power. Also, you do not care about the rocks that Talia puts down on the floor. All you have to do is pretty much dodge the knock-up. And you can pretty much just run straight into her. You do not have a lot of setup to take her down, but you do have a lot of damage the second you connect with her. And right here, great read by Reach Gang as well. I felt like the second you lock in the Scion from Chaos, it is a given that there's going to be a lane swap. The second there's a Rumble locked in for Banderas, they instantly locked in Scion, you know there's going to be a lane swap. I just wish there was some sort of deep wards set down by Chaos to sort of get out of this situation where they just go into traditional lanes yet again when they actually wanted to lane swap themselves. Wasn't quite the case. Let's see how it's going to pan out.
This will certainly be fun. I can tell you that much, man. I am... It's just so good, right? The Pantheon as well. Ashram is obviously jumping up and down his chair as we speak, right? Just from pure joy, seeing his favorite champion be played as Chaos as well. Not on the cusp yet, but laying the foundation for what could potentially be another massive upset in the lower bracket. 1-0 up. And it was a pretty statement game, right? Because it wasn't luck, it wasn't cheese. They outfought and they out-macroed Rich Gang, the number 1 seed in a group in which Chaos finished dead last without a victory.
Very well said. And right here, I'm starting to get a little bit worried. I was worried for Art of Flare in game number 1 due to the fact that this saga didn't necessarily make too much sense in this composition. Boy, does he wish he had a Zaya in this game.
Yeah.
Point and click CC through Vi. Point and click CC through Nautilus. A carpet laid down from miles away by Rumble and a Garen on your butt. And all you have is a hop over the wall and a flash. Once one or the other is down, it's going to be very easy to actually reach and point and click those CC ultimates and abilities to lock down Artiflare in fights. And I think Ho-Ho, this is where he is going to get extremely scary when he does actually manage to connect with that Zeri. Because there's a lot of peeling in general, a lot of beefy faces on the side of Chaos that can peel for him. But I don't know how much you can flash right there, okay.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take that, right? But I think you're really hitting out a good point. As we'll see what happens in this mid lane first, I'm pretty confident Suhi will just flash out to safety. As I'm saying that, though, he is able to hold on to it. As in the top lane, don't worry here for Artiflare. Should just be able to walk it off the Ignite ticking, but not deadly. Almost got that wrong, but luckily 11 years of League experience has taught me the damage of Ignite, as instead Arozzi will be left alone. But the main point I was making about agreeing with you was the fact that it is very much just, you know, an executive order that we will kill this one target, and unless they all fumble, they will kill it regardless of how far ahead or how tanky the target is with all the lockdown they have on that one target CC.
This is very rough right here for Artiflare to actually lose his barrier, though. Walking a little bit too far forward on a 1v2, getting one of your summoners blown, can't be easy. Again, this Zeri is going to be your most consistent form of damage during the game. You need items, you need resources, you need to keep that Zeri alive. The Zeri doesn't want to be kept alive or safe. That's up to Artiflare to figure it out. However, you can be making those oopsies early on, especially if you want to be contesting for those early objectives, which Chaos have traditionally, through their last best of 5, been very vocal with their presence around them, playing very textbook, setting up, swapping their lanes, starting towards the top side of the map usually for the Void Grubs.
I'm wondering here as we are waiting for those Void Grubs to spawn in 30. Just a rhetorical question here, Trouble. If every single fight Rich Gang do the same thing, blowing their ultimates and getting Artiflare out early on, does this Chaos Composite have enough damage to fight back? I see a bit, but I'm not sure there's enough.
I mean, the thing is, if you do actually manage to blow everything and kill Artiflare, which I'm assuming this is going to be Ho-Ho's job on the Garen. Once you pin him down, I feel like Garen's going to have a pretty easy job getting into the backline. Because there's not many abilities that can actually stop him dead in his tracks. I feel like once Ho-Ho finds a way to get onto Artiflare, once Artiflare is dead, there's some damage coming through from Talia, burst majority, some from Pantheon, but again, your consistent AD damage is going to be gone.
Essential first blood, good damage back on Artiflare. Keep your eyes on him as well, as he's oh so low. The TP in won't be enough as the first blood already claimed, maybe even more to come as the red carpet flies wide. Banderas, that TP sucked! As instead the Void Grubs will go into the hands of Chaos.
Wow, yeah, TPs take quite a bit to land. And you gotta keep that into consideration when you're TPing for plays. Again, Chaos, they played for the top grabs. We literally just mentioned it. They're playing very textbook. And the whole point is when you're like, okay, but a team kind of needs to be predictable to start winning. You don't unpredictable. You don't have to be unpredictable. As long as you're playing clean towards your win conditions, you'll always find your opportunities. Let's watch this one more time. I feel like Rutsu gets a pretty good Q right here onto Eski as well. Very great E for the root from Nomi. And here's where everyone else starts coming in. Taxvik robs all the way up. Look behind him. The whole team. That's a 5-man unit to prep a fight, to prep the ground on top side of the map for the Void Grub security. Artiflare kind of...
well, this time though, a good catch, but not good enough. Brilliant flash out from Suhi as the Ignite. Not quite enough as Rich Gang unable to claim their first kill. The Void Grubs have gone into Chaos' pocket. There's a Drake on the map. Won't be contested as of now, but Eski trying to make some moves to not find an avenue back in, but just, you know, a little opening, find a pick, and make sure the goalie stays somewhat even.
Yeah, very importantly, level 6 onto Nyx. No flash on Artiflare whatsoever. Taxvik had to blow his ultimate to defend that mid lane play that we just watched, so Artiflare and Rutsu have to be extremely cautious pushing these waves on the bot side of the map. Specifically, if you look on the minimap, Nyx is hovering towards that bot side as well. So it could be a bit of a dangerous situation. Ho-Ho has pushed his wave in on the mid lane too. They are looking to defend that bot side river to potentially start a dragon for themselves.
Yeah, and if you're Artiflare here, you need to be worried, right? Because only to be careful at the very least. Nyx does have the ultimate available. The cease and desist should just do exactly what is in its name. To Artiflare, lock him down, make sure he can't do anything in the fight as... I think Nomi's piloting this Mel really well, just poking Artiflare out. I'm no Mel expert, let me be completely honest. I've only played it once, and I won. The camp is busted, and that's kind of the theme right with new champs, but seems to be knowing what he's doing here as the Drake just gets started up by Rich Gang. They have all the control they could want, and I heavily doubt that Chaos will do anything or even get a sniff of it.
Yeah, I feel like you've got the bot lane wave pushing under Chaos's tower as well. I think you're pretty chill right here. You're going for the Void Grubs. You already have 2 out of 3 on the 3 kills for Creature's Strength. You already have 1 out of 3 for the neutral objectives as well. As he's just having a sniffer, just looking around to see what's happening, where Nyx is. Nyx is going to dip back into his jungle. Great ward right there to cover the exit or the entry, if you will. And if you look on the top side of the map, Zuhi, that's what Aliyahs do best.
And Darius is caught. He's just dead again, man. And that's the Fields of Warfare claim for Chaos, man. It's brilliant. It's just a nice macro move, Trouble. And if this is just complete opposites of how this game looked when we saw it in the seeding stage. My mind still can't quite comprehend it.
I mean, you don't have to be in a dangerous lane if you leave the dangerous lane. You don't have to play against the Garen if you're nowhere near the Garen. And again, these kind of champions that Zuhi is playing, like the Taliyah, are the types of champions that want to shove in that mid lane and then roam. Shove in mid lane and roam. Help top, help bot. This time around, it's much easier, even though you're like, yeah, but you're feeding a Sion, who cares? It's much easier to pick on a Rumble and get the kills actually on Taliyah. So Zuhi getting fed right here, especially after an incredible game on performance onto the way, is everything that Chaos needs in that early game.
And Walieski is just looking for a little bit of an opportunity down in the mid lane. I think it's worth talking about this as well, because it's not something we've really touched upon. As maybe I've been interrupted, it seems like they're fighting in the top lane. I don't think anyone will go down though. The Sion is pretty tanky, but Eski, right? So much of his career, Trouble, has been defined by playing for KD, being really one of the faces of the organization, spending more than the majority of the past 3 years there as Banderas. Order once again, simply taken down, and we can just go right back to what we were talking about. Unless something like this happens, they want to find a catch, and they need to get something on the board as well, and that is exactly what they'll do. Take one, likely even two as well. Ratsuo, good flash to create the space necessary to get out, and it's a good escape. The Void Grubs will go over to the Rich Gang.
That's a very good read by Rich Gang right there. They knew that Chaos, again, were going to play for the Void Grabs. That's exactly what they do every single time. And they actually cut them off on the roam towards the top side of the map. The TPs are going to start coming in. Taxvik is trying to steal one. So not all 3 go over to Rich Gang, but I think this is not going to be the case. I'm just about arriving. And the last Void Grab is going to be pulled out by Nyx and taken away. There is no smite, but I don't think at this point Chaos have any reason walking into this river. This is going to be an ideal objective given over to Rich Gang. And again, these teams are Chaos is very textbook in terms of what they want to play for. Next move is probably going to be around the dragon. So Rich Gang do have the opportunity to actually read their opponents and try to figure out a plan of attack 2 minutes in advance.
That's a really good point, as I think you said it really well there too. To playing the text, but being able to read what each other are doing. And I think it's a key concept for Chaos, right? To actually be the ones, even if the moves they're making are a bit textbook, to be the ones making some moves at the very least. That's something we didn't see much from them in the group stage a while. It doesn't necessarily always work out being proactive. Good to see them showing some character, and more will be shown lightly towards the butt here as Sui, Taxi both able to come in, but likely reading that Nyx is in the area as he's ready to play a minute before it happened.
As you said, Nyx over on the bot side as well. Looking for some picks. Just like getting some setup down for the Dragon at minute and a half time right now. And Ardeflare, I'm going to be honest, he's not been having the best time on the bot side versus the Mel. Lots of pull coming his way.
Trying his hardest to lift up the minions he can, as that reflection wasn't enough. No, we must get cancelled then. Nyx shows his face. Chaos retrieve the ultimate. Not enough there from Nomi, as a bit of a peculiar fight, but no one dies.
Yep, Banderas also showing up top lane right here should give Chaos a little bit more of a confidence boost to actually walk towards that bot side. You see that Turtle went over mid, defended that wave that crashed in, and then he's going to head over to the top side of the map, push in another one, and does have the TP. Is he needed on that bot lane fight? And I think he will be. He's quite tanky right now. Got extra MR as well with the Mel and the Rumble joining the fight. So he's definitely going to be a key piece to actually defend the front line for Chaos. Now, of course, there's a bunch of wards on the bottom of the map, and as you can see, the majority of the members, minus Hoho, are moving towards that bot side for the dragon that spawns in about 23 minutes. Seconds, no minutes. That would be way too long.
It would be the nerf mode that Riot announced as the April Fools in 2015, where everything just went slower as SK. Trying to secure the area before the Drake spawns. Right, now gone as well. Not many of them have been taken this game. Eyes on towards the Drake. This will be the first Chaos. If they manage to claim it, I'm gonna have to say because it looks like Rich Gang willing to contest. Let's see where the Starfall comes through, though. It's down towards the bot lane. Nomi. Off the flash already. Ultimate for Flash, you're happy with that cooldown, especially on the immobile carry. Taxi though, be careful not to bite off more than you can chew, and he's being CC'd up. Good amount of damage back from Rich Gang as well, and the jungler from Chaos is just dead, over-eager, overconfident. He will be punished for his sins as fight not done quite yet. Fishing, when does the hook come out? Doesn't get thrown out on anyone at the end of the day, and Chaos able to disengage, but do they potentially find a way back in? Taxi up already in 10 seconds, and Chaos don't look done with this fight quite yet.
Yeah, this time around they do not have the range though, right? They had the wait prior to be able to...
They found exactly the angle they wanted, and the damage comes on towards Eski. He should die. One more auto attack. We'll seal it from Artifla. Nyx goes forward, trying to lock down the AD carry. He does so well, but not good enough, as he will instead get it all turned around on him. Banderas, the last man standing in this fight for Rich Gang, as 4 kills look to be claimed here, as the Flash will not provide an escape that he needed. The tower will not be the safety either. They'll dive, they'll go under, and they'll get the kill in their pocket.
One last death is going to be an execute actually on Zuhi as well. So Banderas doesn't get to cash into anything from this. And I thought this was a pretty advantageous fight for Rich Gang. As you can see, Garen just gets to press Q and run onto Talia. But what a fantastic engage again. Barutu sees that everyone is pretty busy on the top side, chasing towards Talia. So he finds the opening right there to engage towards the both side. And everyone's throwing their bodies to defend Artifleur to stay alive onto this area. Again, this is going to be a fight of life and death, of keeping Artifleur's Zeri alive during these fights. And so far for Chaos, it has absolutely worked. Banderas, you're 2 levels down, buddy.
He could be in a lot of trouble here. Does have his team around him, as Chaos have given up not just this Drake, but the feature strength as well. It's a bit baffling, but maybe they wanted a tempo to get a tower on top of it. Out in my eyes, at the very least, to justify it, even if my red and white tinted Danish flashes are on the 3 Danes and 2 other nationalities, you can say. I mean, I'm not going to go too much into those, and I don't know what's key here, as certainly forced to disengage, but that's a bit of a questionable decision in my opinion from Chaos. I thought they would be able to claim that Drake with their 4-man. They got 4 kills in the teamfight trouble.
Yeah, I feel like they were off tempo right there, and they had already headed towards the top side of the map, so there was no way to reclaim that bot side through the resets. Nyx happened to be on the bot side as well, shows his presence. Nothing much, just a Q onto the side, and that's about it. He could potentially get to clear the whole bot side jungle, but as you can see right here, Chaos are moving pretty aggressively on the top quadrant. They're looking for a dive.
Yeah, and they're certainly gonna get it. No Flash on Nomi, remember, after last time. They did get the dive. They didn't execute it perfectly. Nomi somehow just managed to walk out.
Artifla
had to take too much damage, and as you say, Artifla is more than screwed. He's pinned up against the wall, trapped between a rock and a hard place. The turret will do the rest of the work, and it's actually next up on the menu. Sees and desist. Double kill for Nyx in the bot lane. The top laners might be fighting, but no one will really come out on top. But Rich Gang on the other side, very happy claiming those 2 kills.
Oh, Turtle is looking for his ult. He's looking for his ult. Does he have enough mana?
He levels up. He levels 13 soon. He's waiting for the level 13, and then he insta-ults, is my guess. Oh, it didn't die.
He got the slow.
One more. Doesn't want to go for it. The reposition came through. Banderas will have to give this up, as Ratsuro will just run down and chase for this kill. Does have the flash. Can't quite close the gap.
Just do it! Just press R! You had to right there. Okay, well, let's have a look at the replay again, because I feel like Chaos overextended massively right here. They've had Nomi in their tracks, and they've just not been able to pin him down, because the second you press W, you get a 30% movement speed bonus, so you actually kind of get away from a lot of those dangers thrown your way. And again, point click, CC, I think Artifla didn't move, and the second he did, he walked a little bit too close to the sun, and the tower took him down, and then Chaos was able to overextend it, so Taxvik ends up going down. I feel like Chaos really thrive when they figure out how to play the game in a pretty simple manner. Objective here, okay, let's set up, let's fight. How are we fighting? Like this, perfect, great, let's move on. But I feel like the second they sort of start overreaching, it's a little too much, and their fingers start getting chopped off. I feel like Taxvic has committed way too hard twice trying to kill Nomi, and they instantly got shut down because Mel, even though immobile, that small percentage, well, not small, quote unquote small percentage of movement speed that she gets is enough time for her not only to get away, but to call insurance behind her as well.
Good damage from Turtle, but he finds himself in a 1v2, maybe even one that he can win, actually. You're joking me, not again. He's done it again as Ratsuo will claim the kill credit. The fight still continues. Nyx locking up Texvi, and he will be bouncing around the bouncy house, but not to be taken down quite yet until Nomi finally secures the kill. But they'll chase on, they'll fight on. Chaos not done quite yet, but it's actually Rich Gang who are winning the fight, claiming the kills. Flash forward from Nomi, looking for the final bits of nails in this Chaos coffin. Artifler hiding back, but to no avail. He's running the wrong way with no clear exit inside. He'll be taken down as Rich Gang now see Nomi go on a killing spree.
Wow, this looked very advantageous for Chaos. And then it will flipped instantly. Ho-Ho, the big winner of this as well. 1.4k up his counterpart in the mid lane. And I thought Zuki was having a fantastic game. He got ahead, he got to push his lane, he got to roam a bunch of times. 2-0-1, 1.6k. This Garen is going to be so monster scary in these fights. And let's watch this one more time. That's a 2 levels up Sion into Banderas's Rumble and the Vi. 2 levels up onto both of them. Great attempt for the re-engage right there. However, they're both piling up, all 3 of them. They're piling up on the Rumble ultimate with his dying breath. He lays it down. Again, they overcome it. That's it right there. This is where you stop. Fantastic re-engage by Nyx to solidify the win of this team fight. And again, I feel like Chaos have the syndrome where they just don't know where to stop. They just see kills and their eyes start going red, kind of like Warwick, and they just won't stop until they find the gray screen.
Can't stop, won't stop, maybe a bit of the motto here as the goal now a bit in favor of Rich Gang. We're yet to see much of this game, but as you mentioned rightly, right? Sui got solo killed in that top lane before, so really finding comfort on these more obscure picks and tasting a bit of success on it as well. The Mill could be getting a soul point here alongside the rest of Rich Gang with just 15 seconds until the next Drake spawns, and they have all the control around the area that they could walk. Yes, though, might not let it go down without a fight.
And again, a little bit of the calm before the storm. Next dragon has spawned on the map. It will be soul point. Rich Gang, they do have pressure over on the bot side. Bouncing waves over in the middle as well, and pretty good vision, I would say. On the very basics around River for themselves. But those pushed waves will definitely give them a lot more edge in terms of deeping into River. It's going to be more uncontested. But the sides of Chaos are set onto Ho-Ho on this Garen. Again, 2 items, extra movement speed. I don't think you can pin him down very easily. So they walked up. They're going to back off, pop the Rift Herald right here for a little bit more pressure towards that top side. And to set down some vision. I feel like Chaos have kind of run out of ideas on how to get back into this.
Yeah, the goal is small, but all the controls seems to be in the favor of Rich Gang. I don't think the goalie has been telling a story of how you can feel the game really swinging towards one or the other team, as so often it's been pretty close between them, but you can clearly feel the control of the Rift they have. Yeah, they're able to just claim the objectives they want as well, Rich Gang, right? They can really take whatever they want at this point. At the very least, that's the feeling you're having. Looking at the items, it's pretty close across the board. Most of them have hit 2 items, except for Texvi, who will maybe look for the rest of the gold that he needs here. He'll go forward towards Banderas, who lays down the red carpet, and that is a whole heap of damage to make it a 1-for-1. Finally, Banderas makes his name known in the series by finding a play in his favor for once.
A question mark right here for this flash onto Taxvig, and there's Atakan on the other side of the map. Having your jungler up and available is of pivotal importance, since Zui does have TP if he wants to join this fight. It's not going to be the case quite for Rich Gang, as this Garen is a little bit too zoomy on our screen right now. But as you can see, Rich Gang heading towards that top side of the map. Starting the Atakan as well. There is TP onto Zuki if he wants to join, and another 5 seconds for Taxvig.
Gonna have to give it, as you say. 5 more seconds. Taxvi Artifler had just reset as well, and this is just done. It's in the hands of Rich King, unless they delay it so long that they can get back up, but it's not even in their attention. They don't care about it. Taxvi's running towards the bot side. He wants some mission control there instead, and all of a sudden it feels like so many of the neutral bits of this game have been Rich King just catching out Chaos for tempo mistakes or small micro mistakes.
Yeah, I feel like there's been one too many overextensions. I feel like Taxvig is kind of the glue that holds his team together, and when he's been put on more aggro champions and then he overextends and dies too much, the team kind of gets lost on the map with him. There's been 3 incidents so far which have cost Chaos literal team fights, neutral objectives, pressure on the map. And once Taxvig overcommits, once he dies, you lose a very, very important smite on the map, which allows then Reach Gang to take all those neutral objectives. That's why I'm pinning it on Taxvig, because once your smite is down, you can no longer necessarily contest, and that is a big problem. And right now, the biggest problem is that most fed member is Cyan. Turtle has been doing great, fantastic. You've put down the Rumble. However, all Turtle can do for you is tank. There's 2 point-click CC following ultimates on the side of Reach Gang. Ardefleur, I honestly do not know how he can play these fights and from how far away to be able to evade both of them. Oh?
They want to make the play still halfway on the Artican buffs. They're nowhere near timing up, but they want to claim the withdrawals. They have been nerfed this pet. Remember that. 15 seconds now, you're out of the fight as Nyx. Now the next target here for Rich King, as they've already found one. Rather Chaos with one proactive on the move. Sorry, yes. 2 withdrawals gone. They want more as well. And they're gonna chase down the bot lane of Rich Gang. Flash away from Nomi. Surely not enough as the Taxvi comes in as well. But Ho-Ho on the flank should be able to assassinate one. The flash away though is great. Nomi now finally going into the withdrawals. And you can see Banderas now back up on the map as well. He's not done. Round 2. He's able to disengage and say 1 for 4 in favor of Chaos. And that's huge to get those withdrawals gone instantly.
Alright, and that's a little bit of a bite shown by Chaos as well. Running them down, trying to actually find their angles. Now, they need to wait for all their cooldowns again as Nomi.
Oh, good flash away from Taxvi, but maybe a bit too late. Oh, that damage is crazy! Just cuts through the HP bar. Another jungler dead for 40 seconds. We're yet to see the implications of this as they'll want even more, and they'll certainly get it out of Fleur. Stepping too far forward. There's a Baron on the map, guys, and Rich Gang surely set to turn their sights towards it.
What?
Why would you fight more?
Ardefleur just walked under a dying tower into a Nautilus Vi, waiting to press R onto him. It's been sort of a game of let's toss mistakes around, see who catches them, and Rich Gang again have been punishing beautifully the entire game. This Garen is immortal. 3 items. Has the pen as well. Let's watch this one more time. Here, Rich Gang are catching Chaos onto backing off from the previous fights that we watched. And again, Taxvig overextends to try and get the kill onto Banderas, which then allows Ho-Ho disengage underneath the tower. And here's where I'm scratching my head. This tower is dead. Where are you going?
Oh, we're going right back into the fight as now it's Turtle and Ratsua being caught up. We know Turtle takes quite a while to kill. He hasn't died yet, but this will be the first one as the shutdown has been claimed. Keep your eyes on the other half of the rift though. They were looking for Ho-Ho, but unable to claim it. The soul is up and available. This movement speed that Rich Gang will be getting from the cloud so will be so strong for them and make it near impossible for Chaos to play the game. There's also a Baron up, but you can see what Rich Gang have their sights set on. Fight still needs to be perfectly executed, but it's 4v5, so the ease of execution is on their side, and they've found the right targets. Taxvi is the number 1 that they get to take down. That's the smite removed. Ardefleur trying to do the damage, but with 2.5 items, only 30 minutes in, he's not doing much more than just tickling the HP bars.
Rich Gang are taking complete advantage of the numbers that they have over Chaos right here. They chase them around the map. They see jumping and engage jumping. I mean, they're 5 versus 4. You mentioned it as well, and this Garen is going to be absolutely mortal. Not to mention that the Swifties upgrade with feats of strength, the extra movement speed that he just got by the Drake, by the Soul. Yeah, Ho-Ho is going to be probably number 1 wanted raid boss, which means that you cannot just solo him. You're gonna need a raid to take with you to even attempt maybe to kill him on easy mode. But he's level 18. It's not easy mode anymore. This is proper
so
mythic
fast.
content.
He's a race car. That's not fun. It looks very fun to play, to be honest, but what can they realistically do about him, man? He's 500 movement speed a second. I have to take a look at how quick he is, man. Without the Q, he's hitting 500 movement speed. When he Qs, probably like 600-700. That's almost home guard out of the base. Really hard to take the target down, and certainly impossible to run away from him. The Baron, maybe even the only thing that can get Chaos back into the game, but how do you execute a team fight when Rich Gang have it all in the bag, it feels?
Just need to make a pick with the Talia and the Pantheon. They're looking here. Banderas is quite overextended. They could potentially single him out.
And next though, battling back here, and Artifleur.
Guys, you're AD carry.
Guys, you're AD carry, as you say, able to dash over the wall, but half HP already, one ultimate force. There's still more pick potential left in this Rich Gang roster, and Eski yet to show it against his former orc, and now it comes out. Zoning up, making sure Turtle will slowly but surely be taken down. He ults to safety, and instead Chaos turn their attention to Eski, but it might be too far forward as Sui now finds himself on the front line. Here comes Ho-Ho looking to run down Chaos, and look at him, he's just spinning to winning, getting 1 kill already. 2 now claimed for Rich Gang as well. As Chaos, yet again the one to make the move, but they get punished for their over-eagerness.
Baron on the map as well, but the bars are pretty low, especially on Nyx and Banderas. Banderas can actually back and TP back into the Baron pit, which is exactly what he's doing right now. And the rest of the team, the rest of the gang actually gonna wrap around for the Baron. Another great fight right there. They held on until Ho-Ho pushed that mid and then joined them for the fight. And I feel like Chaos right now, I'm sorry, but they look desperate. They're trying to get a flank. Vi is literally in their face, but they're not looking at Vi. They're leaving their AD carry alone. He has to deal with that, and he has to use his ultimate, but he has no flash. It's a little bit too over the place, and again, Rich Gang is taking complete control of that chaotic scenario from Chaos. Let's have a look right here. That's way after Nyx has actually pressed R on Artifleur, and you can see all the poke has already landed, and they're just getting time right here from the sort of Rich Gang. They're just waiting. Look at Ho-Ho in the mid lane, just pushing that wave, taking his time, and he's just gonna wrap around to finish the deal. And
you can sense it.
That's a yellow. That's a yellow question mark ping for me right there. But hey,
maybe a few more than.
Whoa!
Wow. Okay. Straight back into another pick. And if there was a time for Rich Gang to come online in the series, now would probably be a good one when you're 1 game down in a best of 5. They are finding a way their favorites to win this series. They should have done so comfortably this game. Pretty comfortable from about 10 minutes ago, I want to say, as oh my god, without the ultimate, just one-shots him through the barrier. He's spinning and he's certainly winning. Ho-Ho providing the entertainment content as this will be the final fight. Chaos, not much else to do in this game. Even the tank isn't tanky against this Baron. The Formula 1 race car just running wild on the Rift. 600 movement speed when he Qs. It's absolutely disgusting. Rich Gang will answer back, show why they're favorites with a confident game number 2 now in their bag.
And they have 5 members in the base. Only Rutsu there, but I don't think you can do enough damage. Toxic maybe.
Even the Wombo combo isn't enough. There are no carries to do the damage. There's no one here to save you. Ho-Ho is now godlike on the Garen at his peak cons, and sadly we won't be able to see it again, as it will now be gone with the Fearless. Much more to come this series. It's certainly been an explosive one as Rich Gang finally look to have a bit of fun and take down the Nexus.
I'm not going to say completely decisive game from Rich Gang and that they have redeemed themselves, because they have absolutely not. However, from Chaos, I want to say that I feel like their weak point right here is when things do not go as planned. They went into this game very clear with the signs of lane swap. They got the sign to the Rumble, they want to put the Rumble behind, which they did. But I feel like they forgot about the holistic approach to the composition. Picking the Zeri is like into the Nautilus and Vi, who are usually picked into the Zeri, picking the Zeri after that.
As well, right? It's the last pick into it. You want to do something that can change the game, and this certainly did change the game, but only for the worse.
Yeah, it just made it really difficult, I feel like, for Artifleur, and he wishes he had the Zaya from the first game, but this is hardcore Fearless, and I feel like once you throw Chaos off balance and off what they want to do, I think they find it a bit hard to adapt, and maybe a few of their attempts are a little bit too overzealous, and Rich Gang punish these very, very easily.
Yeah, the series is certainly in our hands now, right? 1-1 is the scoreline. David versus Goliath, as the favorites answer back. The underdogs aren't out quite yet. More from the analysts now.
And we have a tie. Okay, obviously everybody wants to talk about Garen. Hold it. Hold your horses, because you couldn't hold that Garen, regardless of what you did. So let's talk about the beginning of the game and how it looked like Chaos were actually doing well until the Ho-Ho incident.
My take on that is that Chaos approached this game as the same as the previous one. So in the previous game, the idea was, hey, we're really scared of Banderas and for right reasons, so what we need to do is we need to shut Banderas down. In this game, surprisingly, they still had a lot of focus on Banderas, and you kind of can understand it because he's playing Rumble, who is a very scary champion. Problem is, there are so many other things that completely slipped off their attention span.
One of the can I talk about him now?
I mean, we have to.
One
Yes,
of those
let's go.
things was
What is
Ho-Ho
that?
in the mid lane. So I want to take a look at the first the first example that just completely summarizes how this game went. Happened around 25 minutes into the game, right, where Chaos tried to make a play happen, and they tried to be beautiful with it, and it just simply did not work because Ho-Ho came through. So let's take a cheeky peek. Look at this. So this is Turtle with a TP flank, and this is all coming up sunshine and rainbows for Chaos here. You know, you get that first early kill, then you're chasing on to Nyx, you're gonna pick him up, then Turtle's gonna yell menacingly, "Cowards!" and run towards people. And we're getting some more action. But take a look at the top right of your screen. Here's Ho-Ho just going crazy, and suddenly this is a 1v4, by the way. Well, okay, Banderas is here too, and he's, you know, he's menacing. He is a menacing Garen, but this was just the start of the issue for Chaos here, because Garen's not done, baby. He comes back for round 2, and he runs down Chaos. Look at it, he literally runs them down under turret. He just spins at them. Right, he just spins away at them, and there's nothing you can do about that. And it didn't stop. Like, this just did not stop for the rest of the game. This was Nash as well coming through here for Rich Gang, really signified the beginning and the end for Chaos. And there's something extra exciting about Ho-Ho here. It wasn't just how he killed champions, right?
Okay.
Something about how he killed minions as well.
Yeah.
So take it. Do it.
I saw this one, 340 minutes at 28 minutes. Solari.
This is like Foxtrot was trying to find the stats in the when the game was still going, trying to see if this is maybe breaking the record, and it might honestly be breaking the record because it is physically almost impossible to get that many minions per minute in the game as a stat, but he was able to. My theory, my take on that is that he was a very speedy boy, and he was basically just speedrunning the game between the lanes because everything was working his favor. Like, Garen by default gets a lot of additional movement speed, he has good items, he has a really lucky Dragon Soul. Like, it's so rare that a Cloud Soul is lucky for somebody that much as it was for Ho-Ho in this game. Because once he got it, he's like, hey, I'm just gonna keep running. And he ran this game down for the enemies, and he also ran between the lines and get a lot of CC in the process.
It was disgusting. You saw him like one-shot Zeri at the end there. But legitimately, we were like 31 minutes into that game. Okay, he had 391 CS, I think it was, right? The fact he didn't get 400 is a crime, by the way. So
yes,
but that is like over 12 CS per minute, and that is godly numbers up until, so it's definitely a record for NLC this split, because Crowley holds the record for both regular season and playoffs. He got like 10 point something in both regular season and in playoffs, right? And yeah. Ho-Ho was on 12 of all the major regions. If you hit 10, you've done something pretty juicy, right? 10 CS per minute, let alone reaching 11, let alone reaching 12.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, if you looked at the CS stats of his teammates, like, yeah, he was the billionaire that with his workers on food stamps. That was how that was going that game. But look at that, bruv! Look at that! He was just insane amount of like stats coming through for Ho-Ho here. And honestly, as much as the stats themselves were cool, it's a big glow up from what we saw from game 1, right? Where he did struggle there. He did struggle there. And if Rich Gang want to progress here in the NLC and show us that they're made of a little more than what we've seen so far at the playoffs, they're on a 3-game skid in the playoffs, right? then this is the kind of performance that he needs to have.
So the question whether or not, tell me before I move on. Yeah, tell me.
The idea apparently is give Ho-Ho a champion that can face check. Give Ho-Ho a champion that doesn't require other champions and really good positioning to not die, and that's where he thrives.
Yeah, so you can play the sniper game 1, doesn't work. Okay, go as the tank or the bullet that the sniper shoots. Well, with that in mind, we need to talk about the idea that Chaos ran out of options in the first game. I don't know, but that's something we'll bring up and talk about Rich Gang and Chaos as we move on with the cities. And to move on from game 2, let's talk about game 3 as soon as we're done with the quick break. I'll see you soon. Game 3, we got a glimpse of what Chaos could do on Game 1. It was domination as soon as they got their hands within the Rift. There was some weird plays, but regardless, they got the first game. Rich Gang on the second one, well, gotta admit, kinda summarizes everything. Something I never thought I would say in pro play, especially with almost 400 minions at the end of the game without being a severed. Game 3 though, adaptation. Chaos, we talked about Rich Gang, Solari. Chaos, go!
The thing with the Chaos is that we see a very big change from them, and it's a good change compared to the sitting stage, because now we see a lot of aggression from them. They've learned to go forward. Now it's the time you learn that your car also has brakes, and sometimes you gotta slow it down a little bit. You can't treat every game as your limit testing field, which is what they did in game number 2. They gotta learn their limits, and Rich Gang is the perfect team to show you where exactly your limits lie, because they will punish you for overstepping into their territory. So right now for Chaos, the question is, did you learn her lesson? Because they did come into the series prepared. You can see that from their drafting, from the way they try to focus a lot on Banderas, for example. But now it's time that you actually adapt and show us that you have something else up your sleeve.
True.
I agree.
Focusing the
That
Banderas,
was
it's
cool.
not
Yeah.
really working, is it? To be honest, like,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what Banderas' KDA is this series, but it's in the dirt, that's for sure. But his team still managed to win a game, so that's cool. And I do feel like it's kind of a curse, isn't it? We hyped him up into this, going into this series, and he's had a huge target on his back the whole series, right? And we haven't seen him on those big split pushes yet, and that could, you know, everyone, you've all played games versus like a Tryndamere or a Jax or a Fiora who's like 0-9 and ends the game. You're like Yorick just sitting there and doing their things, right? And that's still a relevant strategy as we move forward with this series here, that it could be a thing, like you can target him, and it's a credit to him that he will still find a way to be useful, and he'll still put pressure down on the map. So yeah, moving forward here, obviously we're now game 3 in the Fearless draft. We've got a lot of champions taken away, 20 champions to be precise now, that we can't pick from. But surprisingly, still a lot of premium bot laners available, right? That we can look to pull from. So maybe now we start to see that focus shift down towards the bot side.
So the bot side is the way to go. It's the highway we should take a look into right now. Highway is moving cars and garden, yeah.
We definitely can, because Nomi showed us, it's so crazy that we had a Mel game and we didn't say a single word about that Mel after the game, because we were
We
so...
should leave it at that.
Maybe, but it's not because Nomi did anything wrong. Nomi was great on that Mel, and there is still a lot of champions that he can pull out. Same for our Daffler, even though in the previous game Zeri wasn't the pick at all, and you can see how much he struggled in the game. But yes, we have so many AD carries still available, because it's not that our AD carries were really going with AD champions in the bot lane all that much throughout this series, and we love them for that, but maybe it's time you look into that Varus, please.
Yeah, he's been banned a little bit as well, hasn't he? So
Yeah.
Kalista, Varus, Ez is still open if I'm not mistaken, right? We haven't seen Ez yet either. So 3 good champions in that bot side that we can look to play. And obviously, as you know, as we said right at the beginning, like AP champions down bot side. Swain's been getting banned away a lot. Maybe that starts slipping through. Ardafla has played the Talia in the past as well. I know Talia herself is not available, but it goes to show the kind of champion pool that this guy has down in that bot side.
Going to be copying the first match. It was Chaos on blue side, Rich Gang on red side, same bands right now, the Jace, the Skarner. Let's see if the Swain joins the crew. We got to see that band. Pantheon also out of the table. A lot of those champions that we've given priority being removed. The Ambassador, the Way, the Mao, Kai, Rakan was such a stable one, Rumble, the Vi. There you go. I apologize, Salari, but
Yeah.
no.
I mean, I understand why kids are doing that, but also I feel hurt. You know, it's understandable though. Same as keeping Xante as a ban against Turtle. Like, you just don't want to give such a big win con to the enemy. And same with Viego, honestly. You don't want Nyx to be playing Viego.
Yeah, we still
Loves
have
that
Wukong
one.
available, am I not? Yeah, Wukong is still up for as a
Yeah,
jungle
somehow.
choice. Yeah, he's quite a premium jungler, and we've not really seen a lot of priority on him. And again, these bot laners, we might just see a handshake of those, like a Kalista type of, like Varus, these kind of things here. yeah, these are the options available. We're seeing pretty standard bans though, like again, like I'd say these are kind of like pocket bans, like the Swain, the Viego, the Poppy. Like these are player specific bans that can make. Ooh, bloody hell! Okay, that's a very fast lock in here for Zuri, going back to something a bit more comfortable on the Victor. This is post nerf Victor still as well, right? So not the powerhouse that we've seen him be before.
Not many things to throw against Victor on the mid lane, though. Like, the first thing that comes to mind is Hui, which was already used in game number 1 by Chaos, by the way. So, but again, Ho-Ho is the person who pulled out Garen into Talia in game number 2. So you can expect that Archie shouldn't be too threatened by that Victor first pick.
Varus goes in, Wukong is available, that's another one. Maybe you can try to reply. That Kalista is gone. But looking into the jungle maybe and saving the mid pick before you go into the second half of the bans. Although Galio, I mean, he feels comfortable playing the melee versus range. We've seen it before, so we can't judge him at all. We saw the Garen versus Talia, so Galio versus Victor should be easy.
Yeah, you get some protection here as well for an otherwise kind of vulnerable ADC in Varus. So yeah, and it's a very nullifying mid lane against Victor as well. So it should be pretty chill down there. Not exactly as exciting as the Garen that Ho-Ho played, going from Garen to Galio. But it's going to be that Jinx in response now to the Varus here. So I like the fact that you're kind of answering with a bit of range too. There's a lot of range come through from Chaos, right? Between Victor's ulti, the Jinx rockets as well. So yeah, not trying to get too close to Rich Gang, which means we're gonna have to start digging deep for some of this like good engage right here if you're Rich Gang to get onto these long range carries.
Yeah, but for Chaos right now, they also need something for the front lane. They need something like Xin Zhao, for example, to engage and to clear some space for Jinx and Victor to feel safer. But on the other hand, what Chaos also need is something to have an early game entrance for them. Because I'm looking at Victor and Jinx and I'm seeing scaling. I'm seeing a late game potential for you, but I'm not necessarily seeing what you do if early game doesn't go well for you and you're never allowed to scale.
Ooh, it is the Wukong. I was thinking of a Jarvan here, I'm not gonna lie. Like Jarvan Cataclysm into Jinx Victor is nasty. But Wukong is
like
also pretty
the
gross.
Exodia of picks?
A little bit.
Now?
Yeah. A little bit for sure. Like as far as strong picks go, like yeah, you can't go wrong with what you're seeing right here for sure. Wukong is just, you know, and his skirmishes may potentially like a little bit better into Xin Zhao as well. So although I don't think his skirmish is better than Java, but it's fine. Like you just got a big AoE, big jump in here, and we wanted that engage, and Wukong kind of gives you a little bit of that too.
And this kind of gives a logic to what the Overseer is talking about on the chat, which is Trouble, by the way. She's my Overseer in terms of picks and bans. You don't really need to take the Jarvan if there's a Camille last pick for the Banderas. That's the way to lock it in. She's gone. And then you have to look up like that meme and see Galio coming from the sky, like, you know, that's the meme,
boy.
you know? Sorry, Jinx.
I love that.
happens.
Love that.
Actually, that would make so much sense if there is that Camille for Rich Gang, because they are on red side, they can afford to go for this R5 full Banderas, they can afford to have him as a counter pick to make sure that the laning is going to be nice for him, the pairing there is nice, but then, yeah, you go Camille, you have a nice lockdown, you have a comfort champion for Banderas, you have really strong side laning. I would want to see that happen.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
go for the support next.
Right there. Pike and Bard just gone. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, again, Fearless Draft, you're digging deep into your pocket, so this is, you know, a game 3 in the Fearless Draft. I could certainly see this coming, and if that were to happen, like I would expect, you know, like a low effort top laner to play into it. Yeah, Nari's would also be unsurprising. Like it matches very well with the Wukong the jump in as well. But I think they're holding it. They're holding it for sure. Because I do think that Trouble's onto something. Like that is a strong side lane to play into, and split push side lanes or someone that's going to generate a lot of pressure in a side lane paired with a Galio is really, it's not just a team fight engage, right? With a hook shot that comes in with Galio then goes on top of her. If you play into the side, suddenly 1v1s. are not 1v1s, they're 2v2s, or 2v1 is now a 2v2, and that's a 2v2 you'll probably win with both solo laners. So yeah, there's the video that you wanted to see, Solari, actually from last game. So it's
I really
it's
wanted
coming
to
a
see
bit
it
late,
in
but there it
last
is.
game because Zeri really needed a little help with dealing with all that control that was being thrown at her. In this game, there is still a lot of control. I don't think Milio is going to have as much value as he would have had in the previous game for Zeri, but I still feel like Jinx here really wants to have some support that's going to help her out and to help her stay alive. And with Lulu being taken
so
proactively
good.
by Richang, Milio makes sense here. And I love this on, by the way. I love it. We are having a non-committal long-range engage, and it feels like it's exactly what this composition for Chaos needs.
Yeah.
What opens
And-
the Camille? Or
Yeah.
a counter push.
I mean, it's something with pressure in top lane would certainly work. I carry
This
top
works,
here,
yeah.
honestly works
Yeah.
really, really well.
Yeah?
So yeah,
There we
it's the
go.
Gwen. It's not quite Camille, but I think it's a similar flavor, to be honest. Considering you're
Yeah,
like lacking some
blades.
like magical
Yeah.
damage as well. It's someone who kind of just like jumps in and does some bits right there. So I like the Gwen. I think it's a good lock in here. But for Chaos, they've got a very, very easy choice here of just Jinx, Victor in the back, Big Orn in the front, disengage, protection, 5v5 kind of death pool type thing. So yeah, very easy to execute comp here for Chaos.
Okay, with this in mind, as you look into this one, is this match point for Chaos or for Rich Gang?
Ooh, going with the real questions.
Yes.
Just looking at the draft. Oh boy, I wanna say... You know what, I actually don't know. This is a hard one. This is a complicated one. Okay, if I have to like pick and choose, I will say Chaos.
Okay,
Yeah.
Fox.
I would go similar as well. I don't think that... I think the 5v5 is very strong from Chaos. We don't have a lot of engage from the side of Rich Gang, and so it's going to come into potentially like side lane players, which can be tough to execute.
Okay. Interesting. With that in mind, we'll toss it to the casters after the quick break. It's not like legs with blades, but it's like a scissor, so it's the same. It has blades in it, Rebel. It's something. Okay, you win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Summoner's Rift for game number 3 here in the Norwegian derby between Chaos and Rich Gang. A back and forth series so far. You'd expect these two teams to be ranked similarly in terms of the strength and their performance in the seeding stage, but you'd be wrong.
Wait for it. I think we might have a lane swap. Which,
What a shocker! I love lane trouble.
It would kind of be uncharacteristic if it comes from Rich Gang. It's not going to be the case. The bot lane's hitting bot as well, because I'm like, you picked Gwen into Ornn. That's the freest lane for Gwen. So he doesn't care. Also, I'm deeply freaking hurt. Where's my Camille and Jarvan combo? I felt like this was the biggest. Like Foxy mentioned it on the desk as well. He's like, I was expecting the Jarvan too. Double immobile 80 carry, Emilio a slam after. Jarvan, Camille, Gali on top. Mwah. Chef's kiss. It would be everyone presses R at the same time, and we see a spectacle. Now, Nyx has a pretty, not hard job, but a very important job to do, which is to deliver the Galio into the backline.
I do feel for you. We're getting very excited in the draft about all the good picks that were all of a sudden an opportunity, and none of them came to fruition. You must be sorely disappointed as a little bit of poke is thrown down here in the bot lane. I'm excited to see what the junglers will do here though, both AD oriented obviously, and able to look for picks. They're both heading towards the bot side, and that is the little asterisk in terms of we could see a bit of early game action, because outside of that, I'm personally not expecting too much outside of some poking down bot lane.
It's gonna be pretty chill. There's a lot of scaling on both sides as well. Little tempo on Nomi. He's going to be going more towards the on-hit build I'm expecting on Varus. He's going to be needed to do that as well to burn through the Xin Zhao and especially the Ornn. I feel like this is why the Camille did not come through for Banderas as well. There would be way too much AD damage, and with a very heavy attack like Ornn, it would become a little bit hard to burn through the Xin and the Ornn if they bounced up a bunch of armor. However, I was gonna say, I don't care about any of this. You just jump the backline, you delete them, they have no armor, who cares? You know what? I'm gonna put my saltiness aside in this game, because you know what? Camille could be coming later on, another series. If Reach Gang managed to make it through, yeah?
I mean, had Chaos won the last game, right? We could potentially say this was the last game of the day, and you wouldn't be seeing the championship, so hopeful to see. Now, though, we are guaranteed at least one more game after this, as I think Taxmi is on his way towards bot lane. I don't think I know, actually, as the wind becomes Lightning Connects. It's a 3v3 all of a sudden, and good return damage. That is a whole heap of it, actually, as the flash over the bowling ball secures first blood for Nyx.
Bit of a bait right there from Reach Gang. Taxvig again. Ah, man, he's been so over-eager to take these fights, and Reach Gang just have him right where they want him every single time. I feel like they're baiting him a little bit too hard. He falls too far deep into his ganks, and then they just end up capitalizing on the overextension right there. Wukong gets the bot lane Scuttle Crab, and he can actually head towards the top Scuttle Crab as well. Let's watch this one more time. Really great trade right there onto Eski. When it becomes Lightning is going to connect, then the dash through, and insta polymorph from Eski, and the Q landing from Nomi. He doesn't really have much of a reply right there.
And the fact of the matter is, right, with so little being invested as well from Rich Gang to do it.
And he's on it again.
Very happy. Yeah, there's more to come. But at the end of the day, Banderas has read it like an open book. Nyx as well able to, counterplay, and we'll see if that will come to fruition. It certainly will, as I do believe they'll get one. A turtle will be the sacrificial lamb. Now 2v1. Nyx battling it out. 3v1 rather, should I say, as Ardifla is here as well. This monkey is for the taking and will be shut down by Taxi.
That was perfection. Perfection. Double buffs secured. The transaction has been completed. That was the whole point. You recycle the red and blue so that it can end up coming back to you. I actually felt like that was a great play from Chaos, because they knew that their bot lane was already rotating. So they were going to be the first ones on the play over on the top side of the map. And Reach Gang thought they had the upper hand because Nyx was one level up with double buffs. Like, obviously this looked really, really good for them. Ho-ho. Actually bullying Suhi under his tower, for now at least, for the time being, until he gets some mana in his inventory and starts pushing out the waves.
Suhi really stepped up in the last series. Hasn't found as many solo kills yet. This one against Rich Gang did solo kill Lofty quite a few times in their series last week against Venom Crest. He has looked good though in both of these games, being one of the shining lights of Chaos, really starting to make a name for himself, but hasn't been as dominant series, I think is the way to phrase it. Nyx might be way too far forward here, and he should get punished for it. And he very likely will try and dash out to safety. Runs towards his team, but well read by Ardifla. One more auto, the Void Grubs defeat the Warfare. Again, another great macro move here from Chaos.
Ah, they forgot. Chaos plays for Void Grubs every single game. A very textbook move. Move everyone to the top side of the map. Taxvig was around, and actually what was a pretty disastrous start by Taxvig on that first gang has actually been equalized. 100 gold up onto the Wukong only, and he's heading towards his bot side quadrant of the jungle, which he's going to find a surprise in, because Banderas gets to proxy, backs as well. And now, I feel like this is going to be the case here, having Banderas reach out to the backline of Chaos. You've got very mobile carries, like the Jinx, like the Victor. It's going to be up to Banderas to actually take them out of commission in the later fights to come.
Banderas, who, has had a bit of an up and down series trouble, I think it's fair to say. Dealt a lot of damage on the Rumble, died quite a few times, but towards the latter stages of the game,
he really took someone with.
Came into his own. Yeah, he did. But it took a few deaths before he started to get someone down with him as well, right? So, seeming to be slowly but surely heating up into this series, as so far, yes, he has died, but that was due to a gank, right? You can't really blame him for that, and he's a player where we know his ceiling is, very, very high, right? So he can definitely step up, carry the game, do exactly what you need him to, but just needs to find those consistent performances, and that's maybe been the problem this split, because we have seen his highs, but we've also seen some pretty poor lows.
Hopefully only has is what he brings into this best of because his team really needs him. However, for now, things are gonna calm down just a little bit. As I say, this Taxvig, I don't think he's seeing his jungle at all because he's only looking at lanes.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the Drake. He'd rather get one more kill on Banderas, and he can try and snip his way through the HP bars, but it won't be enough this early into the game. Yes, they give up a Drake for it, but they find another kill in the top lane. I think more importantly, the fact that Turtle hasn't been the one to be bullied gives him some freedom to do his tank duties better late game.
Yeah, he's got 400 gold lead right now onto Nyx in the jungle. The Taxvig again, not a very disastrous early game gank. He has managed to recover. It's going to be a Drake going over to reach gank, so we're going to have a swap on the two objectives. Void Grub's going over to Chaos, Dragon going over to reach gank. So 1 out of 3 for both these teams. However, 3 out of 3 on the Feast of Strength when it comes to the kills going over to Chaos. And I feel like this Xin Zhao is going to be a huge problem in the early game. Because I don't know if you remember what Solari was saying over in the desk. It's like, I like the Victor, I like the Jinx, I'm liking what I'm seeing right here, but who's carrying that early to mid game so it's not stagnant for Chaos? And right now, it's Taxvig on this Xin Zhao. Add the Milio with all the buffs on top. I feel like he's going to be unstoppable once the first item is completed.
I think you're making a really fair point, and if there's someone who's willing to take that man's on him, right, it has to be Taxvig, who is so happy to make the plays, happy to be the leader. He is also one of the guys who really helped build this team, and nope, 4 out of 5 pilots of the team that did qualify them into the NLC still remain Sui, Taxvig, Turtle, and Ratsuo being the players who all qualified Chaos in, and I like the fact that the organization giving them the faith to show what they can do in the NLC Division 1 stage as well.
Absolutely a great lead, and also an even greater one if they do manage to get through this best of series victorious. I just want to say, what a Cinderella story for Chaos coming through, not only being beaten every single game through the seeding stage, but they didn't even look close. They didn't even look like as if they put up a fight. They look lost. Now, name it momentum boost, name it bootcamp boost. Something has worked out. Their early games seem much more stable. The way they want to play the game seems much more stable. And even though they did end up losing game number 2 for majority of it, they were still in it and they were trying to find ways out of it. And right now, they've got the perfect opportunity to put that into fruition. One of their favorite compositions to play front to back, extremely simple to execute and very self-explanatory, as Chaos are going to engage onto the second Void Grabs on the top side of your map, wrapping around Rich Gang.
Rich Gang want to contest it. They don't want to give up all 3. I assume maybe Nyx will just try and win a smite battle. Actually holding on to his for now. It's about denying the 3, right? So they don't count for the feat of strength. But
they can.
You can. Yeah, as you say, they can. Ryo in mid lane as well, and instead Turtle is battling a bit with Ho-Ho, but a bit of a wet noodle fight there, not leading to much of anything. And I think you're really hitting the nail on the head. They lost game 2 pretty confidently by a Rich Gang who looked way better than in the first game. And that KS performance was still way better than the one we saw in the seeding stage. They were fighting back, they were not giving up, they were finding windows and avenues to try and punch their way back into relevancy in the game. And while it wasn't enough because Garen was spinning and winning, it's already just miles better than what we saw in the seeding stage. Because as you said, I mean, they just looked lost. They didn't look like a team that was showing up. They didn't want to do anything. They didn't have the confidence to do anything. And it's so good to see this completely different team show up in playoffs.
Huge flip right here, ahead in gold, only by a little bit. 6 Void Grabs is going to be huge. However, this particular team, you don't necessarily have a lot of split pushers that can sneakily take advantage of the Void Grabs. However, you do have a Jinx. So if you do come in contact with the tower, and she gets excited for whatever reason, then she's going to be chipping down the tower pretty quickly. And you do get a bunch of priority over the tops of the map, pushing down the waves. Now I'm expecting a quick swap, very close to the Dragon coming through from the Chaos bot lane over to the bot side. There is no teleport for the Ornn though, and that is going to be a bit of a bummer. I feel like Turtle is going to have to be on a great timer to try and be there for his team. He's a very pivotal key factor to their engages as well as their front line.
Oh, it's pretty tanky. Does take a bit of damage there underneath the turret. Bot lanes fighting as well. Ratsu maybe stepping a bit too far forward. Assist with damage and good mana as well. Taxvig somehow in the mid lane just finds the kill, but we'll keep our eyes on the top lane for now. As the trade has ended, I do believe they're all out for safety. The mana bar is really being the deciding factor in that fight. Nyx now looking for the kill. Must have a decent amount of damage. Another bit of Cyclone as well, but won't be necessary. Forcing Texu to lightly reset. That could be the Drake for Rich Gang and denying the feature strength as well for now.
Yeah, another proc on the tower right there from Banderas, who's been chipping that down pretty heavily. Nice cancel on the top side by the Rocket. And Turtle.
He's in trouble. The snip. The HP bar doesn't stand a chance as the true damage coming through. Banderas finding the solo kill, but the play not done yet. Here comes Taxi from the flank. Looking for a way in to take down someone like Banderas without summoner spells. He's half HP, and there's so much damage back. He gets shut down. The killer comes over to Artiflan. As the Jinx needs more time to scale, he can't get excited too much and chase more kills.
Banderas with one item already completed already hurts. 1.1k up onto this Gwen, and he's going to be extremely scary. Now, that is another iteration of very nice W flash right there from Taxvig to connect onto Ho-Ho, and Ho-Ho has been doing this thing where he's bullying Zui under tower, then Zui stands in front of him as he dashes, he takes one too many tower shots, and then just walks him down the lane until Ho-Ho is under tower. However, this time around, Taxvig was there, and honestly, Taxvig has used this Xin Zhao exactly how I would expect him to have used a Jarvan. Even though to completely different champions, to completely different playstyles, he's actually used him very actively in the early game. 6 out of 6 skill participation. He's been constantly looking for opportunities to get himself ahead of that Wukong, which hasn't necessarily happened yet. However, again, a very disastrous early game. To be able to equalize that is great stuff for Taxvig. Now, of course, in the bot lane, you do still have a dragon that just came out. This is why they have pivoted Zuhi over to the top of the map. He does have the teleport. He needs to join his team. Mid lane Prio goes over to Chaos as well as they push in that wave. And they're going to head towards that crypto area, towards the top side of the map. That spawns about 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Just take a look at the minimap, right? 4 members of Chaos off the top side. Ho-Ho pretty tanky. Can certainly take some damage from Sui as the Crux helping out here. Hurting Taxi just a little bit. I think Ho-Ho will get the reset through, but maybe Eski will be the next target. Now Taxi shows himself, just making it known that he is here as well. The Drake will be lost. It will simply be the prize.
He stole it!
Wait, he did?
He stole it with a Jinx rocket!
Oh, nice little snipe there from Artifla. Getting that in that direction, and now they want to try and get more. I completely missed that he stole it. Incredible Super Mega Death Rocket there, as there is more to come. Oh, now full HP underneath the turret. Eski is the target. Nice flash. And he's outplaying it well, but there's only so much Alulu can do. The HP bar not big enough. Turtle walking off the tower damage as the dive is successfully complete. Rich Gang, though, answer back on the mid lane and find Rotsugo.
However, I don't see what Chaos get from this dive, as here Artifler all alone under his tower. He's gonna have to commit his flash. Doesn't have ultimate, remember. I feel like that was a very overzealous dive in the top side of the map. You steal the dragon, press B, reset, get tempo back on the map, because Artifler loses his support, he dies, he loses both his summoners in the process, and you've lost a bunch of pressure down bot lane, as well as a tower. This Gwen is going to be so difficult to keep under control in these team fights. Milio alone can do nothing to this Gwen. Once you've used your Q, you barely have any other tools to keep her away from you. Sure, you can heal, you can use your ult, you can use your shield, you can use your W, but you're very, very squishy. So Jinx, Milio, Victor are gonna be in a lot of trouble when they come up against Banderas' 2-item Gwen.
Yeah, the Gwen so strong, going straight for the damage, not any mixed items build. The Nash's 2 right into the Shadow Flame, but that also means you're squishy. And Taxi will look to punish it. A few more autos should do it despite the heal from the snip. It's not gonna be enough in the end though. Nyx able to trade back and shows how hard it is to take down Banderas.
That was a 1-for-1 trade right there. Not necessarily a clear winner. I feel like we've come to this point in this game where we're just fighting to fight. And I would just like Chaos to sort of pull back just a little bit and look at the objectives.
What are we looking at?
Just
fair enough.
Just have an objective in mind, right? Don't just fight.
Mid lane. Artifla gets taken down by Nomi. The shutdown gets claimed. That's a big kill into Rich Gang's favor. The gold lead now growing as well. They want more across the map. The TP still coming through despite the tower going down. And Darius and Nyx look to take down Sui, who does have the flash but can't find the way out. Will be shut down by Nyx as well. Rift Herald likely to be claimed as well to be the grand prize.
Yeah, Artifler and Roots will have no business picking up a 2 versus 2 after both of their summers have been blown in the previous fight. And Zuhi sacrificed himself to take that top lane tier 1 tower. However, now you're opening up the map for a lot of taking from the sort of Reach Gang. You're giving away the Rift Herald that you were playing for and you were warding for. And let's watch this one more time. Artiflare walks the closest sun, and I'm pretty sure he gets Chain of Corruption to the face. As he clears up the wave, he walks a little bit too far forward. R is gonna come through from Nomi. Right there.
Even
Oh, he actually missed!
And it
Oh, he
didn't
actually
matter.
missed.
That is crazy.
Didn't
To
matter.
miss your ultimate and still that confidently win the 2v2 just shows how strong that bot lane is. The goal lead is in Rich Gang's favor as well. They've gotten another neutral objective in terms of the Rift Herald they got just before. They can look to use that, and in the next few minutes we'll see the second Drake for both teams spawn, as well as the Yardakan. Looking at the items, I mean, there's just a lack of damage, it feels like, for Chaos. As you said, right? If Texby wasn't able to carry the mid game, they'll need time to get to the late game before the Jinx, before the Victor comes online, and they aren't there yet, as Texby hasn't been able to continue snowballing the lead he had early on.
I feel like I have 2 items you can say we have a game for both Jinx and Victor in particular. I just feel like this Gwen is just so scary in terms of peeling. There is no actual peeling in the team for that Jinx and the Victor. Sure, I see the Ornn and the Zinza, but if you use all your killing/engage abilities just to defend yourself from the Gwen, there's so many other threats on this sort of Reach Gang, and that's the problem.
This is a
here,
mistake.
As
You're walking
Axvig
into a
is
trap, Texby. You're walking into a trap, brother. Get out of it. What have you done to yourself? You're a dead man walking, as you will be cut down immediately. Disturbing amount of damage, and as the Drake spawns in 40, the Artican in 30. They'll have to ask questions about that decision. The over-eagerness, once again, getting the better of the Danish jungler. Yeah, I'm sorry,
See,
Trouble.
I'm really trying here to see the positive on that.
Oh, but there are no positives to this either, surely, yes. I think Nomi might fall down. No! It's a brilliant flash right into the waiting hands of Eski. A duo that has won multiple Norwegian championships together, showing how it gets done, winning the fights constantly, and this feels like the first real nail in the Chaos coffin. Artican now spawned, and Chaos not done yet. They want to make it chaotic. That's what they thrive in. Big shutdown claim on towards Sui.
That was a great kill right there, just to pretty much slow them down. There's a very low HP tower. Insta TP towards the top side for Turtle to defend his tower as well.
You could die as well after.
I don't think you can defend this. Okay, let's start from the very beginning. Axvig. He's done this one too many times in multiple games.
Speaking of one too many times, we'll see another attempt of it here, right? He's not done quite yet. Eski able to just walk it off in the beginning. Now Nick's coming in, healing up, and I think the fight is over, Trouble. You can go back to your point, but it's a Drake to play for, so be cautious.
Well, I think Rich Gang is who have to be cautious right here. They do have a couple of wards in the river, especially towards the bot side of the map. No TPs available for them, and Banderas is just about leaving base with an extra needlessly large rod. They're gonna pop their intro in the mid lane.
Next yet again, too far forward, Polymorph. Able to just run away to safety for now. As you say, the Herald spawn, helping push the wave. Turtle walk his way back in the mid lane. The ultimate cooldown's currently up for the side of Chaos, while on the side of Rich Gang, they're all up and available. Reset for Sui, he needs the mana. The turret will look to be taken down, but Artifact's dead. Then just gone. They're both deleted in an instant. Chaos have already lost the fight, as Rich Gang now looking for even more. Ratsuo being cut down by the scissors of Banderas, and oh, that's a horrifying fight if you're a Chaos fan.
It's just very decisive from Reach Gang. They see champions, they just instantly engage. They know that Artiflare only has flash, which he wasn't even able to use to begin with. Okay, which replays that? Okay, thank you. We're going straight off the very beginning. This is where they popped down the Rift Herald, and as you very well mentioned during that fight, there were 0 ultimates on the side of Chaos that mattered. Look at that. Ornn ult not there, Victor ult not there, and Reach Gang know that. They popped down the Rift Herald for a little bit of attention
Turtle.
taken away.
Turtle! Took a look at the picture. They shut down Banderas. Could it be something more? I'm sorry, Trouble, for interrupting, but Turtle able to touch a little bit of a fight up there.
That's alright. Another Chain of Corruption, of course, hit right there. Lovely from Nomi, and then everyone else just piles on. And this is how difficult it is to deal with a team that's all in. That's why when I saw earlier on in the draft the Victor plus the Jinx, I'm like, you're doubling down on 2 immobile 80 carries. if Rich Gang picks an all-in composition, you're gonna be in deep trouble. This is where things like the Thresh would usually come through, but Emilio is yet another sitting duck. So Chaos is having a little bit of a problem sort of taming those engaged tools from Rich Gang, and I think it's only gonna get worse from here, because you've got 2.5k onto Gwen, almost Death Cup in the inventory, 2k up onto the Wukong, 2k up almost on the Varus as well. There's just too much raw damage and engage to deal with.
Yeah, they have so much damage now, as you said, the mid game, right? They need more time. You say we have a game where there are 2 items on the side of Chaos, and I do agree with you. But the 2 item spike just so much stronger for Rich Gang, in particular Banderas, almost at the 3 item spike. While Turtle can do a bit of damage in the beginning, he'll quickly lose the extended trade. Looking at the map though, Rich Gang might end up trading Banderas here for the Archon. And that's a trade they'll happily take because they've started it up and no one from Chaos are able to respond to XV. Still walking towards the bot side and he's gonna get a Gromp in return. Banderas won't even die and they're just giving up the Archon.
There's nothing you can do right here. You're just trying to take whatever you can on the other side of the map. Banderas in his bubble.
Will he die before the Archon buff comes through? I heavily doubt it. There comes the withdrawal to stop the shutdown from coming in. XV now likely a bit too far forward. Banderas can TP him when he comes back up. Eski's already back and it's all falling a bit to pieces here for Chaos. Rich Gang though, getting more and more confidence. They grow into the series, really showing why they were the favorites to begin with as they look to pick off Suri. He's dead, man. He's just dead. He can try. He might. Gone. Maybe he gets the withdrawal. No, not even the end. One more tick. Nope, the shield. The shield is enough, and the small. It's just not going that way. Yeah, it's really rough. Oh. It's so close, man. So close yet so far. But Rich Gang.
It's okay. He had flash
to the edge.
He had barrier. It was fine. There's heal from Lulu ultimate. He was just very confident that he was just gonna dodge it, as he did as well. And now for Rich Gang is pretty surgical. Just end the game. You've got all the tools, you've got all the engage, you've got all the disengage, all the damage. Banderas is playing with fire yet again.
Oh, Alpha knows. That was crucial. Otherwise, the Elf could have gone awry. Baron now on the map, and while the goalie is really big, it is again not insurmountable. 3 items for Suri. I'm holding on to a sliver of hope. My Danish gene will not allow me to give up on the 3 Danes of the side of Chaos. Or Rich Gang, they're in the driver's seat trouble. They're feeling confident. They are showing why they are the favorites. The players are stepping up and they are looking way more coordinated. And as you say, near surgical precision executing these fights.
I don't know how much being Danish is going to help him here, but it's going to have to help him a hell lot to win this game. Yeah. So I mean, whatever the Danish power is, turn it up, crank it up to 100 because they're going to definitely need it. I think this game is as good as over. 3 items onto Nomi's Varus as well. This Ornn barely has 2.5 items in the inventory. He's going to be melting as the frontliner. And we're talking about the possibility of the scaling. You said the 3 item Victor, hopefully 3 item Jinx. And the question with all of this scaling composition is always how much are you willing to give up until you get to that scaling point where you're satisfied starting team fights. And so far, it's just not looking good because Rich Gang are just not letting go. They're finding the fight. They're instantly engaging. As you can see, even Nomi just walks up on his own, trying to find a lot of poke. And now they're going to take full control of the top side of the map because the Baron has just spawned. I think this is going to be the final lane in the coffin. If they can manage to get that Baron, use that Atakan for something on the map right now because right now, it's just that he just faded. They didn't get to use it, so that's a win for Chaos, I guess.
I wholeheartedly think you're right. The Baron will either be defining the coffin or the redemption here for Chaos in game number 3 to potentially push them back in the lead as might have been a bit caught out. The Archon revives, or withdrawals rather, have now been timed out, so they are not here anymore. It is all on this Baron. So much pressure on it. The ease of execution, I want to say, is on Rich Game because they're so far ahead that the scales are weighing heavily in their favor. And Nyx has been able to find some great engages. This could just be one more in his lock. Attacks me the target yet again. You want to remove the smite. And look at Banderas. He's just assassinating Sui. And he successfully does his key job. That's the carry gone. And now Rich Gang will look to chase for more Artifla. Whoa! 2.5 items. That damage is disgusting on the Varus. They turn their attention to the soul point instead. They want to make it clean. They don't want to make any messy mistakes in getting the Drake. Maybe with just the first step of that all. Maybe looking for more in the fight here. Not done yet as Artifla is the target. He has Flash and Barrier. Will need to use them both perfectly to win the fight. Nyx is low, however. One more auto would do it, but the damage back from Nomi stops any potential further engage. The AD carry battling bravely to secure his team. Oh, they're so low. So low. Can you get them out of it? Not quite. As the sap goes wide and slipping through their fingers is the potential shutdowns that could lead their way back into the game. The recall's now coming through, and I think they'll have to accept just getting a turn instead.
Yeah, they have to take this tower and then dip straight into the river to take that dragon. The HP bars are very low. There is no TP for Banderas. But look at instantly the reply coming in from Richgun. They're like, sure, you can take this tower. It's just your second. We're just going to straight beeline for that Baron, which is going to help us push the waves and win. So the entirety of Richgun came towards the top side of the map. They know that Chaos have to reset to get in all that money that they just cashed out. Let's see if the majority of Chaos heading towards that Baron area is going to be enough to dissuade the situation.
I think it's almost already gone. I mean, Nomi and there's so much damage between them. It's gone before our very eyes. We couldn't even see it on the screen before the damage had been enough, and they get out, being unscathed, actually desperately trying to get something, and that just shows how good Rich Gang are, right? They're able to make a mistake and instantly they come out on the winning side of the whole white play.
To be fair, I feel like if you watch this replay of the last teamfight again, you could be hopeful for Chaos. A lot of the abilities, thank you so much, observers, a lot of the abilities actually missed. Keep your eyes onto Jinx, because she was never threatened. He sidesteps the Devours, takes the long route around the jungle, and Zuhi, yes, he gives up his life, but take Banderas in return, which is the #1 threat to this Jinx, which then allowed Artifleur to walk up after that replay you just watched and almost get that reset. Had he gotten that half an auto reset, we could have been talking for a completely different game.
Text me, but Chaos, if you don't want to die for a crap, I'm sorry. I get too nervous there. Looks to be caught out, but he's able, as you say, Rich Gang. And they're just gonna use their Baron trouble. There's hope for Chaos, but it's not much. It's fleeting, as you can say. And Darius able to dash out of it.
Of course, with Atakan, they didn't manage to get anything on the map. Breach Gang are going to take one tower towards the top side, and now you need more lanes to get going. If you look over the bot side of the map, it's been completely neglected. It's all the way towards pushing towards Breach Gang. So I would like to see a few lanes being pushed out. Ho-Ho can join with teleport and with ultimate. Same for Banderas. I would like to see a lot more pressure. Now Ho-Ho is going to start heading towards that bot side of the map. Again, having Baron when you're only pushing one lane, it makes it very easy, especially for high AoE wave clear champions like Jinx, like Victor, to sort of heal with you underneath their tower, and that's exactly what Chaos is doing right here. Again, if you give Chaos a proper front to back, Flash is up on Artifleur, and this is going to be very, very massive for the fight to come.
There's still one more fight, and you highlighted exactly the right thing. And that has to be the decisive one. The scale still weighing in Rich Gang's favor, but Game 3 trouble so often feels decisive for how a best of 5 is gonna go, and especially as the role of favorites, Rich Gang taking a lead here, it'd be hard to see Chaos come back. I'm not gonna count them out until they're dead and buried in the NLC. Yes, that the unthinkable, I almost want to say, happened by even just showing up and competing well in these playoffs, considering their earlier form, and maybe Banderas has just been picked off. Good healing, good movement speed, but the catch is massive! That is so big! Now they have a timer to play for. Yes, they lose a turret, but 50 seconds without one of the big, strong damage dealers. But look at Rich Gang's composition. They're certainly not lacking damage.
I feel like you're going to miss, you're going to lose that mid lane tower anyway with the Baron buff. That was the last assault from the side of Rich Gang. So they just let it go without actually fighting it, and they got a kill on the other side of the map. Very well played, and honestly, Ornn damage always surprises me because I'm like, that's a 3.5 item when full AP, and you just absolutely dunked on her with Ornn. One level down when this happened. As Artifleur
cannot be caught here, Nomi.
Chances.
Norwegian veteran looking to find the right engage. Instead, he might be caught out himself, though. The team is around the corner, and he's able to get out to safety. It did come for the price of a flash trouble. A key cooldown to keep your eyes on. 1 minute on soul point for both of these teams. I'm looking in particular towards Artifleur. The 4 item spike, rather, the Infinity Edge, still a bit of ways away. It's around 850 gold in his pocket, so he'll need around 2,000 more, maybe 1,500 or something. So won't be able to be there for the fight, but look at Nomi. 4 items, and this Varus is pretty tanky.
And I just want to say right here that the next dragon is not going to be a final fight. Both of these teams have 2 dragons apiece, so letting go of a soul point when you have zero control in your jungle and you could be playing the entire game on just getting in and placing a ward is just absolutely not worth it. So I feel like Chaos, if they wanted to make a choice right
He wants to catch Sui. Good damage, but here comes the re-engage from both teams. Sui, get him buried, you have to feel, and he gets taken down, but he gets the return kill. Once again, Trouble, he's able to trade it 1-for-1. As the teams now get split, Rich Gang were looking for the opportunity when Chaos came up to support their fellow Dane, but able to back away just again. Another kill, more time to be bought. Drake up in 10 seconds.
Very importantly, Galio ult taken away. The whole Wukong dives the backline with Gwen. Galio slams in. That is one more assault weapon that Jinx doesn't need to actually care about. As we have a quick pause in the game, we'll let you guys know any further details whenever we have them. But this is such an important fight. The dragon is up again. Chaos, Rich Gang, if they do not have access to the river, they don't have to fight it. It's 2 apiece. Let's watch this one more time. Zuhi, he's been on the side lane for quite a bit. And Banderas finds him. He wins those anytime. Pulls in the Galio ult as well. I felt like Zuhi flashed the wrong way right there. I would have seen him flash towards the Ornn, but wasn't quite the case. Didn't have to. It was a 1-for-1 again. This is an 8,000 gold lead that Rich Gang have in their hands, and he's just not showing. 3 items on Jinx, 3.5 items onto Victor. It's going to be one fight that dictates the entire game.
And to just think that we're sitting in this position, Trouble, in this series, right? If you look at the two teams, the nameplates, the value of the players on the roster, you have a team of full rookies in the NLC on the side of Chaos. And they are going toe-to-toe with a team I personally rated to finish in the top 4 at the beginning of the split. That is a huge achievement from a team that was in shambles in the seeding stage just a few weeks ago.
No, I feel like they've definitely gone from the what was it called, the ugly duckling, sorry, to the swan in the story.
Fair enough.
They just seem very promising, and even though I feel like the series overall hasn't necessarily been very clean from either side, it's been sloppy. We've seen such a developmental angle for Chaos that is incredible to see, especially for newer players that are coming into this season's NLC and they have to face some incredible huge names. Of course, we have the call that it has been a voice communications problem that we are dealing with, so a small technical pause, and we'll let you know as soon as we can jump back into the game. I know everyone's like sitting on the edge of their seats and they're like, just get us in, because we know that one pick, someone overextending, a wrong flash, somebody not pressing it is going to mean literally end of game.
Yeah, and you're saying it completely correct, right? Because every time you see someone about to die, you think this could be the decider. One pick in the side lane, Nomi catching out Ardefler, whatever it may be. It's just that one little decision or one little micro choice or mistake that can decide the game. And I said it before in Game 3 as well, right? It so often feels decisive of who's going to win the whole series. I predicted a 3-1 to Rich Gang. That prediction could very much still come through, but even if it does, it wouldn't have come through the way I expected it. I thought more of Rich Gang here, and I'm not sure if this is to give credit to Rich Gang, or to be a bit disappointed in them, or I'm giving credit to Chaos, because I think Chaos, Venom Chris was a big win for them. It was the defending champions, but there was the asterisk of the substitute top laner, right? While they beat them across the board, there was always going to be that asterisk. This time though, it's completely different. They're playing against a strong NLC team, and they are fighting tooth and nail. And as you say, it's not clean, it's perfect. But boy, is it entertaining.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna come out and say it. I didn't believe in Chaos. That's why I put 3-0 for Rich Gang. Yeah. I didn't believe, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna apologize and lay out of Chaos. I wasn't familiar with your game. I thought it was a coach top lane diff, and I take it back and I apologize on air. You guys have developed so much. However, for the development of the game that we are just about going to see, we have a technical pause and we're going to throw it onto a very, very quick break. But when we're back, one team fight can possibly decide this whole Game 3.
Okay, Trouble, we are back. Break is up. Soul point for both teams. Sui dead, Banderas dead for 20 more seconds. It's a 4v4 on the map, and Ho-Ho is getting the top lane tier 3.
See, the rocket from Jinx was flying over as well to try and clear the way where Ho-Ho is. He's taking the tower. He's gonna go down in return for the dragon. Baron coming up in just a couple of seconds as well. Well, I'm saying a couple, it's about 40 seconds, but taking control of the area, those 40 seconds is very important because you get to reset back on the map and still have a bit of vision left to actually walk in. This is going to be the case for Rich Gang, as you see. They're gonna set up some vision, go back, base, buy items, grab some control wards as well. 2, 3. Their inventories currently walk straight back onto Baron. This is the only point of interest on the map currently. No other objective. Sitting pretty and very good replay, I think, for Rich Gang. Again, we said for both teams, you do not have to fight a soul point. A dragon that, if it goes down, becomes a soul point. And that's exactly what Rich Gang did, having no Gallia ult as well. But now, everything's running on full cylinders, and they caught.
The smite, if he's gone, the Baron all of a sudden. Very easy pick here for Rich Gang. Keep your eyes on Banderas. He's gone full glass cannon. If he goes in at the right time, finds the right pick, he can delete a whole team. If not, he'll be the one deleted himself. You can already see just a bit of poke from Sui, certainly doing its rounds on Banderas' safety bars. Now he goes forward. There he goes down to about half and instantly deletes the tank of the side of Chaos. Artifly stitching out the damage he can, but he's spinning now with the Cyclone. The crash down coming through as well. Banderas just healing off of Sui. He's one-shot the carry. He did exactly what he needed to. He played the risky game, and the prize is the victory here for Rich Gang as they flash forward for Meski, chasing down the last remaining hope from Chaos. It's Artifly who's doing what he can, but there's not much to do with 3.5 items on the Jinx. Ratsua will try, but he can't do it. The game is done. It's dusted. The favorites, they step up when it matters, Trouble, and then push themselves to match point.
Either of these teams just needed one team fighting Chaos, blowing their biggest engaged tool early on to try and catch Nyx is what sealed the deal. Rich Gang are stronger on the map, they've got more money, and they're looking to get us to match point.
Second map secure. The tension for now released as might just be one more game to play. Can Chaos fight back and continue their underdog story? Time will tell. That's Rich Gang. That was a victory that was much needed. A bit of a turbulent game, I want to say, because there were moments where they were very much in control, but then at the end, I mean, it all came down to one fight regardless, right? They had an 8k gold lead, and for it to be this close, where it feels like it's all about finding the right engage at the final team fight, that's not the situation they wanted to be in, but they got it over the line, and that's what matters.
Yeah, I feel like the inexperience came through for Chaos right there, blowing the Ornn ultimate to try and catch Wukong when there's 4 people literally walking the ramp. This could have been a completely different situation. If Turtle just decides to headbutt his ultimate to the right onto the 4 people, and again, we said that one overextension, one mistake, one blown ultimate, and this is pretty much it. Especially when Rich Gang are about 8,000 gold up in the lead, you cannot be affording to make any mistakes. Chaos, though, big props to them. They did make the move, they did try to make something happen. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case for them to win this game. However, they've made it so difficult for Rich Gang to get these wins on the board, and one more is all they need to close the series.
Chaos fighting tooth and nail, and they will not let go, but Rich Gang stronger and just better at the moment, right? Getting the win on that Bergs. To talk more about it, we'll talk more about Game 3 and potentially the final game as well coming up in Game 4. The analyst desk will take over.
Potential final game, as Duckling stated, and this is where we at. I mean, a lot of people predicted a 3-1. Chaos showed up today with a different perspective on Game 1, but Game 3, with all honesty, could be anyone's game until the end of it. There was always a window where Chaos could actually open and get out into a free zone and get this into a different state of match. I want to understand this a little bit better and how we got here on this game, because it didn't look bad at the beginning of the game towards Chaos.
Listen, can I just throw something very quickly? So it didn't look bad for Chaos at all in the very beginning. However, I want you to remember that in the beginning of the game, there were like 4 very big kills that happened for Chaos. All 4 of them went into the Taxvik's pockets, into the Xin Zhao pockets. This is not who you want to have the kills when you have things like Victor and Jinx on your team. If you get those kills, you gotta do something with them, because it is the other members of your team who are going to get stronger through the game, not you, who are going to carry the game, not you. And unfortunately, we didn't see anything happening with those kills whatsoever.
Yeah, it was a tough situation for Chaos there, because exactly as you say, Solari, like when a lot of your early game success goes into feeding a Xin Zhao, it's kind of meh. Like Xin Zhao's strength comes from skirmishing, being kind of scrappy. He turns into a pretty good 1v1 champion as well if he's ahead too. And so I was thinking, well, maybe this can be used to actually fight Banderas, because otherwise, you know, when you're paired with an Ornn, if you go to gank, Banderas probably just turns it around. There's not a lot of threat onto the Gwen that way. So maybe you can use it to fight Gwen. And he did do that once, actually. He pretty much soloed the Gwen, actually, when he was ahead, but then he got traded back. And from that point, like, he just wasn't really able to find too much impact. And it's difficult when you've got all of that heal coming through as well. Like, you jump in, like, you can't jump on Galio for starters. That's not happening. Wukong got pretty far ahead at some point in that game as well, so that's a hard one to fight too. And then you're against like some pretty, you know, some good peel, people who will just shove you away from the carries. It's hard to execute. You really need to find those side lanes like 2v2s or 2v1s or whatever. But, you know, Victor and Ornn, not side lane champions, not champions that want to find those scraps and skirmishes. So it was a little bit disjointed in that sense. The Xin Zhao, great for getting your early game to transition into those team fights, to transition into a point where your Jinx and your Victor can pop off and carry. But yeah, when you get all those kills, it's hard to execute. It's hard to make it happen, and it just didn't this time around for Chaos.
As we were piloting this game or watching this game, it got to a point where Chaos looked like they were slowly putting their fists down. The game was a little bit more stale. They were more cautious about it, and it looks like Chaos thrives in chaos. Apparently, Rich Gang are taking control of the seas by just making them play their own game. Obviously, it has been extremely competitive, and this is good signs for Chaos, but they're slowly losing it. This is such an interesting take where Nomi doesn't do it again. They're able to destroy the arrow before it connects, but instantly pull the trigger. Look at this. How did that happen?
Yeah, it doesn't.
One team away
Do
from
they
safety.
pull the trigger on? They pull the trigger on our Daffler, and from this fight on, it is always our Daffler who is going to be the sheer focus for each gang.
Yeah, that's a bit of an oopsie, to be honest, for Chaos on that one. Our Daffler shouldn't. I mean, there's a few. Yeah, shouldn't be that far up, or you know, maybe Emilio can peel and stuff like that. Just shouldn't happen. That just didn't happen. But it was well pounced on by Rich Gang to take those opportunities and run with them this game.
So with that in mind, we are one match away from what it could be a 3-1. And Chaos still has a chance, still has a glimmer of hope. From watching the series until now, where do you believe that glimmer of hope could reside on Chaos?
That's a question and a half.
Yeah.
I feel like I think Zui's been kind of crap this series. He struggled, he really has, and he was the guy when Chaos beat Venom Crest, right? Go on, yeah, sorry.
He didn't struggle in game 1 that much, though. I think that is when he was allowed to play away. Anything else hasn't really worked out for him.
Exactly, and like here, like he's on the Victor. He's getting into the fight a little bit late. Just gonna ignore that turtle ulti right there. But he can't really have the same amount of impact. He's not been hard carrying Chaos right here, and it looked like the confidence, the swagger that this guy had when they were playing versus Venom Crest. It was something totally different, right? And to be honest, maybe it was harsh for me to say he's being crap. Like, I'm not necessarily putting it on him specifically. But if Chaos want to win, like, look, he can't really do it. He's sitting on the side, he's hitting a Galio, and then gets pounced on by Banderas and just gets insta-deleted. Like, that's not gonna cut it. It's not gonna cut it. Like, this team fight right here, Rich Gang are just showing us that they have the better team fights. And that's tough when you're in a scrappy series like this one.
But then, who do you play around? Because our Daffler, for example, is he's having some good games today. He's having some really solid performances. But at the same time, you remember the game where he was playing on Zeri, just making very big mistakes with positioning on the map in general. So I don't know if that, for example, could be the lane you pivot towards if you want to look for a win condition.
That's a good point. That's a good point. The questions are just piling for Chaos right now, and they need to find an answer. They're going to be... Okay, they're going to be picking blue side for Game 4. So giving priority to the first pick, although the first pick was the victor. And as you stated, it was not an easy one to pilot on Game 3. So if you're prioritizing the mid lane, Ardaflor was like doing his best with the Jinx, but he didn't get the reset, and you need those resets. With that in mind, we have a few minutes before we jump into Champion Select. We talked about Game 3, let's do a quick pause, and then we can talk about what could be the last game of the series. Whoever wins moves on, whoever loses is out. This is the Winter Split, this is the NLC, and this is Arozzi. Welcome back to the desk. This could be the game that decides it all for Chaos or for Rich Gang. Either we get another one after this one, or we are done with the cities and we get Rich Gang moving on in the bracket and Chaos not pulling that miracle run everybody was talking about. They showed some signs, but the signs are not enough, and Rich Gang are slowly taking control of the playstyle, of the momentum. Everything is going for Rich Gangs. I mean, they gotta start pushing back. Chaos just needs to say, you know what? If we're gonna go, we're gonna go ham. But for Rich Gang, I want from both of you a player that I should be looking into. Like, ooh, he's popping off.
Ooh, I'll start with the top laner then for Rich Gang for sure. I think Banderas has been a standout point in game number 3. Banderas. He was great. You know, he on that Gwen, a lot of focus was put onto him, as it has been all series. A lot of gang sort of attention, and you just can't put him behind. You just cannot make this man irrelevant, and that's scary. That's really scary, especially now in the Fearless Draft format, where you're digging deep into those champion pools. And Banderas, honestly, barely touched. If we look at the champions that he played in the seeding stage, he's actually not played any of them yet in this series, right? So all of the champions that he can play, like Gnar, Cassante, the Darius, Fiora, Camille's in there as well. Jace is up there. A lot of them have been banned away from him and will probably continue to be so, like the Jace especially. But I don't know if you have an answer if you're Chaos, whether that's in draft or in game. I don't know if you have an answer for Banderas.
I like it.
I'll throw you another one that I'm not thinking that Chaos have an answer to apart from game 1, and it's gotta be Ho-Ho, because he had a terrible game 1, but it looks like, or at least it feels like, it was because the champion was not the one for him. The moment you put him on a melee champion, the moment you put him on the champion who is self-sustainable, who has the damage but also can survive, if he is mispositioning himself, this is where he starts shining. Going melee into ranged mid laner, no problem, he says. I think Ho-Ho has been having a fantastic performance today, again, apart from game number 1, which was tragic for him, but hey, we learn something every day, and sometimes you gotta lose a game to understand something about yourself.
Garen is actually OP in mid lane. As we look into the champion pool, and you were talking about the top lane, what about the mid lane? Because I know we still have a lot of AD carries available. The Kalista so far hasn't even been banned or picked or even hovered. They don't care about that. We've seen some EP moving into the bot lane. But what about the mid lane? Because Ho-Ho is playing Fearless from seeding stage. You thought he was playing Fearless. He has been like, oh, I don't pick the same champion. I don't care about that. But what about the other side? Chaos might be in trouble, no?
Yeah, there's some options open still, but as you say, like, we're really pinching those champion pools there, Archer. So yeah, it could be difficult. I think, you know, you still got some decent options available. Like Azir, I think is still knocking about if you wanted to go for something like that. We've seen a lot of bans on the Aurora as well. There was a cheeky game from Ho-Ho, very cheeky game, where he went AP Kog'Maw, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I think that was against Verdant. Was that?
Oh.
Hey! There we go. We found the file.
Just haunting us today.
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema for production.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Well,
yeah.
Jace is out. Victor is not allowed to be picked as well. Arcane is gone. Skarner also being removed from the table, and so far the same. Solari, I'm sorry, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. See?
I know it is going to happen. You don't allow Nomi to play on Swain. Just full stop. He's too good on that. So I understand where this ban is coming from. I understand where Aurora ban is coming from Rich Gang side as well, because allowing it to be first pick from Chaos side, you don't really have good answers left in your kit to throw for Banderas or for Ho-Ho.
Yeah, kind of standard bans here. I think Chaos has banned these 3 champions. I'm not 100% sure, but they definitely did these 3 last game. I don't know if it's been that way the whole series, but they seem happy and content with that one. I think all of these bans are almost exactly the same, actually, to be fair. Maybe a bit of a run back here. To be fair, as far as, like, obviously you can't take the same team comp, right? You can't run it back to that extent. But the identities of these comps, I quite liked from both teams, to be fair. Like, the execution wasn't there from Chaos last game, but if they want that kind of that kind of style of comp, I think it's still a decent idea. We've still got some, Edge, you got Callista. I like it. Yeah, I mean, Kaiser's a fine champion, but I just feel like if you're going down the tier list of champs right now,
Priority, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this Callista's not getting picked in, but Kaiser is that first pick.
You reply with an AD of your own, or do
Yeah.
you secure the jungle in something else high in priority? Red side usually suffers from first pick and then
It is
tries
Caitlyn.
to go for priority, so you secure the AD carry as well.
Do you secure the support now? Because Caitlyn is an interesting champion, but she's really reliant on a good support next to her. So it could be a chance for Breach Gang to take something for Eski right now. But no. Oh. I was thinking about Nocturne. We haven't seen neither Nocturne nor Orianna today, right? Could still be an option for
You
either
might get
teams.
the Orianna here.
Yeah.
Nar.
Nah, come on. It might be the last game and you pick Nar for Banderas. Really? Ah, boring.
Yeah. I'm not a massive fan of the Gnar this early on as well in the draft. Like your last pick now on your red side for Rich Gang, what's it gonna be? Because I think saving last pick for Banderas is pretty good stuff. But yeah, I mean, like you said, Nocturne Orianna is still open. That's a very good dive forward composition we got so far from Chaos with the Kaiser, with the Nocturne, two champions whose ultimates want them to go forward and to engage and to go crazy. So I'm expecting a lot more of that. I mean, it makes sense just to pick up Orianna here, to be honest. Like, it's a safe blind pick as well. You can do that unless you want to go maybe more towards the top side because you know what the matchup's going to be. But no, it is going to be that Orianna. So as far as the first two champions go, the synergy together, and considering your game 4 in Fearless Draft, I think that's some pretty sexy stuff.
Well, if you want to bring this Wobo combo on the side of Chaos, you know how you reply to that? You pick Taric. I know it's not going to happen, but at least that would be marvelous.
Yeah.
Jarvan could join in from Demacia and help us all. We've seen the Garen. We might see the Prince. And there you go. It's locked in. I was promised an Ivern. I'm destroyed.
Baited.
Funny enough, in the previous game, we were expecting Jarvan and we got Wukong. I feel like right now it's a little bit the opposite. We got J4. I think Wukong would have looked good here because Chaos so far with FS3 picks, they're all in. We press our R buttons, we go into the enemies like there is no tomorrow. We find out what to do later when we're already in the enemy's backline. Wukong could have been good into that pull pick, but okay. That's another thing that I expected maybe Rich Gang to consider for themselves as an answer to Chaos, but okay, Ban is good, yeah?
Something that's kind of fun as an interaction, if you want to put it this way, with Jarvan Gnar combo is the Cataclysm activates Gnar ulti, right? Gnar slams everyone into those man-made walls, and
You know what else could help on that
wall,
department?
making Chaos pay for it. So
Anivia.
that's
Oh, Anivia?
I mean,
I
I think
mean-
you're cooking a little bit there, mate, but it's strange things have happened. Stranger things have happened.
You got the Garen
It's gotta
mid.
be- it's gotta
There's
be a
no
Zed,
pin
surely.
right now. I can say, you can say, that doesn't work. Well, I got another prediction. I got another prediction from the. It's gonna be Echo mid. I've been told it's gonna be Echo mid.
Echo, I would vote Echo or Silas mid for Rich Gang. Either two.
No,
I
you
feel like
can't vote Silas,
it could
Yeah,
have
Silas
been
would've
such a
been
good
good
spot
too.
for Ho Silas.
but I
hey.
understand.
Oh,
She got it right.
Trouble, you
Overseer got it right!
You
She knows!
saucy Migs.
She
There
just
she goes.
knows.
we don't deserve
All
trouble.
right. All right, she's spot on right there.
Yeah.
Ho is a melee merchant then. It's official. It is official.
What?
Yeah, that's it. That's just... Okay. So yeah, decent matchup. You can survive, stay safe versus Orianna. She's not going to punish you too hard. And you can dive in and all that lovely business as well. It's that Mordekaiser for Turtle. So we're taking out the priority targets in these team fights. He has played this one before. It's a bit of a Turtle special, actually. He's played it already here in NLC. And when I was doing a little bit of research on him before the NLC, he doesn't have a huge track record. He's relatively fresh as far as it goes for competitive. But he did play on Agurin's team in a tournament. And he played Mordekaiser there. So yeah, clearly a champion that he is comfortable with. And it's going to be Bard as that last option. Probably just to dissuade kind of like the all-in, like, kind of return dogpile that we could see from a Jarvan combo.
mean,
Oh, this is a lane.
yeah. There are not many other things that you pair Caitlyn up with successfully. Kama is one
Ooh,
of them.
that's-
I actually
Still
prefer
annoying.
Lux over Kama, but there we go. Kama is good as a champion. I have nothing against her. She will be great here, especially later in the game with a lot of shielding to survive the engage should happen from Chaos. It's just, if you want to dominate the lane with Caitlyn, you go with Lux and you know that your opponent either lane swaps or dies.
Yeah, I like the, you still got some poke with Karma, and RE, a mantra shield from Karma versus the dog pile from Chaos. I think is a good answer. You may even be able to dodge out of the shockwave as well with that move speed. I have a question mark about the Bard pick personally, but Bard is one of those unique champions that you can just, it's almost like a meta by itself, like he'll just run around the map and make plays, and maybe through that Chaos can find some success.
Well, Chaos versus Rich Gang. Tell me, Solari.
This Chaos composition looks like Chaos that we saw in game number 1 and Chaos that we saw in the previous series. This is Chaos that has no brakes, doesn't know where they are in the car, and the car is probably broken, but they still keep going. And I love it, but I still think Rich Gang are winning this one.
Okay, Fox.
Yeah, I've got to agree with Sly on that one. Yeah, Rich Gang, I just think it's got to be this.
On the desk it says Rich Gang, but on the game will it say Chaos and maybe get a comeback from the team that nobody expected anything until they provided everything. Without further ado, let's toss it to a pause before the Costers takes it over. Put some respect on Trouble's name. She got the echo. How?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 4, Trouble. I am ecstatic. Ho-Ho's pocket picked Echo, and Rotsuo is playing his one-trick Bard. This is gonna be crazy.
Okay, this is actually super fun. For potentially even maybe last game.
He
Oh,
got
Nyx!
caught!
Oh,
Flash
Nyx!
already burned! I mean, the Chaos already erupting on the Rift Artifact. That's not the damage now. Rich Gang could look for the return. They're also low on the side of Chaos. They'll try to run out to safety. Good little stun from Rotsuo, and everyone gets out. Flash for Flash, but Artifact, you don't have that Flash for 5 minutes, buddy.
Oh yeah, and right now, all of the minions have gone on to lane, so you barely have time to reset on the time of Chaos. Flash onto Artiflare is what's been burnt. On the other side, Nyx. Nyx's Flash plus Eski's heal. Now, here's the fun part right here. They mentioned it very early on in the draft over in the desk as well. Chaos's comp wants to do one thing and one thing only, and that's an all-in. And this is all great and fantastic, but you know who stays behind? The Orianna stays behind, the Bard stays behind. Mordekaiser doesn't magically have a way of getting into the backline. So in terms of what the composition wants to do, surely it wants to dive in, but not all the members will be on the same page, so that's something Chaos is going to have to coordinate in terms of how they want to play team fights, because if you leave behind very valuable members, Ho-Ho on this Echo will be more than happy to dive in and execute them himself.
Ho-Ho is known for his Echo, if you're unfamiliar with this game. He's one of the best Echoes in all of Europe. I'm going to make that claim right here, and I've heard it backed up by multiple people. It's so exciting to see him pilot his famed one-trick, and for Rotsuo in a game that is do or die here for Chaos. Lose and their split ends. So as a rookie, lock in your one-trick who doesn't really have a place in the meta currently. It's a bold move, but I respect it so much.
And I think we're gonna have to end up in a situation where Turtle either comes into 1v1 with Banderas or just locks in Ho-Ho in the realm so he can't get to the backline. I think this is going to be very key, especially later on when Mordekaiser can actually hopefully deal with the Echo. I'm not necessarily too familiar with the Echo versus Mordekaiser matchup, but I would want to hope that Turtle will definitely be able to survive that one. Ho-Ho, very mobile.
Bard having a bit of fun though. Didn't force the flash. Ho-Ho knows his limits on this champion. That's one thing that is absolutely certain. Fearless, right? It just adds this level of creativity to the draft that is really fun to see. And when you then remember the mountain of stakes, right? Tournament life on the line here for KS. They can't afford one more loss in Rich Gang. One game away from, I don't want to say redemption, because I think there's still more in the scene that needs to be unlocked for me to be satisfied with how far they got, but on the road towards redemption. And rebuilding the high expectation we had for them earlier.
Ho's had to deal with Rutsu so far. Tax picks also mid. But usually Nocturne's one of those champions that really needs lanes as insurances. You need lanes to make sure you don't get invaded. You need lanes to make sure that you get to that level 6 as fast as possible. Try and get your first gank. And ladies and gents, that's exactly why I wasn't obviously on the desk, but I was telling Declan this is an echo angle for Ho right here. Oh my god, forces the flash.
Yes, a solo kill too! That is Ho-Ho's echo, baby. Gang twice, doesn't matter. First blood, still secured. I think he'll go down here. Ratsuo's on the roam. Ho-Ho can dash over, but right into the waiting hands of Texas. They knew exactly what he was gonna do, and he knew so well too. Will be taken down. No, the kill will be gifted actually. He's gonna suicide to the turret instead. Doesn't want to give it to Suhi. A good bit of consent as Suhi now rotates bot.
Excellent stuff right there from Ho-Ho. Used to be an OTP, if I'm not wrong, on that Echo.
Yes,
or at least a main. I'm not going to call it an OTP. I'm going to call him a main Echo player. And of course, you don't get rusty overnight. Skills are still there. And that's why I was saying that this is a Ho-Ho Echo pick right here. The second that I saw that Orianna middle, and I'm like, this guy ain't scared. And I saw the Akali and the Sylas being banned away, but the Echo's still open now. Nyx, he's looking for a dive.
No flash and artifact, no flash and artifact. Keep your eyes on that barrier available. But as you said, Texi around, and as soon as they saw his face, they backed off the heal. Just enough to keep Ratsuo alive. Artifact takes a lot of damage as well. The dive now looks to be back on for Nyx, who I think he very least wants to stop some recalls here, but Texi will play bodyguard and ensure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but right now Artiflare cannot walk back underneath his tower. They're gonna lose the Krugs as well with the presence of that bot lane. And let's watch this one more time. Ho-Ho puts down the stun, has to flash out, and then once the flash is out, there's no mana anymore on Zoo. He eats the whole combo. Great stuff right there from Ho-Ho. And the later on this game goes, the harder it will become to defend against Ho-Ho, because there's no hard CC abilities on the side of Chaos to lock him down. That's what I was saying earlier on. I feel like it's gonna have to become Turtle's responsibility to just lock him in a cage in the underworld.
Put him in timeout.
Let the team fight commence.
Oh, man, I'm so excited for this game. So much at stake, and these drafts, so fun. It's really refreshing with Fearless drafts, especially hardcore Fearless, right? That every game feels new. Comp is different, what we're focusing on is different, the carry is different. We're seeing multiple different players step up, put on their big boy carry pants, and do what they can for the team to push them towards advancing in the NLC lower bracket. Remember, elimination on the line. This is not the upper bracket where you have that extra life. Rich Game have had that luxury, Chaos have not. And that is all due to the fact that they finished in complete opposite ends of the standings in their own group.
Coming back into this game, I feel like it was so important that Rich Gang read the early game, the 5 versus 5 that we saw, and stopped the lane swap from commencing. Kai'Sa really does suffer in a double long-range composition down that bot lane. As you can see, Eski, Nomi have already done a bunch of damage to the bot lane tower. 600 gold up on that Caitlyn, and there's not been a single kill or assist given over to him. He's just pretty much been taking those waves, pushing them on the tower, chipping on those turret platings. That's exactly what you want to be doing with that Caitlyn. I was very happy to also see the Lux not locked in. It would have given Nocturne a way too easy target to engage upon, but Karma is a little bit tankier. She has RW to heal up, she has her shield, she has RE if she wants to use a stronger shield as well. So she's got more of a survival build to hit than the Lux would versus the Nocturne. Right here, Nomi, Eski, very movable from this lane.
I'm desperately trying to stop them from taking the turret already 8 minutes in. Two-man can't do much. Nyx in the area as well. And in these sort of situations, when life is on the line, elimination, staring down the barrel of going out, the rookies of Chaos will not have that experience to draw on. Yeah, they obviously qualified playing best of 5, so now they'll take the game to the veterans of Rich Gang. But in the 1v1 situation, I mean, I think he wins it, but not that massively. Should be able to claim the kill on the other side of the barrier. Isn't good enough to keep him alive. Ratsuo goes down, though, as Texvi now hitting away at the HP bars of Nyx, who's forced to flash out to safety. Eski, the next and most preferred target, but with the flash, he's able to get out to safety.
They managed to shut down the Caitlyn lane for the time being. Reminder, one of the biggest threats on the Caitlyn lane is her having flash. I actually thought if Nomi blew his flash right here, he would survive. Ends up going down. They don't lose much on the bot side of the map. However, Turtle gets to shut down the pressure on the bot side of the map. Right now, they're going to need to defend yet again. And let's see who they send. As you see on the minimap, Turtle was heading towards the top side of the map. Not towards the bot. And I think Artaflare and Rutsu are looking for a reset right here. Not a lot of HP or mana. They're going to have to send someone down the bot lane. You see, Turtle ended up in the mid lane. Zuhi's actually resetting, and someone's going to have to go and stop that Caitlyn before she takes the tower completely.
And the Caitlyn, I think actually this is just a tower already gone, probably, if I'm not mistaken. Should just be taken down. Yeah, little to no HP left on it. And while we head into this replay, there goes the first tower. We'll watch this one more time as I was talking about the rookies. I mean, they're certainly willing to take the game to the veterans, and I think it's actually a pretty good setup because he gets her low, and then Taxi's just waiting for, pretty much hand-delivering the kill with the paranoia.
Nice to the Q as well from the Nocturne. I cannot see the Karma cooldowns and whether a big shield would have saved the Caitlyn or not. However, again, having flash on a Caitlyn lane as the bot lane tower has indeed fallen. 1,200 gold.
Wow.
Up onto that
Massive
Kai'Sa.
lead.
Insane lead for the Caitlyn right
We're
here.
just 10 minutes in trouble, actually. That is crazy.
Yeah. Again, having the flash allows you to keep constantly putting pressure. Once the second the flash ceases to exist onto Caitlyn, she becomes a very, very easy target. And with Taxvic being on Nocturne, having this flash is of pivotal importance if you want to keep exerting that pressure on the map like they're doing right now on the top side.
You're absolutely right, as Nick's able to dash out to safety. The work only in just a few seconds time now. They have arrived. You've mentioned this in games before. But Chaos want to play around those World Cups, and they'll keep doing so. That is Nomi caught out, does have the flash, but the Paranoia is available as well. Good two-man CC, but the combo is actually clean. They've got the kill, they've got the feats of warfare, and they'll get out of this alive as well, Trouble.
Okay, how many times do I have to say this? Every time Void Grubs are up, Chaos has 5 members on the top part of the map. How many times do I have to say this for Ritzgang to actually clock it? Because they keep falling for the same thing over and over again. Chaos are a very structured early game team. They like going for the objectives, specifically for the Void Grubs, and they will fight them every single time. However, if they do find a good team fight, they'll take it over the Void Grubs after they have advantage on the map. And that's exactly what's happened here. However, Ritzgang, they do lose their Caitlyn, they lose their flash as well, which is very important. However, they will manage to grab the Void Grubs for themselves, which will then, in turn, help the Caitlyn that has just died keep the towers a little bit more fast.
Void Grubs, always nice. Drag up in 30 seconds. We'll keep rising those neutral objectives as once again, honestly, Trouble. It is that will be deciding the feats of strength. The warfare has often gone to Chaos, the tower often to Rich Gang, and then it's all about the objectives. 2 so far for Rich Gang, 1 for Chaos. Feats of strength are up for grabs as the veterans of Rich Gang, an organization that is long-standing, just like Chaos, but these teams, the Orcs, both having their first look in the NLC Div 1, but Rich Gang have the established names, the Norwegian veterans who, between this bot lane we're seeing now, have won 8 Norwegian First Division titles between them as they look to prove that they can take the step up into the best division the Nordics have to offer.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. They would have to win 2 more
Oh, good
on
shot,
that
Wade.
one as
Forgot
fine.
about that.
Ho-Ho has ult. They trade ult for ult, 1 level up for Ho-Ho right here, and complete controlling the river for Ritzgang. They see if they're gonna turn this into a dragon as well. And as you can see, this Caitlyn now, every single time she's in the side lane, no flash, is gonna always have to have a bodyguard. You see Eski over in the mid lane helping Ho-Ho push and get some vision, whilst Nyx was actually hovering around Nomi until he then pushed and turned his wave. Talking about Nocturne, Banderas as a mini Gnar, very scary.
Does have the
He'll be
flash.
able to make it out.
Yeah, I think the ultimate actually could be enough. Ooh, good flash. Just barely getting out of range. I was pretty certain that if he wasn't able to get out of range of the field, he would be taken down with the Paranoia available. But just feeding a bit of gold into Artaflare here later on, trying to make sure he will still be relevant in the game. Just with the lower range and Nomi really having a good time. It's very important. the AD carry in this game. I said this last week in Chaos was playing against Venomous, but the biggest stage here in the North, right? The big stage for the big stars in terms of stepping up. Last series it was a series full of rookies. 10 players who'd never played in the NLC playoffs before, and this time, if you're looking at the big stars to step up and carry, we've seen it in Banderas last game, we've seen it in Ho getting the solo kill so far, now Nyx as well. Really putting pressure on these rookies. But Suhi, okay, was able to step up last time and need him to do the same again. Technically though with the paranoia. Not able to find one immediately. I think Banderas is dead though. Yeah, he's running in the wrong direction. No way out without the flash, and the kill will be claimed. More to come actually. Nomi and Eski now trying to punish. Good CC from Ratsuo. And Nyx goes too deep. But it should be 2 kills back for Nomi as the auto attack just coming down to claim the shutdowns, claim the gold. Forcing the flash out of Ratsuo. Here comes Sui. This play is extending forever trouble as finally Chaos say we've had enough as they back off.
Yeah, Ho TP's in as well, and just about Rutsu flashes the cupcake under his feet, or I think he would have followed his fate of his colleagues right there. Not going to be the case. It's a 3 for 2, if I'm not wrong, in favor of Reach Gang right here, and more gold going into Caitlyn's pocket. Again, a lot of back and forth, specifically towards the top side of the map. 1 minute for the Rift Herald to spawn, and everyone wants to be playing around that Caitlyn. Again, Nyx and Banderas have just chased Ardafleur off. No ultimate for Ardafleur to reach, and unfortunately, when Nyx runs away, Banderas' Mega Gnar form just runs out, so they just run him over. However, Nomi and Eski are the 2 strongest members on the map. Nyx is going to give up his life, but that Cataclysm is incredible. The Q hits both members, Ardafleur dies, and look at that. Cupcake on the W hit from Eski, just about flashes it from Rutsu, would have been his fate too.
Caitlyn, now 1.1k gold ahead, trouble. A scary sight for any Chaos fans out there, but the game still very much open. Feats of strength have now been claimed as well with 3 objectives. Let's keep our eyes on Ratsuo. He's a bit too far forward. No, Tempered Fate, and he's just dead. Over Iguron. His pocket pick there, and will pay the price. Not more to come from it, but Turtle TP'd in to try and get something back, so we'll hold our breath for a second to see if they can find something.
Great insights right there from Banderas. It's slipped into this brush. Saw Rutsu behind the wall, knew that the engage was coming to be ready.
Paranoia combo, it's too early! It goes wide and they instantly have to cancel the play. They made the tragic mistake of engaging too far away, so Suhi couldn't get the combo off. He used the shockwave, but too early. Couldn't have waited any longer. Would have been out of range instead, so 2 bad decisions there as Chaos tries to make the counter move happen. The rookies, though, fall flat.
-1 of the cannon wave, unfortunately, for Zuki there as well. And they're going to lose their mid lane tier 1 tower. Overextension is going to have to commence. You want to push that wave past that mid lane point. And one more neutral objective going towards the side of Reach Gang, who have actually claimed feats of strength for themselves. With that first tower that dropped over in the bot side of Banderas, could be in a bit of a trouble here.
It will be put into the death room. Ardafleur will nicely and quietly be waiting for his package, but with the Mega Gnar, I do assume it could be turned around as the Gnar out to safety. Nah, he's under the curb. Doesn't matter though, he will be dead. Nice little delivery there. Not the kill given over to Ardafleur. Turtle instead will claim his second of the game. And Chaos are holding on trouble for now, but at the end of the day, it feels like the lead for Rich King is growing.
Oh, man, that's so tilting. The second you're trying to gank your friend Mordekaiser and he just puts someone into the rift, you're like, okay, now what? How am I supposed to help you, buddy?
Interactive gameplay, right?
Exactly. Now, talking about interactive gameplay, third dragon. That will be for Rich Gang. Soul Point. It's going to be a Hextech dragon. And they already have transitioned two-item Caitlyn in 17 minutes. Infinity Edge completed.
That's disgusting.
For Nomi right here. The main carry for Rich Gang and Ho-Ho pushing that mid lane. Again, it's very scary to push down that mid lane when you see Ho-Ho right there. He does have the ultimate. He doesn't necessarily get threatened by things like the Nocturnal with the Orianna. And here are where the complications with the composition that Chaos have chosen are coming through. You've got Nocturne diving in potentially together with Kai'Sa. The rest are staying behind. Mordekaiser's playing blocker. Who Orianna will have to hang around somewhere if the combo, like we saw it, like you very well mentioned, doesn't hit. What's the plan B right here? And I feel like Rich Gang have proper answers to all these questions. 2 lives for Ho-Ho, lots of shields for Nomi, as well as barrier and flash. So we'll see if they can actually make the connection.
Their play, as it so often has been in the series, is camp Banderas. And it's worked some games, others it hasn't. In particular, game 3, he was able to really pull through and carry the game. For the next few fights, it will be very clear who to keep our eyes on. It's this guy who's just been caught by the Temperate Fate. He's the backup there, the combo. It has to come through. Pull it. The shockwave connects and that found him. Both summoners used. Kill still secured as 2 more kills in the AD carry's pocket. Now bot lane Ho-Ho battling it out against Turtle in the Death Realm. Good look to outplay it. The heal comes through from the Chrono Break as he's able to dash out to save you. TP in! As Chaos are also low inside the pit. Banderas, does he have the mech? And 1 kill already claimed. Looking for more already as well. The auto attacks coming through, but the flash creates the space needed. The tower though, like clockwork, secures the kill. Here comes Ho-Ho as well. And they've found the fight. They've turned it around, but Suhi says not today. Puts down his foot and gets a kill in return.
That was so messy. I really hope our observers have that replay for Nomi, because Nomi is going to be terrified seeing the turn of events that happened for him to die. It was kind of mistake after unfortunate scenario. So he eased the Bard ult right on the edge. And then he flashes the Bard Q. Very well done, because he goes into Fog of War. But all they need to do is pop a ward on the other side of the wall, and then Taxby can actually connect. So it was a flash and an E that were just tiny bit too late. And right here, this was the combo that Foxy was talking about with the Gnar, but Banderas didn't quite have enough raids on his bar, or that would have been a beautiful triple ult on the Java walls.
And the Q snipe, boom, with the clockwork, or the clock tower rather, should I say. This game is certainly delivering the entertainment value. Remember, if Chaos lose this game and Rich Gang win, Rich Gang advance 1 more round in the lower bracket, Chaos will be eliminated from the NLC. So while we are laughing and enjoying the quality and entertaining plays, so much at stake for both of these teams. Elimination on the line for Chaos. They could force a game 5 here, and they are certainly still in it. But it feels like even when Chaos get a good play, the veterans of Rich Gang keep their cool and get something back, either out in the cross map, or as we saw in the fight before, right? The re-engage, finding a few kills while only costing you 1.
Yeah, now here's where the problems begin, right? Somebody has to take the side lane. Even if a Mordekaiser, it's a little bit easier, because if you get ganked, you can just ultimate someone and try to 1v1 until you're out of the realm. However, on the other side, you're going to need to have an Orianna. And Orianna is pretty much of a sitting duck. We saw Zuhi trying to pressure with Wei, with Victor in the previous games as well. And it's just very difficult when you play in a mobile sort of mage champion to not get caught. So they're going to have to ward really well, try to protect Zuhi, pressuring those side lanes, because they need those waves pushed out, sorry. They want to be making plays with the Nocturne. And for Rich Gang is pretty much a done deal in terms of you have to be pressuring first in an objective and set up with the Caitlyn. So you do not allow members of Chaos to come through. I feel like objectives are so important. That's why you see they already have 3 dragons. And in a minute and a half, there's most likely going to be a contestation for Soul for Rich Gang.
Soul. That really be the deciding factor, as you say. A minute until, well, there has to be a fight for it. I'm gonna manifest it into reality here. Looking at the cooldowns, no flash on Nomi for it, but pretty much every other cooldown is up. Actually, a few more flashes are missing, especially from the top lane. But when you look at the carries, 3 out of 4
you go,
flashes
Shelly.
Available. Shelly.
You go, girl.
Just enjoying the time.
She's prancing around.
Yeah, just slow it
She's going.
She's not in a hurry.
She's doing
She'll kill the minions when she wants to. She's not in a rush. You can't control her. I mean, theoretically speaking, you can, but 50 seconds.
This is the perfect. Yeah, absolutely. This is the perfect, example for the meme, where it's like moisturized in Helene thriving. Well, she's not thriving anymore.
Yeah,
RIP.
she's dead. Yeah, rest in peace, man. We'll see her next game, if there is a game number 5. The tension is reaching a boiling point soon. So has to lead to that one big fight that decisively swings the goalie's eyes in the mid lane. Shockwave not there though. The shockwave missed and missed again. How do you make? It's such a crucial mistake to make.
So with this kind of iteration of the combo, the shockwave has to be timed perfectly, where it's technically out of range but not.
Is that just Soul they give up?
Nocturne. whilst Nocturne is traveling out of range for the Shockwave, this is where you Shockwave, so when he lands, the Shockwave actually lands through the entirety of the combo, and this is going to be Soul, Hextech Soul on a Caitlyn, absolutely disgusting, as well as on an Echo right here, and Chaos, again, when you throw them off balance, when things don't go the way they plan, when they have been able to set up their plays, they seem to be making a little bit of over-eager moves. Now they're going to start Atakan. There is TP onto Banderas, but his Mega Gnar form is running out.
Nyx has the ultimate, and there is no Paranoia, there is no Shockwave, 2 key ultimates for teamfight Nyx. Thrown into the death from Atakan to be secured in the meantime. Ho-Ho thanks Joker on the other side. Texby is dead. There is no smite, but they get the Atakan. But how many withdrawals will they lose? Ho-Ho. Chrono breaks as Atakan looks to take him down in 1v1 instantly, though. Turret, or Turtle, sorry, on the other side is dead. They get the Atakan, and they'll lose a few revivals in the process, or withdrawals, should I say. Adafla, he's sitting duck here on the side lane. He's pushing forward, sees if he can get the turret, maybe get Ho-Ho, but no. Does actually get the shutdown with the Acathian Rain. They denied the Atakan. I think that's the bigger thing them there, not to give that over. Because in 30 seconds, the Baron will be up, they'll be back on the map, and this time they'll have their ultimates.
Huge carry potential for Rutsu right here, still has the Atakan buff. Together with Zuhi, of course, who has his TP available too. And let's have a look at this one more time, because this is just about how when Chaos have lost the soul. And great stuff right there from Turtle. Takes Nyx into the realm. So even though Taxfig dies and doesn't have access to Smite, look how far away Nyx has been kept. Which means it's impossible to steal away with Smite secured by the Kai'Sa. Ho-Ho has to flash away as well. And I feel like Rich Gang right here pretty much in janitor duty, clearing out any remaining members of Chaos. Again, a pretty desperate play, but you have to take something off of the map. I feel like right here, Rich Gang, all they have to do is just push out their waves, put some vision down around Baron, and just try to pressure that. Look at all the vision they have around the top side of the map. Ho-Ho gets the pressure, knowing where everybody is at all times. The entire quadrant on that side is warded, as well as the Baron area.
Good engage. Just out of nowhere, Nyx pulls the trigger. The combo goes right back in towards Nomi, but there is no follow-up. He's low, but not dead, as Banderas buys enough time for Nomi to force the withdrawal. Good ultimate from Matsuo. Can he lock up Nomi once more? No. He's able to walk it off for now. The barrier is still available, but the shields are so good. It's not enough, though. Chaos are winning the fight as Ho-Ho unable to join in. Massive fight as the attention turns towards the Baron.
Great fight from Chaos right here. They're looking at Ho-Ho on the bot side of the map. Sorry, top side of the map. Pressuring the tower. They know he's running. He doesn't have his teleport up and available for himself. So this is a 4 versus 5. They're going to start the Baron, but the health bars are pretty low.
Taxby isn't even there yet. They need to smite. Artifla is low. He has the flash, but no barrier. Look at who's coming in from the backline. It's Ho, who takes 2 and now goes back on his favorite champion, the one he's known for.
3.
He steps up. That's 3 taking trouble. You're damn right as he'll look for more. Eski though can't quite slow down Taxby enough. Artifla though once again a sitting duck for the waiting hands of Ho-Ho. Selling out his support for the kill. Ho-Ho's got the kill in his side. Pour one out for the support mains there as Ho-Ho still hasn't found Artifla, and now he could go down actually. You're a bit off more than you can chew, but you stop the Baron. Your success or mission is successful. As Taxby now has to reset. Artifla. Oh, he gets back! And Sui finds Banderas! Is that the Baron now? Nyx is alive, I mean. Oh, dude, this game trouble. It's balancing on a knife's edge.
If I'm Eski, I'm typing X9 in all chat. That was the biggest sellout of the century.
Question mark pings being spammed.
Question mark pings and X9s in all chat. However, Chaos, in a more serious note, they have the chance to make what they need to do to get us to game number 5. Oh,
Nomi hits like a truck. The Baron, low Taxby is one shot. It's all they need to get him taken down, and they've stopped the Baron from happening once more. There is no shockwave, there is no paranoia, and they have to take the tail between their legs and run. As the Hextech Soul, the damage, the 3-item Caitlyn is too much, and now the Baron goes into Rich Gang's hands.
Okay, the ping-ponging back and forth on the Baron. If it's Rich Gang poking them out, they have to back off. If it's Chaos winning the fight, Rich Gang has to back off. However, this time around, what are we watching here on the replay down on the bottom side? Oh, lovely. Well, that was one shockwave that hit. Props to Chaos for hitting that one. However, This is going to be Baron now for Rich Gang. They're about... The gold doesn't really matter. I was about to say 1.5 here out. The gold really does not matter at this point. What does matter is keeping your carries alive in the backline. Taxfig has the chance to do something big. For about 2 minutes now, Nomi is going to be missing his flash in the backline. We have yet to see one of these big wombo combo shockwaves hit the backline. And I feel like if you don't eliminate Nomi from the equation, it's going to become really difficult to close the distance with him.
Artifly is power farming because in 30 seconds there'll be an Elder. He could have his 4th item couple with his recall right here. It's a big spike, but keep your eyes on Nomi as well. He hurts like a truck. We saw it just before. The Baron buff will obviously give them map pressure, but that Elder could very much be the final nail in what would be Chaos' coffin. They could flip this, they could win the fight, and they could be right back in it. Game 5 could be on the cards, but if not, the series could end right here. Rotsuo, do not...
Why is my Nocturne topside? Why? Oh my god! Why is my Nocturne topside? I do not like seeing
because of this.
5 seconds.
Ho-ho, looking for Sui. You need to get down to the Elder, bro. The Elder is up. You're the jungler, Taxvi. Kom nu for pokker, makker. Det er ikke her, du skal være. He's gonna get the kill, but they're gonna lose the Elder. They can't get down there in time trouble. They could buy a few seconds,
they can. Very good buying time with the Baron.
They've lost it. He can't get in time. Look at the damage from Noe. It's gone. It's gone unless the W steals it. No. Not quite as Elder Baron up. Is Rich Gang for 2.5 minutes.
I'm gonna lose my mind! Why top lane gank with an Elder? Okay, okay. You know what? I need to calm down. Like the meme says, you need to calm down. Hextech Soul with Elder Dragon. I can literally see Ho-Ho just queuing in the backline. Nothing else. Just an EQ in the backline. And Zuhi just pops. Adafleur just pops. Rutsu, he doesn't even the hope.
Look at the ping trouble. They're pinging mid. They're gonna run down mid and they're gonna force this objective down Chaos' throat. One final fight. Hextech Soul, Baron up and Elder Drake. You have to overcome all the odds here, Chaos, to keep your Seized alive. Rich Gang walking down what could very well be the victory lane as Flash and Barrier forced. 2 massive summoners for absolutely nothing in return. The base is falling to pieces. 15 seconds still on the Baron. The paranoia comes through. They found Nomi, but he's alive and well and truly able to carry the fight. The favorite of Rich Gang could not be stopped. They've won a game, but that's all they'll get. Chaos fight bravely, but Rich Gang fight better as they look to close out the series here. They'll advance in the lower bracket and keep their hopes of the NLC glory alive.
Rich Gang have actually done it, redeemed themselves, grabbed their first best of victory in the playoffs.
This game, the tension was high in all of them, but Rich Gang seemed inevitable at the end. Baron, Elder, and the Soul could not be stopped. Since a deserved victory over the course of 4 games. What a serious trouble. Those games, man. 3-1 was the scoreline. But it felt closer than that. It could very well have been a game number 5, but Rich Gang said not today.
Listen, I think it was so poetic that it just ended with Ho-Ho's Echo. Ho-Ho, Echo, First Blood, I think it was, solo kill under tower. He had Zuhi's number. And I feel like the desk really pointed at Zuhi at the very beginning of the day. And they were like, he had a fantastic series in the previous best of versus Venom Crest. And he did. But Ho-Ho put him right in his place the entire series today. And I feel like Rich Gang, they have a lot to pick up from this because it was in no way, shape or form clean. And you did play against what was on paper the weakest team in the NLC. However, before we throw it over to the desk tackling, I just want to say huge congrats for the development that Chaos showed throughout the entirety of the NLC, and that they have actually towards the end found themselves a way that they want to play, and actually can't wait to see them after so much practice in spring.
Yeah, it was a good showing for them. One they can be proud of. They can lead the split with their heads held high. Rich Gang had a better performance today though. They were the favorites and they lived up to that role. Not beautifully, but they lived up to it. There's still more to come from that team, I'm sure of it. This was just the beginning. We'll toss it to the analyst desk to break it down. Thank you, Trouble, for joining me. It's been a pleasure as always. Mushroom, take it away.
It was a beautiful run, but it's over for Chaos. Rich Gang keeps on the lower bracket to tell us how can they improve, because from groups until now, I think Chaos was the team that developed the most. Congratulations for all of those players. But Rich Gang were the better team today, and we gotta pinpoint that one. Although I can't stress this enough. Regardless of how you looked into the game, there was always a way for Chaos to get back in, and you were like, Rich Gang is gonna win, right? Right? Surely. You told me this a lot, like, they're surely gonna win, right?
Yeah. It was this game, like the biggest win condition for both of the teams was the same here. Don't throw. Just please don't throw. Whoever
Just
throws.
don't lose, bro.
Yeah, just don't lose.
Yeah.
Like it's easy as that. But sometimes you feel like we are forgetting that a little bit because we are doing really silly things on the seminary for some reason. We're in the places we're not supposed to be in. We are engaging when we're not supposed to. We are overextending for some reason. We're on the other side of the map where the objectives are happening. So just a lot of question marks. Like I usually leave notes after each game. I just have a bunch of question marks in my notes for this game.
Yeah,
Well, I'll let
it
you
was-
answer those one. Tell me, Fox. Yeah.
It was that kind of game. It was that kind of game for sure.
that kind
Sorry,
of
hits
game.
the nail on the head. And you know, we got up to like 20 minutes into the game. It was relatively close. You know, and then it did feel like at times the teams were kind of just digging themselves into holes a little more than you would like to see them do. But this whole game, and to be honest, the whole series can be summarized in like a 5-minute window that happened towards the end of this game, obviously culminating in the victory for Rich Gang. So it started around 24 minutes into the game, right, where we had a fight around Atakan in the top side of the river, right? And as with all good things in the NLC, it starts with Atakan and this interesting objective that it is. So because Rich Gang are like, they're more towards the bot side of the map for this. Chaos' side, that they're the ones that can start this one up. They have the opportunity, and Tugspeak dies just before he can secure the Atakan, but crucially, Chaos picks it up. Okay, and then we get some like scrappy things here. Exactly, we'll zip our way through here because we're just mopping up and all that lovely business. But thing to bear in mind here is Rich Gang kind of had control, and then they let this Atakan fall down, which then leads to this follow-up play right here. Now, Chaos have the Atakan buff, they have the withdrawals, they have the revives, and an interesting decision leads towards this coming team fight here as well, where, I don't know, dude, but facing 3.5 versus 5 plus Atakan buff probably isn't an engage that is a good idea, to be honest. Just gonna throw that one out there. And it doesn't work for Rich Gang. It doesn't work for Rich Gang. They get completely boinked here. Hor is split pushing topside. And then this then leads to the Baron play for Chaos. But Chaos know the Hor should be on the flank. Because that's the whole reason they took the fight in mid. Because Hor wasn't there. But they still surprised by Hor when he shows up on the flank. He does a beautiful job up until this point where he just leaves Eski completely, as George has said. That is a big old sellout right here. Doesn't even pick up this kill on Kaisa. I'm running out of breath a little bit, right? But this play then leads to the bloody... What happens next? It was the Nash play, right? Because, okay, Bandos is going to die here as well. Like, it was so just this like 5-minute period. Just like Chaos are like, oh, maybe we can look for Nash here. They decide to go for it again. And it's the same result, dude. It's the same result. They can't take it. Rich Gang then are the ones who are able to pick it up as well. And I don't even really, yeah. And that is like, you may have noticed in that replay back you guys just watched, normally you see replay and there's a little flash on the screen and then it comes back to us and then another replay comes in and we talk about it a bit more. Bro, that was like 4 or 5 replays in one because it all happened at once. It all happened in the same period of time. And if there is just one moment, you know, that 5-minute period, shortly after that, by the way, Elder Dragon was picked up as well, or Soul, one or two, whatever. And it's just like, and then Rich Gang go on to win. And that is the story of this series. You know, it was nothing if not entertaining, and I loved watching it. Rich Gang have a few things to shore up though, because against better opponents and better teams, they might get punished for that kind of thing. You know, they might get punished for that, and I still think they're a far cry from the expectations I had of them coming into this split, and what I think their potential is as a team.
This kind of summarized the whole series as we've seen it. So that's a good opportunity to talk with someone who played in the series. Nomi's waiting for us for the interview, so we need to communicate. Congratulations, that was the series. Was it too close for comfort though?
Not really. I don't think so. After the first game,
You're always so chill.
I mean, the first game was kind of fluke because they lane swapped, and
Yeah.
so we just after the first game we decided to, okay, if they don't lane swap, like if we keep our lanes 2-2 and 1-1, we're just gonna win, and they're just trying to get out of the the matchups. So they're trying to find like a small window of how to win the game, but we're just they just standard.
So even through all the chaos, no pun intended, we've got to see through the series where one play could turn everything upside down. You're telling me, nah, it's good. Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, even the first game, like we were gonna win if I just didn't press the herald and just ran it down on the mid turret, which was completely my
I'm
fault.
glad you brought it up. What voices got into your head as soon as you saw the end of them? Like, I'm going in.
I mean, so basically, I think I misheard. I thought we were gonna siege mid lane and crash a herald into the turret, a fight. But my team was calling we're gonna let the herald crash by itself and then go Drake. So I just hopped onto the herald and just drove right into mid.
Tiny miscommunication.
Just
a tiny one. You just took a lift. It happens. Hey, congratulations on this one. And my question to you is, when you look into the groups, the seeding, Group B, completely domination coming in from you folks, and then you go into playoffs, something happened, and there's some mishappenings going through the lower bracket. You're still alive. You're still pulling it off. But do you believe something happened going from seeding stage towards the playoffs, where teams might have got a hold of the way you play, your identity? What do you think happened?
For first playoff game, I don't think we changed. I think Verdant improved a lot from their first group games, which is fair play to them. But even into this game, I think Chaos also, they had a good run against Venom Crest. They 3-0'd them. I think they found their team identity, which made them win the first game. But after we were up to their playstyle, it was just kind of easy to play.
So there's another day for Rich Gang, at least that's secured. Tell me something. What do you think, or which team do you think would be most beneficial for you to play against going through the lower bracket? Because it's one from the upper bracket right now. So who do you think would be the most beneficial team for you folks?
I think I want to play Verdant again. I think they're probably the closest team to us. After that, it's kind of like a gap where you see like Reddy and Lost Ratones and Nord. But I think Rich Gang versus Verdant is probably going to be the most close one, and I really want to play against them again.
That would be an absolute series. That would be an absolute series. Okay. Hey, Nami, congratulations yet again for another win.
Thank
and yeah, it was a chill series. A lot of chaos, but just a chill one. Thank you so much. Have a lovely one.
Thank you. You too.
You got the chair though. You got the
Do
chair.
you think you got the 15% off with code NLC log?
He knows it. You can
He
get
knows
that
what's
as
good.
well back at home. But yeah, apparently the other teams are growing as we go deeper into the split. Even with the way we're doing the split, with the series, with playoffs instantly removing people from the split. I think when you're pushed against the wall, you have no other option aside from evolution. Glorious evolution.
Glorious evolution.
Yes. Wow. It was close, It was close. It was.
Yeah, Rataflar and Nomi on the bot lane. Just flexing those numbers casually.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even see by the goal difference. Like, what was that, like 27-ish minutes, it was almost dead even again, and which is ironically kind of where that replay thing that I was chatting about was happening, right? It was a bit of a hectic game. It was a bit of a crazy game. Noemi is playing it cool there in the interview, saying, no, not really, it was all under control, but nah, bro, come on, man. That was crazy. That was a crazy series, and yeah, I mean, to be fair though, it did seem like Rich Gang were always... It was chaotic, it was frantic at times, but it looked like it was frantic at Rich Gang's doing. Does that make sense? You know?
Yeah.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah.
Chaos was still kind of dancing to Rich Gang's tune, even if everything was out of beat, you know?
Regardless of how you look into this one, it was an entertaining series, and I think both teams should be like... They did really good. It was really entertaining to watch this. And with that in mind, we also need to highlight the players that stood out today. The stars of this one, Banderas, Nyx, or Haha. It's up to you, back at home, to go onto Twitter and vote on who do you think is the player of the series. And you know what? I'm gonna spoil this, okay? Desk, who do you think is the player of the series? What's your vote?
Ooh, it's actually hard to choose. I would probably be torn between Banderas and Ho just because they were flashy today, very flashy. And like they've done so much in the games where the teams won. And in the games where the team lost, Ho was also incredible. So I think I'm gonna go with Ho. But actually, no. You know, no, I actually don't know. Foxtrot, can you help me out? What do you think?
I mean, it's really tough. I think both solos for Rich Gang were really good. Really good today. And it definitely speaks to the testament of the team itself when we don't know. You know, like it's not like the Ruddy series where we're like Wonder, boom, Wonder first star, second star, third star, lock him in. You know, the fact that we're debating this means that it is difficult. I mean, even in that last game, you know, easily you could put Nomi on there. Eski did more damage than Banderas, than oh my goodness, I'm forgetting everyone. We literally just watched them all. But both junglers, both top laners.
Taxwig.
Yeah, like he out damaged basically everyone in that one. Well, yeah, too many people playing support Karma, and obviously always still had all those defensive benefits. So I think all of the Rich Gang crew had some pretty good hits in this series, and it's going to be tough to pick a player that stands out.
Regardless of how you vote, the vote will be well taken care of because all of them deserve this player of the series, but it's up to you to tell us who do you think is the one, the star, the shining star. But as we keep climbing with those stars in the sky, we need to understand how the mountain is looking. And this is the bracket. We're gonna be blessed tomorrow with 2 series instead of 1. Best of 3 for each of them. Los Ratones versus Bulldogs will start the show, and then it will be Verdant versus Nord. Well, this is a lovely one. I don't know if you want to give me like some sort of predictions, because Bulldogs just skyrocket in terms of quality. Los Ratones are Los Ratones. As stated by Rich Gang, Verdant are looking extremely good, and Nord are looking solid as well, so I have no idea.
Yeah, it's gonna be... I'm expecting to see Los Ratones and Nord on Valentine's Day. That's my expectation coming into this.
Oh my god, yes, the
That's
perfect
romantic.
date.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is.
Aw.
So that's what
How
I'm
else to
thinking
spend
there.
Valentine's Day than on the Summoner's Rift?
With all of our loved
Wow.
ones, League of Legends.
Yes.
We're all married to the game.
Beyond true love.
I say.
Well, yeah, because I'm single. With that in mind, also, I would like to remind you that you can have a date with us on finals, March 1st and 2nd. That's where you can buy your tickets. Well, the tickets are already on sale if you want to join us on finals in Nottingham. Oh, apparently, there you go. Oh, this is really interesting. I just got information. All tickets are sold out.
However,
But we might have a surprise for you next week. So keep in mind that you could be watching with us right there. But if you're not, we'll try to find a solution for you. It's sold out instantly, by the way, in just a few minutes. Well, I'm really hyped to see you there. I don't know who's going, but type on the chat and tell me I'm going, and I'll buy you a coffee. I don't know, something of the sort. I just want to be with everybody and to meet all our teams. With that in mind, you could have one of these.
Yes.
A desk. I'm standing, by the way, because I have a standing desk. And how can you do that? Head on to Arozzi website and use this code NLCLOL to get 15% off on everything that is not already on sale. And what does that mean? They have a lot of things on sale. A lot of them. I've seen 40% plus off on a few items.
Ooh.
So don't skip a beat. It's your opportunity. And with that in mind, without skipping a beat, desk. What would you like to tell me before we log off?
That was definitely one of the series.
Of all time. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just going to say, we went in complete different directions here. Solari's like, yeah, in series, yeah. I'm going to say, Archer, mate, just because you're alone on Valentine's Day doesn't mean you're unlovable, okay? I love you.
Damn, I was not expecting that. Aw,
Aw.
thank you. With that in mind, I would like to say the same to you. Back at home, we expect you on Valentine's and tomorrow as well. We have 3 days this week. 1 is off, 2 days to go. Because without you, it's not the same. NLC is NLC when we have you around production and all the casting crew and desk as well. Congratulations, you did an awesome job. And I expect to do it again tomorrow. It's a lovely time to spend with you all. Until then, keep climbing and I'll see you soon. That was lovely.
You're lovely.